Okay. I might just change this lens out to be what I normally use because it's so close. And I sit so close sometimes. Okay. There we go. I am live. Good, good, good. Okay, so we are live on TikTok. That's great. Um, anybody who's on, ooh, don't talk that loud. Anyone who's on Patreon, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. I get like the Patreon is not allowing me to go to my dashboard. Not like it's like actively trying to keep me from doing that. I just, for some reason, don't know how to access it right now. Like, where is my dashboard? What's going on? My Patreon. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Hello, everybody. Y'all know I'm still struggling. I'm trying, like, I literally hit start live and it was like, sorry, something went wrong, and it just crashed out. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do we do from here? And it's like, I don't really know what you want to do from here. What do you mean? You don't know what I mean? Like, it just fucked up the whole thing. Like, it doesn't even have my live. What's going on? That's okay, guys. We're gonna figure it out. Lights are something and mezzanine and something. So, okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna do a regular fucking live and we're just gonna pretend like I wasn't completely just fucked up just now. Like, come on. Anyways. Current events and live AQ. There we go. No. What do you mean? What are these settings even? Okay. I'm going to stop yelling at Patreon. Okay, we're starting live. Hello, everybody. Okay. Now, because it started so late, I mean, I was a little late, but I wasn't this late. Jesus. Technical difficulties. I'm gonna give everybody a few chances to pull on in because I maybe everybody got an email just now or a second email than rather than the first one. I I don't know what I'm gonna tell Patreon. I feel like there isn't really anything I can tell them. Like, you know what I mean? Like everything just sometimes falls apart. I don't know if it's me. Is it me? It can't be me. I'm perfect. Okay, everybody. Today we're gonna talk about some current events. Like I said, I'm going to wait and let some people dive in because the timing's all off. And today's Saturday, which normally we do this on Thursdays, right? So it's Saturday, so we're just going to, give everybody a chance to trickle in or two. And then we're going to talk about current events, which are fun, and hop into some FAQs, you know what I mean? Get cooking. So, guys, I have a lot of these, a lot more. Like, when I initially got some, the first week I was like, yeah, guys, I'll be sending out emails letting you know as I get through them, X, Y, and Z. And then I got slammed. Okay, so it is not easy to go through all those and get all the emails out to you guys. It is actually just easier for me to do it this way. And I don't feel that bad. I don't feel that bad about it because, I'm just taking the time to do it. If you're in crisis or something like that, you can book a 101 or, send an email about like what's crack-a-lack and which courses might be of best health. I can navigate you to that quickly. But other than that, yeah, I'm just working through them as best I can. We do have a new camera, okay? I don't know what's going on with the color on Patreon. I look really yellow. Oh, God. Sorry. Yeah, I look really yellow on Patreon. Don't know what to do about that. But like I look my normal self elsewhere. But yeah, the new lens, it's a little close. It's a little close. And you guys know I love a close up. I hate a full body shot because it's like then it's almost like we're in real life. And like you guys are too close, you know what I mean? You just need my thoughts, and my thoughts are around here somewhere, you don't need all this. You know what I mean? Anyways. I realize this is being recorded now, but either way, it's a close up and it's really close, and I love a close up, but this is pretty close. You know what I mean? We're still figuring things out. In other words, let me see. Any news before we get started? Because a few people have kind of trickled in. Let's see. Book Club, Peter Pan. We'll be reading that at the end of April. What is that, the 28th or the 29th, I think? Um, I have some news, a bit of news. So we're going to be wrapping up Metal and Magic. I'm serializing that, you guys know. If you're either at Midnight Library, that's like a $5 tier, right? Then you have access to all the serialized post of Metal and Magic, which is a fantasy, an epic fantasy. Okay. Now, I've been messing around with so many different projects for so long, and I write scenes. Anyways, the point I'm getting into this. Once Metal and Magic has concluded, I'm going to start serializing Willow Blackheart and the Lost Boys, and that's a Peter Pan, Pinocchio, and Wizard of Oz retelling. It's a Tiger Lily essentially focused retelling of a Caribbean American, culturally speaking. And so we're going to be looking at masculine archetypes. I showcase a lot of those things and that particular one. And then the second, which I haven't really written yet, but that one's where we focus on all the girls, what happened to them. And we just take a look at some of the fairy tales that center around like Cinderella, Snow White, Beauty and the Beast. And you'll be surprised. It's a twist of how that all wraps into Metal and Magic. I guarantee you don't see it coming. But it should be fun and an interesting ride. So hop over on the Midnight Scholar Library so you can read along. Honestly, it's probably, this is my magnum opus. I just know it. I'm having so much fun as it all comes together. I had freaked out about 5 years ago, 6 years ago now, because I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I just knew that I needed to get into it. And I walked into the unknown, and now I'm walking out with so much cool stuff that's really accumulated here in the last little bit. And so I'm excited to share all of that. But yeah, Peter Pan, Wizard of Oz, we're going to go over that while we study the masculine archetypes. I actually have some of the books right here. Well, as we look at the masculine archetypes in this. Now, I do want to mention to everybody, because we talked about it book club last week, how Robert Moore didn't really give us, and Gillette didn't really give us a lot. Okay, they didn't really give us a lot to work with because it's still draped in patriarchy. It's written in the 90s by two white men who were desperately trying to figure out, right? Oh my God, the mic's over here. They're desperately trying to figure out this initiation and masculine archetypes and stuff like that because the West is kind of defunct when it comes to spirituality. And this book right here that I've been reading, oh my God, Of Water and Spirit. Okay, Of Water and Spirit by Malidoma Patrice Sommet. He is he had to go through the initiation process. He's West African, and he talks about his life living between two worlds, the West and the indigenous world, and what it is like growing up under colonization and also having to essentially ferry information between two worlds, the kind of homelessness that kind of leaves one with. And I can relate to it. There's a restlessness that I used to sit with an awful lot because it's like, where can I settle down? Like, where can I just sit and exist in a little village and become, like a little NPC and not have to think too much about life? And the answer for me was never, that was never that going to be that easy. It's like, no, you got to live in both worlds, my girl. You got to do something totally different than what you're used to. And so this one has given me so much language for what culturally I practice all the time and what I was raised on, right? But I'm Caribbean American, and I grew up in Orlando, Florida. Okay, I was born in Europe, moved over to Florida. I moved after I turned 18 over to the West Coast to do college, and then I moved to Japan for a little while, and I worked for the government there. And then I came back to America for sure. But like in all of that, I grew up very much not necessarily under colonial America. I grew up under Caribbean culture and Caribbean matriarch, which is very much West African. We're all, I shouldn't say we were all, but my people, we West African and indigenous and stuff like that. So this one has given so much language that I love and history and just like practical grounded. Okay. You guys know I have lots of feelings about new age spirituality because none of it's grounded in anything real. It's always kind of missing depth. Okay. And that's because it's born out of a place that is from here, right? We're trying to figure out like, what is it that we're missing? And we'll I mean, it's still here. It's right here on Earth. We didn't go anywhere. We're right here. In fact, I'm right here. I'm right here. We didn't go anywhere. We're still here. It's just now um my journey has led me to an interesting place. So yeah, so we're going to be looking at that and then going over Peter Pan. The reason why I have Pinocchio here is because I just wanted to mention with Willow, Blackheart, and Lost Boys, it's a Pinocchio retelling, and Pinocchio is an Italian children's fairy tale. It's not for children really though, is it? It's just kind of like an Italian retelling of a boy who is not a boy, he is a wooden puppet. So like, what does that mean, right? And we're not going to be reading this for book club, but when you look at what's going on in the spirit of the West, and then you look at things like the archetypes and how what the archetypes are and the masculine archetypes that are missing, right? The lack of integration between feminine and masculine. And then you look at cultures that have documented, right? I'm laughing because there's so much. This is like kinship. Anyways, it's such a great book. I'm really gonna recommend it up and down, and we might end up doing it for book club at some point in time. Actually, Clarissa Estes, Women Who Run with Wolves, said. Some's vision encompasses two worlds and weaves the lessons of both into a fine tapestry. And I agree. I agree. This is Women Who Run with Wolves. You guys know we love her over here. And so Pinocchio asks us to look at the Italian boy, okay? And he's made of wood. What does that mean? He is made of earth, but he's not dynamic, right? He's not able to truly integrate into the society that's around him. And he lacks the water element, emotion, right? Emotional literacy and all that kind of stuff. And so when we look at Pinocchio, which again, we won't be reading this one, but if you do it on your own, um, in my retelling, Pinocchio comes to the Caribbean. And who is that? Christopher Columbus, anybody? You know what I mean? I mean, this was written way before Christopher, or way after Christopher Columbus. When was Pinocchio? Oh my God, I can't stand these copies because they don't list the original publishing date, just the one because it's an interactive. It's book art. You know, I love book art. Let me look really quick, guys. Pinocchio publishing date. I think it's like the 1800s or early 1900s. Let me see. 1883. Pinocchio is 1883, right? So, right before maybe about 30, 40 years before Barry's Peter Pan, where we have another boy who's not quite ready to grow up. We have Peter Pan who wants to, or Pinocchio who wants to, but Peter Pan who's not quite ready. And then The Wizard of Oz was written around the same time period of 1911. I think it was 1913. Let me see, Wizard of Oz. Okay, 1900s, exactly. May 17th, 1900. So right there. So anyways, so we have these stories about, well, the Wizard of Oz doesn't feature boys, but there's the wizard who's not really a wizard, right? He's a man wearing false robes. So there's so much, oh man, it's so rich, so much rich tapestry. But I absolutely love it. You guys know how I dive into stuff, but it made me laugh because I wrote Willow back in 2021 in the summer, I think, or October to November. It was a crazy month. But I wrote Willow back then, and I had no idea that I was digging out all of these threads and stuff like that until just now. And so it's been like a wonderful gift. And so, yeah, I'm going to serialize it. You guys can read it. We'll start soon. Metal and Magic will be done not too long. We have a few more weeks. Where I'll wrap that up. I haven't been posting as many of the chapters, but I'm gonna get back into that. So I think that's like as far as like updates, like housekeeping stuff. Let's talk about current events. Oh my goodness. I mean, I just told you guys like a huge thing for me, right? As far as a creative project, I'm flying. Okay, the year of the fire horse has gotten me, guys. Okay, oh my God, I was just thinking about how Pinocchio can't lie without a visible sign, the internal surveillance that is required for European patriarchy. Yes, lying is a form of creation that allows for a certain kind of mobility socially. Yes, and he's inhibited from that, right? Like he can't lie, like he's unable to participate socially. That's true, and he's somebody who does like, well, he does lie all the time. It's just really obvious when he does. So he's just not good at it. And he thinks that that's what's wrong with him and society, is that he's not good at it. And I mean, like society in Pinocchio is fucked up anyways. Like everyone is a predator for children. There is no safe place in Pinocchio. Okay. And I kind of made a point of that in Willow and the Black Heart. Oh man. Ah man, I'm thinking of scenes and it's made me laugh. But anyways, yeah, so much with that. So that's such a good point with Pinocchio is, yeah, the lying aspect. There's so much. See, again, like I keep reminding people over on TikTok. Well, you guys know, like I made the playlist of Peter Pan, and people are really shocked. Like, wait, it's just a children's story. I think you're reading too much into it. And I have to keep reminding people, like, no, that's not how that works. Like, these were never meant to be children's stories. These are fairy tales. Don't you know that fairy tales aren't for children? They're for initiation into adulthood. They're not for children. They're for telling. Children can hear these stories because by the time you start hearing the story, it's because you are a child, but you're a child who's undergoing initiation into adulthood. So that's why it appears to be for children, but it's a vehicle. And as the whimsy fades away, you start to see. Here's reality. Call it what you want. Call it what you need. Right? But like, you start to see reality, and reality is grim, grim fairy tales, right? It's not for children. The whimsy, and I keep telling people the reason why you find these things whimsical is ignorance is bliss. It appears magic, the transformation magic, this magic, right? And then obviously you get the 21st century where Disney, where neoliberalism and capitalism takes over. And so now it becomes a commodity. And so a commodity can't be grim. Nobody wants to buy something that's going to make them feel sad. You need to make them feel happy about it. So now now here comes Pinocchio again, right? Here comes the lie that's sold, the truth covered in a truth that's sold along with a lie. And that's how you get the like indoctrination, like the Disney adult, like and the Disney adult, I'm meaning the inappropriate adults that go to Disney and refuse to let go of their childhood, not adults who enjoy theme parks. Those are two totally different people. Disney adults are a problem. Everybody thinks they're a problem. Everybody who goes to Disney thinks that Disney adults are a problem. Some of them wear inappropriate clothing, right? Because, well, I'm an adult and this is my fun place and I also enjoy my sexuality. And it's like, well, modesty has nothing to do with religious values and everything to do with how you impact those around you who aren't ready for sexuality. So you're going to a place that's heavily built for children, right? Like this is a theme park where the whimsy is emphasized rather than the reality. And because of that, the children come here so that they can learn about these fairy tales in a way that's not traumatizing at first, and then eventually they'll learn about them, and the truth and the layers come about as they get older. And that's why I say as people get older, I tell people all the time when they're like, what, I didn't read this when I was a kid. And I'm like, yeah, you should reread it as an adult. That's kind of what this stuff is for. You reread it. They're short enough, right? I mean, they look thick when I have them. This one looks huge. This is Peter Pan. It's not this big. It's really not. Peter Pan is probably a smaller book than this and just as short as something like this, maybe even shorter, because like, mine has like illustrative elements to it, right? So there's extra pages and shit. No, my bookmark, which is a tarot card. I'll show you guys. Came out, so death card. In my head, in my heart. Anyway, so the death card. So yeah, so it's not even that big. These are generally very short, and you're supposed to go over them over and over because it's an onion. It peels the layers as you gain more experience in life, and as you spend more time navigating presently in life, you gain more information, right? And that information, oh, there you guys are. The information is something that you that enlightens you than the next reading over and over and over again. And sometimes even the things that are grim aren't actually grim. Like sometimes you can be living the fairy tale and you can identify who is the Peter Pan in your life, and that's a person, and that's a really fucked up situation for you. And then sometimes you identify the Peter Pan in your life and it's not a person, it's an object that you refuse to let go of, or it's a habit, right? And that's not as terrifying. That's not as bad. And in fact, it's really helpful to have such a story to help you identify quickly something that may be a nuisance in your life, right? And so that's that's the service of fairy tales. These were always done in salons with like women and queer people because that was the safe space. These weren't things that you talked about or shared outside of this safe space. It's kind of like how erotica and smut used to be read in safe spaces, and then like people people started doing it in public and in public spaces, and then they confused their covert public experience with it being socially like welcomed. And it's not about it being acceptable or not. I can't believe but it has not been 30 minutes. Why would you cut off that soon? Anyways, you guys know I'm dealing with the things. But it's not public, like it's not about whether it's acceptable that you read material or not. It's about whether it's welcomed in certain spaces, because when we read certain materials, when we wear certain things, or when we participate, we're inviting energies into a space, and it's important to get the consent of others if you're going to do it in a space where there are other people. And people oftentimes confuse modesty with like policing people's bodies because they conflate capricious habits that people have, that the I'm going to blackmail, not blackmail, but I'm gonna socially pressure you or socially make you feel weird, or blah 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 blah, hot and cold, hot and cold. I'm gonna utilize this rule against you but not against this person. That's capricious behavior, right? You don't know whether this rule really applies or doesn't, because some people have to follow it but some people don't. People confuse that and arbitrary, which is rules that are for some or here because no one wants to think about it, with actual values. Like, what is the true function of this? And when I was a kid, I used to question that all the time. That was one of the first lessons that I learned. And when I was a kid, it was maybe about middle school, but I really applied this in high school. Because I was around adults all the time, and adults are oftentimes trying to grab authority from children. So I always asked myself, are they asking me something that's rooted in logic and reason? Or is this capricious, hot and cold? They have some rules for some, but not for others. Or is it arbitrary? Meaning they didn't want to take the time out to actually think things through. So they made a blanket rule and then went, that's the rule. But it's not the rule. This is your laziness. No, that's just the rule. No, you should just be honest. It's a rule because you don't want to do all these other things, and that's okay. But you can't say that this is the way the world works when it's just the way you're working right now, right? Like, it's important that we communicate those things. And I always try to make sure I communicate those things with my kids, at least for funny conversations. Sometimes I'm like, no, you're doing this because I don't want to. And it's like, well, I just don't want to. Because, like, maybe it's their thing. And normally I would do it if I have free time, but I don't have free time right now. And I don't want to do something and I don't have free time. And it's something you can do for yourself, right? Like, but that needs to be communicated. You just don't stop one day because, well, it's your thing, and throw a fit because you're overwhelmed and overtaxed. It's like those things have to be thought about and communicated, and oftentimes they're not. So that's one of the lessons that I learned early in childhood. Well, at least I had the benefit of, my mom told me quickly, like, just know exactly if you're going to break a rule, it better be because you know something better, not because you just didn't want to do this thing. In other words, don't cause problems necessary. Like, you can break rules, and that creates new solutions, and that freaks people out too. You get lots of people who are jealous at you if you know how to break rules and be praised for it. That's me. Oh man, I used to piss people off all the time. How come she gets to break the rule? Because she didn't really break the rule. She kind of reinvented the thing and proposed it and did all these things. And it's like, yeah, I put in a lot of work to make something go my way. There, I did the work for that it could go my way so that I could have something that I wanted. And that's such a benefit, you know what I mean? Because when you're doing labor, it should always be for your benefit. Okay, it should always be for your benefit, for your joy. And when it impacts others in a positive and a great way, then that's the cherry on top. That's the absolute cherry on top. Is not only were you able to follow your joy, but look at how your joy impacted others, right? And sometimes it impacts other people in negative ways, sure, but you should be discerning about that, right? Sometimes you impact people negatively, and that's a good thing. Okay, if I'm pissing somebody off and they're sitting in their insecurities burning and burning and burning, I'm not about to sit here and be like, oh man, I really shouldn't have been myself and stood up and said what I said and answered questions that people asked me, or took up time that somebody handed me a mic and I really should have just said, uh-huh, and passed it on. I shouldn't have spoke my mind, because now that I did, other people feel like, they're not as good at what they do, or X, Y, and Z, or they didn't come up with that. No, fuck that. Those people have insecurities they need to fucking deal with. So, yeah, that's positive in my fucking book. Like, there we go. You know what I mean? It's a mindset, right? So, I just want to say, well, why did I bring all that up? What was the thread there? For Elise is playing in my mind. Abundance. For Elise cover. I should be more specific. But what was it? What was I bringing up? Oh, you know what, y'all? Let me turn this off because I can't see the comments on TikTok at all. And I'll turn that on when we get to the FAQ. And by the way, everybody who is on Patreon, feel free to watch on TikTok for your enjoyment, right? Because I won't be able to turn on the PDF, which I need to give to you guys real quick. Play me like the name's for release. I don't know how that goes. Fauza. I think that's her name, Fauza. Fauzia. She has such a beautiful voice. I'm going to go ahead and drop the PDF that, we do in the chat real quick. I'll dance, I'll dance. I'll dance, it's a good time. Na, na, na. What is this? No. What are you? What is that even? No. I was about to paste my law notes in here. Oh my god, if it goes through, I'm so sorry, everybody. Just ignore it. It's it's a project I'm doing for business law. I don't even know how that got in there. Okay, let me put this. Why would it do that? Okay. Copy link to post. There we go. Maybe it's not Patreon. Maybe it's me. Because look. There you go. Okay, so that PDF is up there. It's not going to be on the screen. However, remember, as usual, when I go through the I record it separately when we do the FAQ, so you can watch it over in the section when those post the same day that we post this live. So in case you want to watch it along with the question and me looking at the PDF, I think I can still rig that. But if not, right? Oh, maybe I can't. Oh, I'm so. Maybe I can. We'll see. But if you are watching live, TikTok is a great place to watch right now because for some reason everything functions there, but it is not functioning on the Patreon. And okay. So where was I? Let me go back to my original spot. Okay, there we go. So yes, current events. Well, I was talking about discernment and stuff like that, right? And knowing why there are certain rules are in place and things like that. So whenever you're navigating any type of system, any type of place, you navigate it with what's in your benefit. Okay. If it doesn't benefit you, then toss out the window. It's just the same thing. I get emails all the time in my inbox, all the time for stuff. And I don't respond to things that look like work. And if it looks like it's easy, it's something I like, and it seems, and I'm excited by it, boom, I respond. And lo and behold, it's always something that seems to benefit. Like, it's always something that's perfect for me. You get what I mean? So don't take what's first. Braiding sweetgrass. Never take what's first. Indigenous wisdom for the fucking win. Never take the first offering. I know when you're in a situation, and trust me, I have been in situations that feel dire, okay? Responsibilities up here. You know how you can't even see what's up here? Yeah, responsibilities up the gang. I'll cut you off. I'll cut you off. Oh, by the way, this song, I love it. Who sings this? Chinchilla. I love this bitch. Let me see. It's called Cut You Off. I'll cut you off. I blocked your number and I'll cut you off. I stole your thunder, let it rain, and all my life like confetti. Don't call me, don't text me, don't warn you, don't test me. Ah. She's so good. I love her shit. She's crazy. And she British. I love it, a vibe. Okay, Chinchilla, you hear me out there in the universe? Thank you. I love you. Good vibes. Good vibes. Anytime somebody mentions a machete, I always enter the chat. But anyways, you know what? That's also, she's a really good example, Chinchilla, of somebody who brings all the energy. I, discovered her on TikTok, just scrolling, and the energy is, So, I just, that I swear to God that's in here somewhere in the message. But when I say things like, don't take what the first offering, learn how to say no, check your fucking boundaries, right? Obviously, we're going to be talking about this. Guys, it works. It works. Your life increasingly gets to a place where things just arrive. Things just arrive. You don't have to go out. The only thing you have to do is redirect your energy and allow. You know what? And I said this to my kid. I have a surprise coming in the mail for him, right? Something we're going to do outside and stuff this spring that he's been really wanting to do. And I found a really cool, like, way for us to do it, really easy, this, that, and the other. And so I have something coming in the mail, and it's going to come in a few days. So I told him, my mom used to do this and used to drive me crazy. I was like, it's terrible. You should never do this to people. But I see the rhyme to the reason. I told him, I was like, oh, there's a surprise coming for you. I got it for both of us. And he's like, what is it? And I was like, I'll give you a hint. We can use it outside. Anyways, I gotta go to class now. Bye. And he's like, that's not what? And I was like, yeah, that's it. That's you gotta wait. And then, I was laughing with my husband. I was like, yeah, I'm over there torturing him. And I was like, but you know what? It teaches patience. There's something great coming for you. Like, you might not know what it is, but that doesn't mean that it's not great. And also, when you don't know what it is, do you need to go straight into disappointment? I used to, like, okay, I used to be really great at manifesting when I was a kid, and then I had kids. And when you have kids, it changes your brain chemistry because now you're responsible for another life, and you can't just say, "Well, we'll see what happens." Balls to the balls to the wall. Like YOLO, you only live once, and all that kind of shit. Before Drake got a hold of that, was a vibe. As soon as he started saying it, I was like, now I need to be responsible. If he's saying YOLO, oh no, I don't know if I feel that vibe anymore. Which historically speaking, I think I was right about that man. I was right about that light man with the fade. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Drink turned out to be a mess. So I knew him back on Degrassi when he was Jimmy. Mm-hmm. Anyways, but no, the whole point is like, when you have kids, or when your brain chemistry changes, when you feel like you can't take risk like you used to, that means you're in survival mode of some sort. If you have kids, you're in survival mode, especially between years 0 to 2, because you need to make sure that they survive. It changes your energy, your chemistry, and so manifesting became a tinge harder. And then I had kid number 2. And it went from a tinge harder to real difficult because I really have things I need to take into account. Like, I can't just manifest willy-nilly like I used to and be like, whatever happens happens, because sometimes crazy shit just happens. Things fall through, this, that, and the other, and you have to be okay. When you're young, you're just okay with however it comes out, but when you get older, you realize that there are many different things that can happen that you don't see coming, and you can't play with other people's lives like you can play with your own. But okay, that's this first step in maturity, is learning how to refine that manifestation machine. That's all you're doing. Okay, so if you're anywhere between 18 to 25 and you manifest like crazy and you can get what you want, this, that, and the other, great. When you hit about 25 to 30, your life's going to change. Something's going to enter it. Whatever it is going to make you a little bit less risk. It's going to make you a little risk averse. The thing is that this is the invitation to refine. This is the invitation into the adulthood in which you gather the maturity to be able to co-create with the universe. Before, you were just putting in orders like a little kid and somebody else's purse was paying for everything. But now you have to have a little bit of responsibility, because the purse strings, they come with strings. Okay. And so that's, you guys know that that's kind of the whole conversation that we have here all the time, right? About manifestation, spirituality, is the refinement of these systems. What tools are there? How do you use these tools? How are you using these tools? Okay? Get a hold of that. And then, can you refine? Can you change just one little thing, just something, and see how it goes? Okay? And then when you find it fun to just change one thing and see what comes up, that's when you'll know that you've arrived. Okay? When you just put something out there and you can just let it show up. You know it's coming. It's inevitable. It's funny. I had an order. We did like a DoorDash order for some cough drops and stuff like that, because my oldest, his throat was feeling funny. And they brought it over. It was an inconvenience because, like, anyways, the point, they brought it, but they delivered it to the wrong place. So I was like, what the hell? Now I have to go. I said it. I have to go on a goose chase, right? So I leave my place to go on a goose chase to find my stuff. And my original thought, I thought it has to be here. And then I thought, well, as I start walking over there, and then I did a total beeline and started out somewhere else. I was like, well, maybe not. Let me start over here. And so I went from this place to this place to this place. I went into a entire circle. And guess where the last place I went and where I found it? The initial place that I thought. And sometimes we think, oh my God, and this was, I'm telling you all, I caught it in the moment and I was like, ooh, I got to share this. My initial thought was, oh my goodness, if only I had just, as it wasn't in the place that, as I had my first failure, I thought, wouldn't it be funny if it's in the place that I thought it was? And now that is literally the last stop because of the way that I chose to go. It's better to go in this direction than to just go to the other thing. So I said, would it be funny if it was there? And I said, now I'm about to go and I have to go up and down and all over these places and it's over there. And I thought, well, one, okay, great exercise, so it's not that big of a deal. And two, what if we take this from a scientific angle rather than from a frustration angle? Because how many of us get frustrated immediately and go, oh my God, why didn't I trust my intuition? Why didn't I trust myself the first time? Stop jumping to that place, please. You don't need to parent yourself or anything. Just have fun with the mistake and see what you find out. And you know what I learned? I learned that whenever you set a point that this is where you will end and you're going to look at everything until you get there, especially when you don't know where something is. I don't know where, you don't know which hand my thing is. Pick one and start there. And you know that no matter what, inevitably, whatever you're looking for, you will find it, either when you get to the last location that you have to look or along the way. That's what I had. I mean, such a simple lesson, going to find some cough drops and some cans of Coke. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like rocket science or anything. But the point is that when you have that attitude about life, it shifts how you experience it, right? So instead of being frustrated that someone dropped off my stuff in the wrong place, I don't need to be frustrated with somebody who's probably going through it because, listen, times are like rough right now. Everybody's probably dealing with something, right? Instead of feeling frustrated, I turned it into a game and I learned an interesting little wisdom, right, about how you search for things that you otherwise don't know where they are. Pick a place and then go and look everywhere, knowing for sure that the inevitable is it is yours and you will find it because you are actively looking for it. And what you're looking for is also looking for you. One. And then two, either it is the last place that you find that you look, right? The thing that you're looking for is in the last place you find, or you find it along the way. Either way, aren't you set? And then that shifts, it sets your nervous system. And now you can even experience inconveniences in a positive way. And that's what I'm saying. That's the mental fortitude. Okay. A lot of people used to tell me, I don't have as strong mental fortitude as you. Yes, everybody doesn't necessarily have the strong mental fortitude as me, but that doesn't mean that you can't practice. Just like when my kids come up and they say, oh, I can't do this. Oh, that's good. So the night now is practice. We always are looking for times to practice the skills and the tools that we have so that we can get better. It's like wanting to become more flexible, but you don't like to practice stretching. It's like wanting to become better at a sport, but you don't like to actually play it. You just want to sit and think about all the ways in which you can get better. I have all this knowledge of how I can get better, but I refuse to practice. And then oftentimes you'll do that to a point where your opportunity to practice gets really sorry, I got a text message come through, but your opportunity to practice becomes slim, slim, slim. Like your life turns into something where like physically doing the practice becomes something that you have to actively include and insert into your life in a way that feels counterintuitive because you've completely pushed it out. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to get into that place where you have to do something that feels so counterintuitively because you refuse to practice, and so practicing feels legitimately like a 180 from the life that you're living. And that could be practicing something like, oh, you know what, for me, oh Jesus, I had to call a dentist. Now, granted, my husband, he looked up them all for me, and then he came up with a list, and I just went down the list calling to make an appointment. By the third one, okay, the third place, first one was shisty. They were scamming. It was crazy. I just asked a few questions, heard everything I needed to hear. The second one turned out they were only for dentures or something like that. So it was like for old people or something. And then the third one, I don't know. They had some automated thing going. It was another thing. Okay, I almost cried. I almost cried. I was like, I looked at my husband. I was like, maybe I can just put some weird stuff. I was like, maybe I don't need checkups. Maybe I can just do some weird elixir. You know, the magical elixir. It'll do the trick, sir. You know, like from Sweeney Todd. I can just go find some strange man. You know, like the people that do the gum and they're like, you'll never have to brush your teeth again. You just chew this gum. You know, I was sad and depressed and I was like, maybe that's it. And he's like, no, just call this number. And then the fourth one, it worked like a charm, right? Everybody else is booked out. It was a mess. And I was like, oh, and it was so frustrating. This is something I don't like doing. Okay. I don't like having to make calls, talk to people, set up appointments. Why? Because most of the time, there's so many businesses that are being run like inappropriately. Most people don't know what they're doing. And then you're trusting someone with a service, especially when it comes to body care. Okay. I'm a Black woman. I don't trust too many people to even know how to properly care for like any human body, let alone mine. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Okay, because like not just from hearing horror stories, but just from interacting with people and being like, oh, so you're actually not too literate in the job that you do. How'd you get this job? But you can't ask people that. They get defensive and they start thinking that, you're an asshole. So, I just, it's like, it's one of those things that I don't enjoy. However, the opportunity to practice. Do I want the opportunity in the moment where calling feels like an awful lot? Or do I want the moment where teeth are falling out? That's the question. And I feel like I feel like that's something that evades people in those moments when there's an opportunity to practice and they bypass it. There's an opportunity to post it, but you don't. There's an opportunity to sing it, but you don't. There's an opportunity to dance, but you don't. There's an opportunity to say what you mean, but you don't. There's an opportunity. But then when you don't, okay, it's not going to be, oh, I'm just sad because I don't like making phone calls and like having to ask people, do you have an appointment? Do you have anything in the next like month? How about two? I don't feel like doing all of that. Okay. Well, either you do that or you call like, can you fit me in? I don't have teeth because your teeth have fallen out. It's one or two. I know that sounds extreme, but that's how nature works. Okay? It gets extreme. When you condition yourself not to do something, you also condition yourself to deal with all of the issues that come with not doing something until it becomes too much and something must be done. So I know I say that about the teeth and stuff like that to be like, slight, not even facetious. It's real, right? Hold on, let me get a drink. I'm trying out a new flavor of electrolyte. Y'all know I get so dehydrated when I'm talking, especially if I end up talking for hours. I'm not going to do, and I'm not going to show you guys. They have to pay me for that. But, oh man, I love it. It's a Mexican company for hydration drinks, and theirs is based off of, I dare you to go do your research. Instead of drinking those sports drinks that are geared towards athletes, drink hydration drinks from people who build them in the climates where people are dehydrated all the time and they need quick hydration, because the science that they used off of this was from the World Health Organization rather than from studying athletes. And I'm telling you, when I was in Mexico, I would drink this anytime we were walking. It was hot and shit like that. Every time, bruh. I saw them at 7-Eleven. I'm like, hand me an electrolyte. And it was like, it just hydrates you immediately. It's great. It's great. So I do recommend it, even though I said I wouldn't say anything because, I'd be careful, you can just be giving out free advertisement. But no, yeah, it's delicious. So I'm trying a new flavor. So anybody who's dealing with hydration and stuff like that, electrolyte. Now, that being said, they're new and breaking into the American market. They just kind of went global, so you're not going to be able to find it everywhere. But I think you can find them at Walmarts and stuff like that. I know that they're building a factory out in Waco, Texas. So. And some regular water with chlorophyll and lemon juice. I call it swamp water. That's what my kids call it. Anyways, so yeah, I just wanted to say all that. What was I saying? Because I took a moment to take a drink. Oh yeah. So creativity, right? Like your creativity is the same way. That's what I was gonna insert and mention is like you have to practice it. Okay. You have to practice doing the things that you want in life, and it compounds. Just like if you don't practice it, it compounds negatively. If you do practice just a little bit, it compounds positively. Tons amounts. I'm telling you, your life gets to a point where everything just works. Okay. I mean, maybe not the live functions on Patreon. I can't get that to work for some reason. Not seamlessly the way that I want it to, but eventually it will. Um, but everything else, yeah, yeah. Whatever you need, like what you need to sustain you will arrive and just the right and proper manner. But are you calm enough to receive it, right? So, with that being said, we're going to hop into. I'm going to open up our FAQ section and start going through some of those. I'm a woman. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, this song's kind of sad, but it's a good one. Because I'm a woman. Fucking brave, strong woman. And I'll be damned if I let another ruin how I walk, how I talk, how I do it. Broken for a moment, I've been through it. Is that Ray? Mm-hmm. Dang, she always knows what to say. Let me see. I need one last thing, and that is to open this document. Oh my god, did I finally figure it the fuck out? Yes, I did. Let me go here. Let me open it up here really quick, so that way we can get the recording started on our FAQ section. Y'all, I'm kind of tired. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna hold y'all. I'm a little sleepy. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to fucking mention it. Who's gonna ice cream man? Oh man, that line is fucking insane. Let me tell you, I gotta read it to y'all. Coming like the ice cream man till I felt his ice cold hands. Oh my god, she's fucking crazy. Who wrote this? Was it Ray? I think it was. Jesus Christ. Let me see. Let me scroll all the way down the bottom. Oh yeah. I don't know. They don't tell me who wrote the song. But anyways, Ray's amazing. Okay, so I can start recording this, but before I do, I want to mention the astrology. That was the last thing I needed to mention. I do not have an outline since we're doing these FAQs, and sometimes it takes me a moment to be like, did I cover everything? Okay, let me close out these tabs really quick so that I can close. Yes. Okay. Keep that open. Close. I think we're good, everybody. Okay, good. Astrology. Oh, this month, Mercury is entering Aries. We've got Mars. We've got Neptune. So Mercury's about to go conjunct, or has Mercury already conjunct Neptune? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Mercury's hitting up Neptune. Mars I think, is in between Neptune and Saturn right now. I can't tell because I can't look at my phone. Oh, there's a part of this song that I would have changed, though. This Ray song. She needs to go up an octave. Like, this is a song, it requires that, it requires, like, the release. And there's a full release in it. But other than that, it's a beautiful song. So let me see. I don't have anything I can look at right now that shows us the chart. Yes, I do. I have time passage on my computer. I want to be accurate as I tell you guys, trial demo. Just open it. Just open it. Nobody's asking for all that. Just open it. And who the fuck is Edgar? Is this today? This is not today. Okay. Interpretations, transit for new. No. We just want the right now. Display transits. No. Display the right now. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I never use Time Nomad. No, Time Passages on my computer, and new transit date. Let's just do, okay, there we go. What is today? 11. What you want, call it what you need. There's a glitch in this reality. Let's see. Now it's up to me to just keep what was broken to the there we go. 6 p.m. There we go. Okay. Oh, I could have just hit now. That's fucking Brilliant. Okay, there we go. So Mars is currently what? In Pisces? That's a fucking lie. Who are you, bitch? Oh no, Mars is in Aries. What is Mercury doing? Why are they overlapping? Why would you show me it like this? Time passages. See, this is why I can't stand this. This is ghetto. Oh, I just had to open the box up bigger. Sorry, guys. Let me stop yelling at them. I'm sorry, Time Passages. You are a swell program. You just require a little bit more thought than I like to give in situations like this. I feel like I should be able to open this up and it's just at the current day transit. You know what I mean? But I have the trial demo, so I'm not going to complain. Now, Mercury is moving into Mars. Okay, everybody. Soon. I feel like it should have already. Why hasn't it? Somebody did. Oh, you know what it was? It was Mars. So Mars moved into Aries yesterday or something like that. So it's going to be conjunct Neptune in a little bit, and then Mercury's moving into into Aries soon, and that's going to be conjunct Neptune in a little bit, and then they're both going to be in between Saturn and Neptune for a little bit, until Mercury takes off, and then Mars is still there, and we have the Sun still and Chiron in Aries. I'm sure there's some other minor bodies in Aries at the moment, but I think like I can't remember, Eris maybe. Sorry, I'll have to get some good swigs in. I think Eris might be in Aries still. But I can't tell, and I don't know how to turn on smaller minor bodies on here. Whatever. Okay. Let's talk about the practicality of that. Okay. So I gave you guys the basics. Their planets are moving and there's going to be a whole shit ton of them in Aries. What does that mean for you? A lot of fucking energy. I don't know if you guys have felt it already, but if you feel like you just have to get up and go do stuff, you just feel like you got something to do, you just feel like you need to, I need you to make sure that your time is your own. Saturn, Mercury, and Mars. Mercury and Saturn really do pattern out time. Okay, they're like time lords. Saturn is the time lord as far as structure, but Mercury is the time lord as far as timing. Okay, like how things move in time. That's Mercury. And so those two, especially when it comes into Aries and Mars is there, this is impulse. But remember, Neptune's here. It's all a fucking illusion. None of that's real. That's why I talked an awful lot at the last end of last year, middle to last year. I actually maybe all of last year. I was telling you all about urgency and getting that constant urgency under control. That's probably going to be I don't know what we're going to talk about. Do I have my cards? Oh, yeah, here they are. I don't know what we're going to talk about today with the FAQ. Sometimes people have urgency issues that they're dealing with, sometimes not. But timing and urgency is a common issue when it comes to consciousness because it can make you unconscious quickly. Okay? If you feel at all like you don't have control over your own time, somebody else has control over your time, meaning you when you wake up you go straight into a to-do list. When you wake up, you know that you need to talk to this person, or you get an email and you need to respond to it because this person expects a reply, right? Like you're operating off of somebody else's time rather than your own. Do you have the time to respond to it right now? If you have to stop everything that you're doing in your life to respond to an email, did you have the time to respond to it? Sometimes and this happens, right? Sometimes you're either raised by someone who's like this, or you do this, or you know someone who's like this, where when when it comes to personal people, personal like intimate relationships, like let's say you're in a conversation with someone like a family member, a significant other, and then they get an email or they get something from someone else that they don't like a boss or a message from someone they work with, right? And then they have to stop, you have to stop everything you're doing, everything you're saying, this, that, and the other, so that they can respond to that person. Because they know that if they don't respond quickly, this person's going to throw a hissy fit and this, that, and the other, right? And you're like, well, damn. I mean, we're in the middle of dinner, but sure. Like, damn, I was in the middle of telling you something and you're stopping me so you can talk to someone you hate. That's crazy, but by all means. You know what I mean? Like, that's the energy. That's the energy of not owning your own time, when literally somebody else can stop you with a notification. How many people have issues with social media with notifications? Oh my God. How do people handle all of these? Oh, I just can't be on social media at all. Yeah, there's timing, right? You should be able to, I shouldn't say should. Uh, it is possible, right? For you to be in alignment with your life, to have access to technology, to all sorts of things, and always arrive at things on your time. Meaning, when you respond, it's on your time, when you are available to. Do you know what that looks like truly? Do you know when you're being invited by your own energy to do something versus you're asking, telling, or pushing yourself to, right? Like I had some issues with that. Oh my goodness. I think I made a video, but I don't know if it posted because sometimes, things get lost in the, I turn to close off the app, or maybe I posted this on the wrong channel. And sometimes, I'm like, oh, here's an idea, and I post it. And then it turns out I'm on one of my different channels. And I'm like, oh God, I didn't mean to post it here. And then I don't feel like posting it and figuring out how to move it over. So I just say, fuck it. But, but the thing is like I mentioned this, and it was like, I had to redo my oldest's science curriculum. And I figured out, like, he's moving from like elementary to middle school science. And so for me, I have to figure out introduction to chemistry, biology, physics, geology, astro science, right? We need to figure out how are we going to introduce these things again, but from a deepened lens, right? And over the summer, my husband had come up with something really brilliant, I thought. And it was, have a textbook that anchors the theory, because we've been talking about that an awful lot, and then have, instructional text, right? That's like a textbook that teaches you the vocabulary and things that you need. And then obviously activities and stuff like that that help you practice, right? Science is pretty well built when it comes to instructional material and labs. Like everybody knows that that's part of science. But what about theory, books of theory? So, like right now I was, picking up all of those, one for chemistry, biology, all these different things, so that I have everything that I need. And I did all of that in an afternoon. And I did like maybe a week's worth of research in an afternoon. Granted, when you have AI that helps you condense things really fast, I can say, this is what I'm looking for. These are the examples that I'd like. This is what I want. Give me a list of books so that I can go through those, look and see who's the best for what I need and what I'm doing. I also want some really good textbook. Who's pretty tried and true? What did this person say about this, right? When you have AI, you can kind of like condense in a lot of that stuff. So technology can help you. But when technology helps you or it doesn't help you, either way, you're using an awful lot of your cognitive ability, right? And if your technology uses it or helps you, you're using it all in a really short period of time. Either way, I did all that in an afternoon, and I had been working on that for quite some time anyways, but I finished it. And then the next day I was like, okay, I guess I could just start tomorrow because the book's going to be here tomorrow, and this, that, I had just immediately went from building out an entire curriculum to saying, okay, let's start working on it. And then the next day came and I just was like, oh, I don't think I have the brain capacity to introduce a book theory. What is this called even? A book. That's right. Why am I moving so fast? That's how it hit me. That's how I knew that. I was like, what the fuck is this energy? Because, like, I don't move this fast. And I was almost doing this unconsciously. I woke up and I was like, okay, I got to listen to the first few chapters because, shout out to Disappearing Spoons by Sam Keen, I think. I got that for chemistry. I thought it was pretty brilliant. We have Braiding Sweetgrass for biology, plant science, right? But all of these have early readers. For any of you who have any young people around you and you're very, very, very serious about them being able to have access to information, being introduced to things, because, not all schools are doing well right now. Young reader editions of nonfiction are where it's at. Okay. You want to get those young readers for your young kids. And young readers are really great for like 12 and up. I would not suggest it for kids who are younger unless it's an actual interest and they have the literacy capacity. But get an audiobook, get that young readers, and have them go through those things a little bit at a time. Take your time. Okay, spend months going over those books. Just a little bit here, a little bit there, one chapter here, one chapter there. Because it's great. It's great for like getting in theory and all that kind of stuff. But either way, I was ready to jump right in off the deep end. And the reason why I highlight this story is transitions are what's necessary. Mars is not very good at transitions. Mars is tight. Mars just left Pisces. Pisces is the longest transition period that there can possibly be. Do you know what it's like to be on a really long journey? Do you guys know what it's like to fly from the West Coast to the to the West Europe? You know what I mean? Like you're going from like across an entire continent, then over an ocean. It takes like 14 fucking hours, you know, on a good day. Especially these days where like there are no direct flights from the West Coast all the way over. You got to have a stop. And sometimes with all the oil things and all of the different shit going on just the last 6 years, getting direct flights and being able to move easily and being on a plane with people who don't sneeze and make you think that you're going to catch the plague is quite a feat. Okay, it's long, it's exhaustive. Okay, you're in a different world by the time you land. Okay, and sometimes it takes a day or two for you to like arise. Okay, at least it took me. I was in Ireland for like 2 or 3 days, and I don't think I came to. I didn't come into myself until I was on a bus going into Scotland. It was such a beautiful ride because I took a ferry. I wanted to see all the countryside because I never go countryside, and I was like, no, I need to take my time going slow. Such a smart choice, but nonetheless, ooh, pardon me, y'all. But nonetheless, those long journeys like that are arduous. That's Pisces. Aries, by the time it gets out of Pisces, is done with all that bullshit and just wants to take off and go. Just wants to, okay, I'm done. I'm done with the long shit. Let's actually get some stuff done. You ever been in a really long conversation with somebody about a project that you want to do, and they keep stalling? They keep wanting to look at something. They keep wanting to go back and do that, and you're like, I just want to do the first step. You ever build something with somebody and they're reading the instructions and you don't have the instructions, so you're just sitting in front of all the parts and pieces and you're just like watching them read and you're like, that is how Aries feels as it leaves Pisces. It's ready to fucking go. And if you're not on the same page, Aries is perfectly fine leaving your ass behind. Goodbye. That's kind of how it is, right? And when you feel that from not Mars, not Aries energy, you feel that as if that's the energy coming at you. It can make you feel, like people who have anxious attachment, right? Anybody knows what that's like. It can make you feel like, whoa, 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 wait, where is everybody going? What is everybody doing? Hold on, wait, I need to be informed. I need to know what the plan is and where we're going. Don't leave me. And then next thing you know, you don't know what the plan is. You don't know where you're going. You're just following because you don't want to be left behind. That's the energy that I just want to say, current event. I want you all to catch that energy and take breaths. When you feel that, oh, hold on. Oh, people are having a party. I could hear music and like shouting. I was like, what's going on? But I want you all to catch yourselves in those moments and just recognize that is the moment for you to practice getting still. When you feel like you have to run against your own will because otherwise you're going to be left behind, nose breathing in your nose, diaphragm, your stomach should be coming out as you breathe out. And when you breathe out, you're breathing down and you're breathing out longer than you breathe in. That shifts your mental state out of the fight or flight. I mention this all the time. This takes you out of the fight or flight, right? And into the present. Whoa. And you go, whoa, why did I feel like I had to get up and run and go do all that shit? It's just Tuesday. What's happening? Why did I feel all of a sudden? And then you get your faculties back. So in other words, there's going to be a lot of that. Damn. Not you. Hold on. I don't know what to do. I like these blinds. Oh, I like the window open. There's such a nice wind out right now. But I don't want them clacking in my motherfucking ear. Hey, bitch, don't be clacking. Hold on. I know what to do. Exactly. I'm going to put a little scrunchie on them. This is such a, like... what? Okay. So anyways, that's just all I mean is, astrology wise. It's really the only thing to pay attention to. Current events, yeah, there's like shit going on and whatever. I mean, like, it's the same thing that is always. And yes, it is a little bit different because more people are waking up. A lot of sleepy people are groggy, and that can be weird. But either you focus on that or you focus on yourself. That's really it at the end of the day. There's so much stuff going on that's not in your control. Either you do focus on what's in your control, or you focus on what's not in your control and flail and see how that works. It's not working very well, then focus on yourself. Oh, but then I'll feel guilty because if I'm focusing on myself while all this stuff is happening, then, like, aren't I contributing to being mindless? Aren't you aware of what's going on? Yes. Okay. Do you practice fucked up shit while aware of what's going on? No. There you go. You did everything you needed to do. Be aware of things. Okay. Be aware. And then make choices that are in alignment with everything that you're aware of. Okay? That's really all you can do. That's about it. And you'll be surprised how many choices you make consciously that alter the experience you're having, that create more positivity around you and others. And by positivity, I just mean forward moving momentum in a way that benefits others. I'm not talking about that toxic positivity shit where everybody loves everybody. That's weird. Okay, that's not real. That's like, either it's childish, it's nonsense, or it is limerence. You get what I'm saying? There are going to be times where you love people, and then there are going to be times where you just want to be by yourself. They're going to be like, you get what I'm saying? People are fickle because they're human beings have emotions. Emotions are fickle. So we don't want happy all the time. We just want momentum and alignment. Okay, that's it. And if you, in order to get into that, all you got to do is practice that mindfulness. What am I doing? Am I doing what I like? In other words, if we know that everybody who's in the system contributes to the system, and everyone in the system is unconscious, you practicing consciousness is putting you outside of it, which literally pulls power from it. Doesn't matter what you do with your consciousness. It literally could be saying, fuck you, I'm a chew gum. Like it's, I'm saying like, it's bizarre shit like that. When you just simply choose to follow your own joy, that's enough. And I know a lot of people don't think it is, but that's the illusion. That's the illusion. It's not enough. You need to do more. You need to be more. You need to whatever. That's the stuff that keeps you tired, fucked up, busy, and then you come out of it not having done anything for yourself, and then you wonder why nothing got done and why life is so hard, and it's not. You just spent all your time doing absolutely nothing that you wanted to do, and then you lost sight of that, and that's what makes life hard. You know what I mean? And take it from me, I know that. Like, I've been through my own little spouts of that and stuff like that. So yeah. Okay. I think that's it with the current events. As far as, let me look at this chart again. Yeah, Neptune's doing a thing, but I don't think we have to be too worried about Neptune. Are you kidding me? Come on. Time passages has like pop-ups galore. Let me see. The sun's moving into Taurus soon. Hello, welcome. I love Taurus. It's my sun sign. Dun, dun. Let's see. Saturn, Neptune. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing else I can say. There's a lot that I can say. There's a lot. But like, how many times are we going to say it? Here soon, I think on my birthday, Uranus is going into Gemini, which is going to be a huge push as well in the space of information. And you're going to notice this locally. Okay, everybody. So just be mindful. Your field, your local field. This means, so your local field. If you, wherever you live, I'm going to Albania. I don't think I have anybody listening that's from Albania right now. If I told you about a town in Albania, that's not local to you. You can't think about how you would move around the Albanian town. I could tell you folklore, I could show you pictures, but you still don't have a life there. You don't know what apartment you would live in, what house you would live in. You don't know what school your kids would go to. You don't know what grocery stores you would shop at. You don't know shit about Albania unless you live there, right? That's foreign to you. Local means everything that isn't foreign. So if you know how to get there, if you go there, if you know the people there, if you have feelings, if you have experiences there, get what I'm saying? That's part of your local network. And your local network, if you've been to Albania, right, and you live there, let's say you live there for 3 months as an exchange student, half a year, full year as an exchange student. There you go. Okay, so Albania's in your local. Okay, so signs and symbols are going to be coming up so randomly and drastically. Okay, Uranus is like, I talk about the Wizard of Oz all the time. Uranus is that fucking tornado. It disrupts things. So where is the disruption happening? In your local. Okay, Gemini also rules the mind, thoughts, Mercury, channels of communication, short-term stuff, siblings. In other words, it rules everything that you orient your life around to help you make sense of things. So information and stuff like that, right? A lot of that is going to get a lot of spontaneous disruption. Tornadoes hit, and 1 minute things were one way. Maybe you were living on a sad podunk Great Depression farm, and the next you're in fucking Munchkin land and you're off to see the fucking wizard. Okay, and you're this is just your life right now. It's so funny. The chart is making a witch hat. I'm looking at it and all the lines made a little witch hat. But anyways, yeah, it just boom, boom, boom. That's going to be happening towards the end of Mars. So just be on the lookout for things like that. And so this, and I really want to press this too, because Mercury is the sign of subtle shifts, not huge ones. So we've got a huge shift and subtle shifts coming through. So what is that going to look like? It's going to look like the breeze that topples the whole mountain. So I told a story. It's on a quip on Patreon, right? I said a guy told me, as my husband, he saw this. When we were in Japan, there was these huge monsoons that came through, and it was so bad. Okay, we had such bad, like crazy storms. We almost had a river like come through and completely flooded an entire area. This fucking close. All sorts of stuff. And there's this really, really, really old wooden Japanese house filled with garbage just in the neighborhood. Okay, it was really old. It was so old. And it was filled with garbage because, it's just old. You know what I mean? Like garbage meaning there's, people just, they abandon it. All those storms hit it. It was fine. Then some weeks later, and I'm telling you, after huge, massive storms, blah, 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 everything resets in about a week or two. Okay? Everything's fine. But weeks later, after reset, we had the tiniest little storm come through. Tiniest little storm, like a little rainstorm. And that house fell over. And guess what? My husband watched on the local news that night. They were reporting on that. It wasn't local news, it was national news. They were reporting on it because, as like, oh my goodness, this historic home, it fell, and this, that, and the other. The storm that came through, it was catastrophe. It just destroyed this thing. They were making the storm out to be like this huge fucking deal that came through and caused total and utter damage and devastation, when it was the tiniest breeze. And it's like this house was it withstood a monsoon, but that was all it could take, right? It was just a gentle breeze that brought the whole bitch down. That is Uranus plus Gemini. Gentle breezes that are going to bring the whole thing down. And we've got that in there for what, is it like 7 years? I don't know, how many years is Uranus? Let's see. How long does Uranus typically transit a sign? I was right. 78 years. Neptune's 13. I was thinking, it can't be 13. That's Neptune. Pluto's like 15 years. I think like about 15 years. But yeah, so about 7 to 8 years is Uranus. It takes about 7 to 8 years. So gentle breezes knocking down the whole thing. So when we talk about, and you know what, before we move into the FAQ, just another topic on this, I messaged a dear, like, longtime friend that I actually knew in Japan. He wrote a book, and I was really proud and all that kind of stuff. And I was in my own meditation stuff, and I had thought back to the time period. And I remember people used to mercilessly, they could not stand him. They would nitpick him in so many different ways. They couldn't and it was a lot of people had insecurities, and they thought that life, they thought that life would go a certain way because they won the, I guess, hierarchy Olympics or something. When people really buy hardcore into propaganda, and then life hits them hard. Or life's like, no, life really is merit based. I want everybody to understand that. I know that no matter what you're going through, I want you to understand life is merit based. Nature overrides man all the time. And it can seem impossible when you feel encaged, right? And just like stuck. You feel trapped. And you know for sure there is nothing that nature can do, because you probably are removed from it. All you have to do is connect, and then all of a sudden you start seeing how a gentle breeze can take everything down. But oftentimes it takes you a little bit of hindsight. You have to have the perspective to see, to catch, to recognize that little gentle breeze that came through, right? You have to be able to see that, and also recognize that, like, when it hits something and that thing falls down. But that requires consciousness. You got to be conscious for that. You have to be able to catch it, to see it. Otherwise, a whole house will go down and you'll still think it's there. You'll be imprisoned by invisible chains. Something, Uranus will come through and set you free. And unless you're conscious, you'll think you're still chained, because it's subtle. Mindset shifts are subtle changes that disrupt everything. When you change your mind, you can see something, the exact same thing, from a slightly different angle, and it makes all the difference in how you move forward. It makes all the difference in how other people read you. Sometimes people don't even notice the difference, but you do, and now you can see the discrepancies. Discernment becomes real. Mindset shifts are the subtle things that change everything. And you won't know that until you commit to changing your mind and letting patience. I know Aries is going to make you feel like you have to see the shifts suddenly, right now, right now, right now. That may happen when Mercury goes into Aries. I'm not going to fucking like lie to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I love telling people, don't expect immediate things. Just be patient and because I'm a Taurus by nature. You know what I mean? My Taurus is in the first house, and I have a lot of Taurus energy in my first house that really grounds that Aries energy in me. And y'all can catch it. Y'all know the Aries energy when it pops out. What I mean? But like, I have a lot of Taurus energy that grounds it. You get what I'm saying? So I'm always happy to deliver a lesson on patience, but I'm not going to short y'all on this. Mercury might, be like, hey, hold that down. Hold my fucking beer, bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe when I reach your sign, we'll try patience. But until then, I'm taking shit off quick. As soon as it goes through, as soon as Uranus hits Gemini, I'm making all the fucking subtle changes. I'm changing this, I'm changing this, I'm changing this. I'm so tired of X, Y, and Z. Fuck Pisces and that whole fucking journey. But also, I'm very grateful for the journey because it taught me a lot of things and I reflected, but we're changing this, and this, and this, and this. And yes, I do expect that shit to happen quick. So, Saturn, what are you going to do for me? And then Saturn looks at Mars, and it's like, oh my goodness, well, if it's in alignment, then sure. And if you've been making choices in alignment, I swear to God, you don't have to do anything. Just let the energy pass through you. It's all happening for you. Okay? It's all happening for you. Mercury will get the communications in order for you. All you have to do is show up to the things you said you would show up to. That's all you got to do. A lot of people like to pretend to be somebody. A lot of people like to tell themselves that they're somebody. You only know who you are after you've been tested and you've come out on the other end. So don't be afraid of the test. Don't be afraid of facing yourself. Do it with excitement. I already told you guys at the beginning of this how to go about difficult situations, right? And don't worry, everybody who's on TikTok, the replays will be on Patreon. They are free. You can watch them. Just go join Patreon. Join it for free. Hang out with us and be smarter by the end of the day. We're all on that journey. Oh my goodness. It's the Prada song. I want Prada. Anyways, you guys know I love that song. I just posted a video. That song, oh man, it gets me. I'm a jewels girl. You get what I'm saying? I like treasure. I like the finer things in life. I love luxury. So this song speaks deep to my heart. Anyways, point is, as I just told you guys earlier, how to go about shifting your mindset so that you can navigate hardship without it being hard on you, right? So that you can enjoy these little short journeys. Short journeys, you might have to go on a goose chase, maybe, but that goose chase is just to change your mind, to switch you up a bit. For instance, if I had ordered stuff and it came to my door and nobody had sent me on a goose chase, I would have been living I would have been living in the life that I expected to live. I expected to come to the door, but I had a small disruption. And then I went on a small, very short goose chase. But when you are used to going on those long ass Pisces journeys over the ocean in with fucking, I always say Captain Jack Sparrow, because it's always like some drunk fucking pirate taking you from point A to zigzagging all the way to fucking point B, just for you to realize that it's not a B, it's an upside down M, and somebody drew a line underneath, and oh my fucking god, why are we here? And he's like, I thought you wanted to go see Bermuda. And you're like, bitch, we're supposed to be in Bermuda. And you're like, you know what, I'm gonna calm down because it's not my ship. I'm gonna calm down. And then finally you get to where you need to be, right? You're so tired of all the fucking goose chases, but I'm just telling you, these ones are going to be very short. And all they serve to do is just shift your mind a little bit. Are you open to that? When you're open to that, then you change your literal vibration because you're off of your old reality. You're off of the habit. You've had a disruption. So now your body has to reset itself because that disruption throws you off. You gain, if during that disruption, you can maintain your joy, your curiosity, instead of the disruption going down, then you got to get back in alignment. The disruption takes you elsewhere, and then you get back into alignment and you're in a different level. You're at a different place. Because I don't know how to explain this to you all besides the fact of it's like the difference between the you that bought the shoes and the you that didn't. Either you bought the shoes and your life fucking changed, even in a tiny way, or you didn't buy the shoes and your life didn't change in a tiny way, and you're still waiting for it to change. You're waiting for something to happen that's really big to you rather than doing the tiny thing that unfolds the big thing that you experience, right? So that's my spiel on current events. I'm going to close this out, and then we're going to do, I might just do one FAQ because I've got quite a few things to also get to on the back end. Man, all the books I got to read, I'm telling you, it's like I just keep stacking them up, y'all. Oh, there's never an end to it. You know what I mean? So make sure that you understand that. There's never an end. Don't force yourself or be panicked when you feel the things stacking up in life. Okay, so as usual, it hasn't failed us yet. We're going to pull the card. Ooh, okay. What is this? Otter. Surrender. Let go of control. Okay. So you guys know I usually do a card pull. A little... Oh, in the back here is a kangaroo. Gratitude. Be grateful for all you are blessed with. Okay, here's the back. It's a kangaroo. I know at the back, I'm not going to put this in the title card. I'm just going to put otter in the title card so that you guys know which video this is. But we'll keep in mind the kangaroo message, to be grateful. I feel like that's heavy right now in general. But otter, surrender. I mean, I should talk about that, right? Let go of control. Don't try to control shit. Don't try it at all. Don't try to control anything. I mean, I'm so serious. I'm so fucking serious. And I wish I could tell you guys about some of the things that go on in the background. But, you know, like, some shit's just my personal business. But when I tell you it is fucking chef's kiss, don't control shit. Do you want good things to happen to you? Let life happen. Life is already fucking happening to you. You can't control anything except for your joy, like, except for the choices that you make. And if you make choices based off of joy, even if it's just a fucking crumb at first, I'm telling you, that's all I can do is just tell you. This is none of this stuff comes out of my own head. This is all just this what is. I said this earlier, just to explain to people. I don't make this shit up. It's just like when I was on YouTube 10 years ago teaching people about the difference between objective and subjective readings of books. Like, yes, a book can be objectively good and objectively bad and also subjective. The difference is whether the book delivers on the promise that it made or not. Okay, so that's just construction. Subjective is everything else, whether it appeals to you or not and for whatever reason, and that has nothing to do with the objectivity. Now, oftentimes, shitty books tend to be bad objectively and subjectively to a lot of fucking people, right? So that's a thing. But I blew people's minds like that could be put into words, and it's like, well, fucking of course, I'm describing a system. These aren't my fucking thoughts. This is not what I think. Like somebody had said, how do I know your method works? Bitch, it's not my fucking method. I'm describing a system. It's not my fucking method. I'm just telling you how nature works. What the fuck do you mean my method? Go out there and test it for yourself. Go look. You should not at all ever be like, oh, I'm doing Francina's method. No, you're fucking not. No, you're not. I taught you how nature, what things are doing, and then I showed you where you can go and look and how you can practice those things to see it for yourself, right? And to also learn about it yourself. That's like if I teach you about apples, and it's Francina's method. I didn't fucking make apples. I'm just teaching you how to grow them. Like, gee, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, maybe my apple orchard might be kicking and doing better than other people, but that just means I have more information that's helping me make better conscious choices that limits my fucking waste, right? That limits all the issues that the other people are having. That's it. That's it. But it's not my method. It is just I'm an amazing teacher. I'll take that gratitude. I'll take that as kudos. Like, yes, I have a way with words, obviously. It's in the name, it's in my profession, it's in everything that I do, for sure. Am I the right person to teach this? Yes, but I'm not teaching you things that came out of my noggin. I'm teaching you or I'm describing and teaching you the system, okay? We're looking at something and we're breaking it down. So there we go. I just wanted to say that because I want everybody to be empowered all the time, to understand what it is that's happening, what spirituality even is. Like it can be quite confusing and all of that if you don't have tools and stuff. But once you do, you can't unsee things. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get the. Well, actually, I'm gonna take like a few seconds to drink a lot of water because my mouth's getting dry. And then we're going to hit record on the questionnaire and the FAQ, and we're going to go through with our otter. And I got to remember to tell the recording about the otter. Okay. Anyway, let's look at I'm going to look at the chat really quick before I dive into all that, because where is that chat? What the fuck? Oh, and also I need to fix my music because it is on repeat in a way that I find unpleasant. Okay. Not Halsey Control. What's happening? Oh, there we go. The chat. Okay, I'm going to look at the chat while I drink water. Yes, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I'm starting that. I haven't started watching it yet, but it's on my list. I haven't looked at anything. I'm watching The Serpent Queen right now in Stars. That shit's crazy. Woo, that's always a ride. I like it though. I'm usually not too interested in modern period pieces, what comes out, especially what comes out of American productions. I don't know too much about Canadian productions. Those are hit and misses for me. I hardly notice whether they're Canadian or not. Sometimes they blend into American stuff, or the Canadian stuff blends into British stuff for me. I usually stick to like British period pieces about stuff that happened in Britain, so to speak. I don't think The Serpent Queen is an American production per se. However, Stars as a channel is very Hollywood American. You know what I mean? Like they glamorize a lot of things rather than focusing on historical accuracy. They're looking for dramatic and emotional tensions, and storytelling, which I can respect. It is entertaining, and I do like this one as far as like entertainment goes. And just getting like vibes, you know what I mean? So I have that going on. I'm also watching Jujutsu Kaisen with my son, which we're supposed to have watched this weekend, but he's got a throat thing and I don't like I cannot sit next to him when I cannot get sick. Y'all, I have been so tired because alchemizing this energy has been crazy. So there's that. But I am starting it up soon. Oh yeah, you can't get time passages on the thing. And Mercury is on the 17th. See, I should have had this up. Thank you. So they're all, yeah, Mercury goes into Aries on the 17th. They're all going into my 8th house, and the death card haunts me. Oh no, the death card is your best friend, my friend, my friend, my friend. Oh my god. Fall in love with skulls. I don't know what to tell you, but the 8th house, oh my god, I love that energy. Oh, I love it. Man, me and Pluto, we go round and round. You want to talk about a love story, polarity that's like nobody's fucking business. And also, everybody who has scorpionic energy for some reason, I always get a little hit, off my own Scorpio energy when I'm around them. So I'm always like, yeah, there's one. I have a friend. She was trying to pay me to like do a reading for her, and I was like, "Bitch, shut the fuck up! You know I love your energy." It's just the Scorpios, the transformation. Ah, Jesus Christ. I just need you to understand that if you have eighth energy, you know, in Aladdin, in the Cave of Wonders, that tiger that comes up and is like, ah, Cave of Wonders. I want you to know that that tiger is yours. That's like when you embody your eighth house energy, when you really embody that scorpionic energy, you are the Cave of Wonders. You are the tiger. You are. Do you get what I mean? Like Pluto rules the underworld. He is the overlord of all souls. The material world is nothing but a play place, a sandbox. He's the one who dropped the kids off at the sandbox. Talk about stale. I know it can be scary at first. Honestly, it is a lot. It's a lot, okay? Scorpio, our daddy Pluto. And you got Aries in the eighth house. Oh my God. This is Mars' second home. Mars is Pluto. Pluto is an energy that cannot be in that like just is. You know, he's massive. So when he comes into the physical world, he comes through Mars. You know what I'm saying? That's why Mars is fiery and shit like that, because he's straight from fucking hell. You know what I mean? And he's running through and he's doing everything and he's running straight for his purpose and his goal with only the obsession that a scorpionic king could do. You get what I'm saying? Like, oh man, I just want everybody else to change their relationship. Death is but a dream. What is this song? 2222 by Londrell. So many lessons. To get to them blessings, you gotta be patient. You gotta be patient. Follow your dreams. Whatever you're chasing, you gotta be patient. Wherever you go, in so many places, you gotta be patient. Don't be complacent. In your situation, you gotta be patient. Gotta be patient. Gotta be patient, baby. You see what I'm saying? Like, Pluto. Oh, if life feels like it's punishing you, understand that you're only being prepared for everything that is coming to you. Do you like I need you all to understand when you start getting real good friends with Pluto, everything starts to feel romantic. Everything feels like a fairy tale, you know? And yes, grim. It can be dark. It can be fucked up. But do you understand? It's like Castlevania, okay? Pluto. I tell I ex friend I watched. He introduced me to Castlevania, right? And oh man, I don't think he understood that I was in love with Dracula, simply because Pluto, Dracula in Castlevania, the way he feels about that woman, that's how Pluto feels about you. But if you get scared of Dracula killing everybody and burning everything down because they like called you a witch and burned you, if you're like, no, Dracula, don't go crazy, don't do all of that, just allow everybody to treat me like shit, then like everything gets toxic and fucked up because you're fighting something that's trying to purify your entire aura. Pluto does not play about his bay. You know what I'm saying? And everybody has Pluto energy. Your channel for Pluto, and I want you all to understand, like, imagine if you had pens and your pen, if you clicked it open and you wrote down, I want gold, gold showed up. Y'all loud. Not me being like that, but imagine, right? You open up your pen, you go, I want gold, and it's your Pluto pen. So then you go over to the Pluto box and there's gold. Okay, and then you open up this pen and you talk to Mercury and you say, I want this, and then you go to your Mercury box and it comes through. Like this is how you put in your order. Okay, everybody has pens, everybody has those boxes. That's how life works. Okay, however, your pens, well, they aren't really pens. I mean, we use a pen an awful lot, journaling, right? But your pens, right? Let's say you came into this life, they all look black and none of them are labeled, and you don't know that they're connected to boxes. Now, that's a fucked up situation, isn't it? But that doesn't change the fact that if you take your Pluto pen and you say, I really hate all of this, and I really just want my life to live the life that I want to live. That's still going to pop up in your Pluto box. Okay? If you don't know what your Pluto box is, it might take you a while to stumble across the gift that Pluto's got coming to you. And if you really don't know about the pens in the Pluto box and you are scared of the symbology of death and all that kind of stuff, you will avoid anything that kind of radiates that way, which means the box could be in a drawer in the corner of the room, but you never go to that corner of the room because it's scary, because it's rough, because you don't like the experience, because like death and grief, and you just want to break, so you just ignore that corner of the room. Meanwhile, he's over there on his knees waiting, and you just keep letting everyone pollute your aura and stuff, and he's like, let me out, and he's screaming, ah! You know what I'm saying? And you can hear that, and that terrifies the shit out of you. And then you go, I don't really, this is not, like, this is scary. That's spirituality. Anyone who wants to have a better relationship with Pluto should read the kids' book, The Dark, by Lemony Snicket. Lemony Snicket, I have some issues with him as a person sometimes, but I bet he has a voice, and so I let it stand. Not his behavior, but the book recommendation, because it's true. You may be afraid of the dark, but the dark is not afraid of you. Exactly. It's Lemony Snicket and we sit in the same like frequency when it comes to narration and stuff like that, but it's the fucking truth. Okay, the dark is not afraid of you. The dark loves you. You come from the dark. The dark is where all of the things that you wish are made in divine image of what it is that you wished for. And for you to bring it to the light, you have to be brave enough to go in the dark to gather it, right? And bring it into the light. You are the light that it is brought into. All you have to do is go into the dark, essentially. And so Pluto is like that, right? When you're afraid of it, then you not only associate that screaming with all the terrible shit in your environment that makes your life miserable, but you keep hiding from it so it can't get rid of that miserable shit. And you're like, well, the miserable shit is it? No, it's not. The miserable shit is there because it can't do its job. Pluto channel is blocked. And it's blocked because you were told that it was scary. You were told that death was bad. You were told that death was final. You were told all sorts of things. You were told that your dreams are just silly little nonsense things that happen. You were told that, oh, science says emotions are just chemical reactions. Obvious fucking lee. So is a goddamn plant. Everything is a chemical fucking reaction. What do you mean? Love is just chemical reaction. Brain, it's not real. Shut the fuck up. We're a walking chemical reaction. Your thoughts are a chemical reaction. You taking a shit is a chemical fucking reaction. What do you mean? Is that not real? Like turn on the fucking fan. It's very much real. You know what I mean? Like all of it's real. It's just how are you accessing it, right? So, oh my god, get into the Scorpio. I love Scorpionic energy. It is the best. Oh, I love my own Scorpio placement. My Pluto sits across from all of my other like major planets, and specifically Venus, so they're in constant love, companionship, and communication. You all know. Planetary intelligence, I think it's the first two. I tell you the story that I had. So when I did the planetary intelligence courses, every time I would channel a planet, essentially for a whole week, I would be kidnapped by that frequency. And it's funny, you'll hear me when I talk about it. I'll always come back and it'll be like the first one. I'm like, well, you guys will never guess what happened. But yeah, during the Pluto one, I had this, oh man, it was the most intense dream. I just knew I came to in the dream, okay, and some grief, terrible things had happened. And I was with these people. I wasn't really related to them. We were just a hodgepodge group of people left over from some terrible event. And oh my God, I just remember I went to go take a bath or something like that, and I was so broken. Okay, and there this guy, he came in and he came into the bathtub with me. We just turned it on. I was fully clothed, but he just came in to hold me, and I just remember feeling both becoming completely undone and being enveloped completely as a full whole thing. Everything that I had experienced, every fragment of me that there was in that moment just became whole. And I also remember thinking something about what if somebody came by and saw us and thought, that we were up to something that we weren't up to. And then I didn't care at all because this was love and it was raw and all this other stuff. Anyways, the dream was wild. I tell the whole story of it, but it was Pluto. That's Pluto. Pluto is like that. Pluto comes in. Pluto doesn't give a fuck about social shit. You know what I mean? Pluto's like, fuck your social like norms and all that kind of stuff. I love you and love is raw. And it's like Pluto. So some social norms, some things that we have here are for a reason, right? And but it's deep, it's everlasting, it's eternal, and it is the reason why incarnation exists, right? Like this is Pluto. Pluto is a very intense energy. I could talk about Pluto all day long, obviously. But I gotta get to the FAQs. Let me finish reading this. Okay, so Pluto, the death. Where was I reading about the death? Oh my goodness, guys. I am not as far down as I thought I was. Okay, I'm just resting this silly. I'm taking things as they come. Do I use any sort of co-op curriculum or do you build all your own? I want to homeschool my son and I was homeschooled, but my parents use religious curriculum. So I follow state guidelines, one, that's kind of how I build. And then I don't really use a co-op at all, mainly just because I've worked too long in education and I don't want to spend any time thinking, I just want stuff that works. You know what I mean? And I don't want to spend too much time trying to figure out whether somebody knows what they're doing or not. So for me, I look at the state stuff, okay, and for the nation, not the state, so like Common Core for the most part. And then I look at, because I taught in Japan, sometimes I look at standards over there, like what is for different age groups. And I also like to look at Finland too, because I really, really, when I was doing education back in the day, I really liked Finland's approach to projects as a whole. So like when I talked about disappearing spoons it's for chemistry, an introduction to chemistry, but my son's reading the book. He also reads it for English, so it's nonfiction reading, right? So we have discussions about that, and that's also how we talk about chemistry as a whole and build containers for it, for the concepts, right? And then we do the practice work as he does instructional stuff. But it covers reading and history and science. So for a small period of time, if he's going to be reading, it's either personal reading, which is usually some type of fiction, which is really helpful for emotional intelligence and also story and being able to talk about complex things. Oh man, and I do not recommend Jujutsu Kaisen to younger people. Okay, I think it's very important that everybody take some real thought process into I recommend manga and anime on here all the time. I talk about that, but I talk about that in the context of I'm talking to adults and stuff. So but I do recommend manga and anime when you're working with small kids too, because it's a great facilitator for philosophy conversations, for talking about like stories, so like language arts and stuff like that, and how we navigate that space. Also, what else is it good for? Oh, for many different things. So he's either doing like personal reading, which is like a fiction book of some sort of his choice, whatever the fuck he wants to read, or he's doing like reading for like for school, which is like chemistry, something like that. Or it's like we have Braiding Sweetgrass, so we've got two different science books that he's doing right now, and then we're gonna do Lord of the Flies. That's fiction. He did Animal Farm before that, and The Golden Compass before that, Narnia before that, things like that. So like, and that's to help also build with like writing. So he'll do like essays. Now he's only 12, so the essays are very, we're working on building concepts and essays and ideas and how do you structure information and then put it together so that it makes sense. How do you develop voice? When you're not developing voice, you're just writing the way that you speak, but like how do you break away from the habit of not wanting to write down all the words that are in your head? How do you just allow them to flow and all that practice and stuff like that? We haven't gotten too heavy into grammar yet, but like essentially I just build stuff based off of what's necessary, and then I look at what's current, because kids, they need a lot of stuff that is relevant to them. Okay. And then as you get into high school, you can go out of relevancy and go into farther away science. But things have to be fairly relevant because they only have the experience of being on the earth for the past however long, a decade, right? Maybe 15 years by the time they're in high school, right? Like they only really have a decade. They need stuff that really can click with them in their real time, but also introduce them to what came before in a healthy way that they can then dive into deeper as they get into the upper ages. And so when it's just about introduction, but every time you introduce something, it's at a deeper level, at a deeper level, at a deeper level, and you just have deeper and deeper conversations. That's kind of how I mentally construct most of the curriculum, is like, what does he need right now to not only aid him in relevancy, so like puberty is coming up, right? So there's a lot of stuff that we need to talk about when it comes to like change and what does that mean. A lot of people focus, at least in my mind, puberty. Anytime puberty was mentioned, it was always meant sex stuff, and it was like, Jesus fucking Christ, so much happens in puberty to a child. You know what I mean? Like you were developing an awareness of the world that you didn't have before, and you need tools and things like that to navigate it. So I like look for things like that and build that into the curriculum, so that not only so it's relevant to him, he knows where to put this information, but it's also bringing awareness of other topics like science, history, math, and English. Like we're looking at those things. Yeah, it's rough. And by rough, I just mean like building out curriculums, it's very, it's intuitive, but then also like you have to do a lot based on pedagogy and stuff like that. So I don't do a lot of co-op stuff. I do a lot of piecing things together based on what I know works, what I see works, and what does work, if that makes sense. Like what like we try new things and see if it works. But yeah, a lot of it's child led as far as like how it goes. And so child led, what I mean by that is because a lot of people get confused. Child led means like I have a 12-year-old who used to like reading encyclopedia like text when he was 8. Like he would read those little Minecraft um things, and he would know what half the shit meant in there, but he was reading, he would go through all of them and get the stuff that he did know so that he could do something and build stuff that he wanted to build, right? He loved reading like that. My 8-year-old, not so much. She's much more visual, much more context based. So that's child led. Like, how do they receive information best? Because that's how you want to. That's the entry point, right? So for my son, he likes text block stuff. Like if he can just read the text on it, that's fine. Text block. But the other one, he would prefer a lot more interactive stuff, and so therefore for him that's just different. So child led is like, how does one best learn, like what's more familiar to them, start the information in a familiar way, and then we move into developing skills and the ways that are unfamiliar. So the one that doesn't really care too much for context and visuals because it seems like it takes forever and then well blah blah blah, yeah, he still has to do that, but that's not how he's going into the curriculum or going into something new. It's like how he practices to build skills in it. Oh, and then math, because I think it's worth noting when it comes to math, what's really important is understanding that a child, you need to assess them. Can they capture? So, in their journal or in their notebook, when they do a problem, do they create a visual? Do they have organized thought structures? So are they writing number sentences? Do they highlight text? Do they underline? So can you see them working the problem or trying to figure out what the problem means and all that kind of stuff? Those are the skills that I look for a lot in from K through 12, or not K through 12. Oh yes, K through 12, but like I look to build those in the later part of elementary, and in middle school that's where we focus on a lot, and then I expect that by high school, if that makes sense. I expect to see that. Like if I don't see that, I know that you didn't really put a lot of effort into this sort of thing. And if you didn't put effort into it, I'm not looking at it or grading it. You can just go put effort into it. Oh, I'm just having a bad day. All right, then you should have mentioned that. Fuck, Jesus Christ. Well, like take the day and I guess, do it for homework, or let's talk about it, right? And then if it's like we're constantly having bad days, or blah 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 blah, then it's like, well, why aren't you taking care of yourself? Because having constant bad days is an issue. Like, I can't focus today. I'm tired today. This and that. Those are okay most of the time, but we also want to teach the kids, how do you manage your time, right? How do you regulate? And regulating also means, when is it an off day? And when it's an on day, how are you showing up fully and all that kind of stuff? And then what do you do on off days so that you're not just not doing anything? Right? Like you should be doing, like taking care of yourself. And that looks different on an off day than it does on an on day, that sort of a thing. So it's a lot of interweaving of that, and it's been a ride. It's been interesting, but I like it. We have fun. Oh, there's Mars. Mars. He's not gonna look. He doesn't care when I call his name. But let me open that front door. He'll run. All in my hand. I'm resting. Oh, okay, okay. I've been pulling Emperor card and other leadership cards all week. Oh, it's because it's that Aries energy coming in telling you, get ready, you're a leader. I've heard you tell your Ireland, Scotland travel story so many times in many contexts, it never ceases to intrigue. Oh my god, I know. Every time I bring it up, I feel like I'm saying the same thing, but always something different, right? Follow your joy for sure. Thank you, because it's been a lot. Pluto aspects almost all my personal planets and conjuncts Mars. Yeah, that Pluto's in Aries is doing a number. I have so many, and so if it's conjuncting stuff and aspecting, like the transiting one, if it's aspecting and activating your current, because your current natal stuff is how you initially, so you know how I talked about kids when they're familiar, so if you like visual stuff, you should always enter into something new, try to learn it visually first, right? That's the same thing with your natal planets. So Pluto, think of Pluto like a visual learner. Then the transiting Pluto, wherever it's at, doesn't matter where it's at, yours likes visuals first. So that's what's comfortable for you. If where something else is at is like, fuck visuals, we're doing text right now, and that's what you got to learn, you might find that really uncomfortable, right? But it's your time to practice something different so that you can gain Pluto language. And then this is how you become really, really depth and like adept, yeah, at channeling, because you can pick up the energy. Like I can pick up Pluto no matter where he is. Pluto comes to me like a full fucking figure. You get what I'm saying? Like the energies talk. The energies are no different to me than people. Okay. Just like with people, I'm not around people all the time, but I'm always in constant conversation with people in one way or the other. So the planets are the same way. I'm in constant conversations. Sometimes they come to me like total fuck. They come to me just like the characters that I write come to me. Sometimes they are the characters that I write. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, I really just put you in here, huh? And then they'll be like, yeah, we have fun showing up in your work and doing this and doing that, right? So it's like, it's really just about expanding each iteration. So the transits teach you the different ways in which that channel can talk. And you're only here for a while, so Pluto, what you get about 4 or 5 Pluto transits in your life. That's not all of them. So you just take advantage of the ones you got while you got them. Okay, let's see. Um, okay, we gotta move on. So I gotta, I'm skimming through these. Oh yeah, no problem about homeschooling. Your son's 2. Oh yeah. See, at 2, you really just want the kids to have fun and to work on their attention span and engaging transitioning from one activity to another. 2 is a great time. But also, geez, 2 seems easy once they're like 6 and you're like, how many times do I have to tell you how to sweep? Like, we even got you a tiny broom, so sweeping is fun for you. But every time you drop stuff and then you just leave it there instead of sweeping it up. And how many times like now I got to tell you how to do it again. Oh my god. When they're 2, though, they love to do stuff like sweep, like learning self-care and all that kind of stuff. And then when they get older, they're like, fuck self-care. I just want to go have fun. Why doesn't my kids, their favorite thing is like, yeah, why isn't bathing like just some automatic thing, like you just like swoosh and then you're clean? And I'm like, don't say that in front of me. Don't say that to me. Go cleanse. But that's just how they are. But yeah, too, especially when it comes to like learning how to read, I think 4 is really young, but 4 is a great time to like be introduced to alphabet and singing alphabet songs, right? I like PBS and stuff for like just awareness of it. And then 5, 6 is when reading really starts to like happen. And I would say, no to cop propaganda, but the Paw Patrol, the little books, I forget what they're called, but they're little phonics books. Those are the best. Those are the best. He memorizes books right now. Oh, yeah, man, we used to read Splat the Cat all the time. Splat the Cat, love that. Pete the Cat's pretty good too. Mary Pope Osborne, we got into those around 4 or 5, and then reading them by themselves 6, 7. But like any picture books, the picture books that you enjoy reading those out loud. Oh, Green Eggs and Ham. My husband has that memorized, and Cat in the Hat. We oh man, I had Cat in the Hat memorized. Um, it was something that day, and Cat in the Hat. And you cannot say, I can't remember it now, but I used to have it memorized because of how many times we had to read that shit. Sam, I don't like the green eggs and ham. Blah blah blah. And a train and a plane and a hat and a sky. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't remember it anymore now. I'm glad the war is over. Just kidding. But but yeah. I mean, like Roald Dahl is fun. Kids at a really young age, they just enjoy hearing so much stuff, so it's great. It's much cuter when he recites than when I do. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so cute. But yeah. Oh man. But when you're ready to do like reading and learning, those little phonics books, if you can get them, are really great. And if you can do highlighters, I like to do highlighters. We do one highlighter, like yellow, for words that he knows, like words that he knows, and I would have him like highlight the words that he knows. I did this with my youngest, and I thought it was really really helpful. And then blue for something totally new, and then red for something that he knows but it's really hard to remember. And so like as before we would even read the page, because it's just a little bit on, like maybe two sentences on a page, before we read it, we just look at the page and look at the words one at a time, and we just highlight. Do we know this one? Do we know this one? No. Okay. And so therefore we've already looked at the page, we already know what we do and we don't know. And so instead of like everything just kind of being like everywhere, the eyes are trained and they're color trained, and also it trains the nervous system too, to say I know that word, so I don't have to freak out. And even if it's yellow and I can't remember what it is right now, like that becomes a lighter thing than just words, and either you know them or you don't, and especially for like your sounds, your sounds like he's a ferocious reader, like he's excited to read, and so he probably wouldn't need so much with the highlighting to keep him like from being overwhelmed, as much as to keep his attention so that he can spend longer periods of time doing. Because like what I need, I'll say this and then we'll move on. When it comes to children and adults, when it comes to learning, okay, the biggest obstacle and the biggest quest is training yourself to do something for a little bit longer each time. The longer you spend on doing a thing, the more proficient you become at it. The shorter, so it's like exercising, right? If you can only exercise for 5 minutes, that's great at first. Just do it and then call it a day, whatever. Some people are like, oh, I can't, I have to go from zero to being able to do a full exercise regimen, and I'll just burn myself. I'll just beat myself into it until it becomes a habit that I have. And then I'll be overcome, and then they give up, right? Only some people can really keep that kind of momentum. And it's usually people who are conditioned to kind of push through things, whether that's a negative or positive thing in their life, right? So like that's rough. No, just do what you can and then call it a day. Say that you did it. You did it. But the next time you got to do just a little bit more. That's it. So you only did 5 minutes? Okay. Well, next time, did you do it for 5 minutes? Great. Do it for one more minute. Just do one other thing for just one more minute. Okay, great. Next time you did 6 minutes, just do one more thing for 7 minutes. Great. And then you just build that up. Okay. And then some days you're gonna hit 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and then you're gonna be like, oh my God, and you're gonna plateau. You're gonna plateau. And you're gonna go, no, I'm just gonna do a little bit more. And you're gonna start to realize, wait a minute, I did exercise for 30 minutes, and then also I did these other things, because guess what exercising or moving your body does? It makes you more likely to move your body. So because you move your body more, you move your body more, which means you exercise for 30 minutes, but you also walk somewhere instead of instead of like driving your car. Or you also did this a thing instead of doing that. You also stood for a really long time and paced or did X, Y, and Z instead of sitting in X, Y, and Z, because you've changed your habit and your lifestyle. So you start to realize that you can now add that other shit into your 30 minutes too, because it wasn't a dedicated exercise time. No, but it's a benefit of exercising is you just become more physical, you become more mobile. And so because you're just doing more, you start to add that stuff in too. Next thing you know, instead of like, you did exercising for 30 minutes that week, but you also walked everywhere that you went. And that was miles. And now you keep track of it and you're like, dang, I just do this naturally. I've changed. And that's how it compounds. Not because you force yourself to do more and more and more and more and more. And it's just the same thing with kids too. Like reading. Reading is really like reading takes an awful lot of cognitive energy. Okay. You're burning like thousands of calories. Maybe not just maybe not like in one sitting. You know what I mean? But like if you do really intensive reading, like for me, my reading's intensive. You guys can look at my books, they've got highlighters all over the things. You guys know I talk to the authors and shit like that, be yelling at them and stuff. I have a joke going with my husband where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna start getting books, annotating them. I'm going to send it to the author and be like, since you made me read this shit, I thought I'd make you read my thoughts on it, you know, just to be funny and then eccentric. But like, I was like, you know, that's hilarious to think about, but also like, think about the other side of it when people are like, yeah, this crazy woman who would send annotated copies of an author's work to them. You know, like it's just a fun fact on Wikipedia one day. I thought it would be hilarious, but you know, like also at the same time, deeply disturbing for others. But you know, sometimes that happens. If you just gotta have fun. Now, but yeah, but that's the thing, right? It's like, anyways, it's a heavy cognitively. So you just want to stretch the cognitive capacity just a little bit each time, and then you'll know that things are going really well because the little bit of stretching that you encourage causes more activity, like spontaneous activity on their end. So like with my kids, they like, you know, writing has been a thing, right? Handwriting, writing neatly, but also writing more, journaling and stuff like that. I haven't seen them spontaneously journal, but they spontaneously read all the time. You know what I mean? I just had to buy another book. Sometimes I'm like, God damn, like go to the library. Why did that just turn off all of a sudden? On Patreon. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, Patreon? What are you doing to me? But anyways, I'll be like, go to the library. Guys, I did, like, how many books am I buying now? I love it. I'm just kidding. I love it. I love it. I'm like, yes, yes, you want a book? I'll buy you a book. You know what I mean? Because they read spontaneously, and that's great. You know, my kid, he enjoys the disappearing spoons, you know, so it's like, it's really nice. It feels good to see them enjoy the things that they can now do on their own, that they're not being asked to or being pushed to do just a little bit, just a little bit more here, just a little bit more here. They're like doing it themselves. And like, still, obviously, they have school, so they're still pushed to do a little bit, but like the compounded effects is what we're talking about. That's really helpful. Oh my God, highlighters in their books is so deliciously forbidden too. That's so much fun. Yeah, yeah. I take that out. My youngest though, no, he does not like highlighter in his books. I give him the option. I'm like, do you want to highlight stuff in here? Or do you just want to write it down? He's like, we'll write it down on the notebook. He's like, I don't do that. It's barbaric. Calm down. Don't throw around slurs. Jesus Christ, my guy. It's just a highlighter and a book. I used to be the same way, so it's hilarious to me. Now, I used to be like dog earing pages. My books needed to be pristine. Somebody want to borrow my book? No, because you're gonna fuck it up. You're gonna bring it back to me, and the cover, something's gonna be fucked up. That was me. Is he an earth sign? He is. We're both the same. We're both Tauruses, so we're both the same. We're like, no, we keep things nice. We like stuff, and we like to have our stuff nice. God, he just got he got a card with one of his action figures, and he got it great. His dad graded it, sent it off to get it graded, and it's like pristine condition. And so he's like, did I tell you that I got the rarest rating on my card? I'm like, bro, I was there. I was there, bro. Chill. Chill. I know. He's like, no. I don't think I told you about the rarity. Okay. Hi, my son is a Gemini. My partner and I both have Gemini as our moon, so he's our chaotic. I can only imagine my husband, his moon sign is both of ours. Sun sign. I don't think my other one, I don't think he has any Taurus energy. Just no, but he shares the same energy with his dad too, so it's funny. Even yeah, I love it. I love kids are so much fun. They show you an awful lot of things. Okay, so now let's jump into the FAQ. You're not keeping me from the FAQ. You're good. I keep myself from you know, because I'm always like, oh, here's another thought. But I think these are all good thoughts. They're all, you know, as I always say, every fucking thing, the message is always something in the energy. So everything is always related. It always seems like it's not, but it is. And that's always the beautiful way in which, what the fuck is this? Annotate. I don't want to see that. Okay, maybe I do. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, we'll just leave that there. Okay, I'm gonna hit the record button. And this person, oh, you can reference it with my Patreon name. That's great because that's gonna make it so much easier. I believe this is Kirk. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit record. Okay. I think we're good. A window or a tab? I'll just do the tab. Okay, start recording. Recording a bug? What does that mean? Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I know you guys are looking at me looking at this crazy. Let me fix my face. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the student FAQ. Okay, so I always laugh because like I say this in the middle of like a 2-hour stream, so and everybody else is listening to me say that as if they haven't been listening to me talk this whole time. So hello, this is for the otter. So as usual, I pull a card for an animal anchor, so to anchor the energy of the reading, and I do it before I read anything, so we don't, it never fails us. So we're just going to do it. So this is the otter. It says surrender, let go of control. And then on the bottom, the underlying energy, another animal to kind of like the shadow animal. Perhaps I'm going to start saying that whatever's at the bottom of the deck here is something that can help you with what's at the top. So that's the kangaroo, gratitude. Be grateful for all you are blessed with. The way to let go of control is gratitude. When you switch to using gratitude as your main way of validating yourself, rather than seeking to see what's wrong, what needs to be fixed, what's broken, right? It helps with control. When you have gratitude, you're constantly saying thank you, right? You're not in control of what someone does. You are receiving what they did. And that can be a surprise. That can be anything. So gratitude really does shift our way of being oriented, doesn't it? Oh, and by the way, oh no, the person watching this can't see me, so that's fine. But gratitude helps us surrender and surrender control, because gratitude usually means we're grateful for something that somebody else is doing, right? And if somebody else is doing something, you don't have control over that. The universe is doing it, you don't have control over that. So when you start actually practicing gratitude, you're practicing what you don't have. You're practicing saying thank you to the things that you don't have control over. Okay. When I was in Mexico, what is it, 2 years ago now? I think it was like 2 years ago, 2024, maybe. Yeah, we were in Mexico from like the summer all the way up until fall. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. But like there were so many things while we were there. We just going from, we did about like 2 or 3 different Airbnbs. We were there for like 6 months. So we were there, and anytime we found a spot that we really liked, we'd stay there for a little while, and then we'd try out a different spot in the city and see what the vibes were there, right? And I swear to God, okay, even when I was in the area that it felt like the Canadians were colonizing and everything was stripped of color and life, and there was a predatory sense in the air, I still found things to be grateful for. You know what I mean? Because I remember there was a hurricane that hit. Okay. And we had picked this one place, and I picked it because there was an animal in their foyer. And I had literally just days before, I was like, man, I had been sent this animal as a means of a sign for manifestation. I was like, all right. And then I started seeing the animal everywhere, and I was like, well, goddamn. And then I saw it in the picture for the Airbnb, and I was like, well, let's stay there. I mean, it seems fine, right? And a hurricane came through. When I tell you that this hurricane was whipping through shit, okay? But the place that we stayed, it had windows, wall, floor to ceiling, sliding glass, just window. From one side of the whole place all the way to the other side. Just one long thing going on. I'm talking about in a bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. It was just the whole side of the building was just one, those floor to ceiling windows, okay? Little tiny balcony. But you know what my view was? And I was like, well, Jesus, this is a beautiful view. A white wall on the other side. Like, there's just another building right over there. There is nothing that you could see. And I, at first, when we had gotten there, I was like, well, I mean, I'm sure there's something to be said about having a wall as your view. Maybe that's privacy. You know, I was just looking for anything to be fairly grateful for, because like I like a view. I especially love greenery and stuff like that. So I was not fond. Also, I was like, as I was in the area, I was like, this feels a little colonial. I don't think I like it here. Everything feels like predatory. Like someone's gonna rob me any fucking second. Not in all of that energy was coming from the environment itself. Like everyone thought that they were going to be robbed, so they had to like operate in such like weird vibes, and it was all foreign and shit like that. And I was like, well, god damn, I'm not even in Mexico anymore. I don't like it. But when the hurricane hit, I'm telling you, that shifted my whole perspective of things. I was like, what are the fucking odds that I would be on the Gulf Coast, on the ocean, one of the biggest fucking hurricanes coming through, whipping through this bitch, and I am in the exact, precise, perfect location for total safety. I was up so many floors, so I definitely didn't have to deal with flooding at all. I had these massive fucking windows, but I didn't have to deal with anything hitting them. And yes, buildings had been busted, windows had been completely shattered by the storm all around. But where was I? Perfectly fine, perfectly safe. And then we left right after because I was like, yeah, we can't stay in this one. We have to go somewhere else. And we went to this amazing spot. But anyways, I think a hurricane came through that one too. Probably. But anyways, my point is gratitude. I had brought with me a journal and I was practicing, and I told myself every place I go, I am going to list out gratitude and see if that changes how the actual buildings and the environment talks to me. And 1,000% yes, it does. When you practice gratitude, everything can hear you. Holy shit, what is this song? I love this. I love this one. It's intimate, Hans Zimmer. Dum, bum, ba, da, da, dum. It's from X-Men, from Phoenix, the Dark Phoenix. Oh, I love it when that song hits that. Hans Zimmer knows how to like get a girl pregnant. I'm just kidding. No, Hans Zimmer really knows what he's doing every time he hits those fucking horns. Ba ba dum, bum bum bum. I suggest everybody listen to it. Intimate, Hans Zimmer. It's from the Dark Phoenix soundtrack. I know it's a long song, it's like 10 minutes, but I'm telling y'all, just listen to it and because you know it's got that sci-fi bend because it's an X-Men soundtrack. But when you get to the end and he zips you through and he holds you there, da 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 ba da ba. Perhaps the person listening that this is for needed to hear this. Intimate, Hans Zimmer. I feel like if you listen to that, that might actually aid somehow. But anyways, point is that gratitude is such a massive thing for letting go and control. But we don't even know if this person's dealing with a control issue. So let's jump in to the question, right? And see if that's the case. So what's your question? This is my second time engaging the Midnight Scholar Society community. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My intuition tells me this is where I should be in learning, but it's so far outside of my current sphere, it's hard for me to know where to get started. I oscillate between overdoing it, control. I'm sorry, it always happens, doesn't it? I'm telling you, I don't read these. Control. Okay. For overdoing it and trying to figure it out, or ignoring it and allowing myself to be distracted by less relevant things. You have a million things that say start here, but I'm starting to get my own way somehow. For some reason, how do I become more at home as a learner and a member of the society? That's a perfect question, and I think it's a really good question because yeah, I do have a lot of things that say start here, try this, right? Because it's all very much based on you as an individual. But here's the thing. So the only way, and also I want to say that's probably one of the most initiate things that can possibly happen to you here at the Midnight Scholar Society is to be turned around, oscillated, thrown here, thrown there. And anytime you try to start something and then go straight through and figure things out and get what you need and make it a schedule and make it a routine and do this thing and do the moment you try to approach anything at the Midnight Scholar Society with control, you get thrown out of whack. And I did not build it that way, y'all. That's not my intent at all. I'm telling you. I fucking love structure, okay? I have a Capricorn stellium. My Saturn's in Capricorn. Okay, all of my OGs are up there and they're fucking retrograde, which means that they're not only up there, but they're in here all the time. Daddy Saturn, he taught me structure. Okay, but he taught me how to build it so that it's my own. And when I tell you anything I ever walk into, because I have such a solid structure to me, everything always organizes to me. Okay, every experience I have, it organizes to me. I don't give a fuck what's going on with other people, but my like, boom, always works. Neptune's up there, Uranus is up there, the moon's up there for me. You know what I'm saying? I got a stellium up there, and they all work so lovely for me in that energy, but only because I love structure so much. I too feel your pain. But that being said, with the Midnight Solar Society, while we love structure, structure is universal. So the structure is what nature creates, not what you create. Okay. So sometimes when you love to have structure, or you identify of needing structure, needing to know how to figure out this, that, right? The control aspect, it's because you have experienced something. Oh, I don't need you in your brain. Never mind. It's a Kesha song, but we'll see if it relates. But the thing is, maybe it does relate here. This is a Kesha song, Sleazy, and it's kind of like, it's a pop culture song. So what I'm getting at is, sometimes when you live in society and in civilization, you're hit with a lot of external things, and you're in your conditioning, and your you just have a fucking life, right? Like, you're in reality with other people. You were born there, and you come to awareness and awaken, and have your own awakening by the time you're in your 20s, getting into your 30s. It, like, a whole life happened to you that set you up to try to cope. Oh God, Kesha, you're too loud. I'm sorry, Kesha, but no. I mean, like, you're allowed to be yourself and everything, but just not that loud in my ears. But anyways, when you're navigating life, essentially, okay, uh, you gain coping mechanisms to deal with all the fucked up shit that you have to navigate. That's just all I'm going to put it as, okay? Whether that's family, friends, life circumstances, there's a lot that life throws at you that you feel like you need to navigate. Because also, when you're growing up, especially if you grew up in the West, you're conditioned to have to take care of yourself way too early, because you are born into a society that doesn't have community structure. So community structure says, even if your parents can't help you right now, somebody else can. I'm reading a book right now. I mentioned it earlier, but it's of Water and Spirit, right, by Malidoma Patrice Sommet. And he mentions that he's from Burkina Faso. So he mentions there that, culturally speaking, that they have children can go anywhere in the community. Like, the doors, or the homes and stuff, don't have like locked, closed doors, so children can leave. Sometimes the parents don't see their kids for a while because their kids being taken care of by somebody else, not because like they're neglectful, but because the kid enjoys being somewhere, and that person enjoys the kid being there. And in America, that sounds like a nightmare. Your kid doesn't show up there in somebody else's house being raised by somebody else. That sounds like a possible like crime is being committed, right? Like, it sounds like you're opening up your child to being like all sorts of terrible things happening. That's what happens when you don't have community structure, is like, that terrible things are going to happen because you don't have community structure. Everybody is out to get something. It's capitalism. Everyone is capital, everyone is an object. So generally the only people who want to be around kids are people who want to be around kids for some weird fucking reason, right? So this makes community really difficult when you grow up in a society like that. And the West has been that way for a very long time. I don't know when the West wasn't that way, because I don't know too much about indigenous cultures in the West. That's the point that I'm making. So this is like baked into Western culture. Okay. So when you grow up in the West, you don't grow up in a community that is super healthy and safe. Even if your community was pretty good and whatever, still the overall collective, that is an anomaly. That's not a normal. It's like education in America. Every state does something different. Okay, they try to have a standard, but not and everybody isn't on it. It wasn't until they came out with the Common Core that they started to standardize education, so that kids in Missouri are getting the same education as kids in Connecticut, right? Because it's real fucked up when the kids, like, I went to school in Connecticut for a while, and I learned so much math in just one semester of fourth grade. Well, I had two semesters, one semester of fourth grade in Connecticut. I did so much math there, and I went to Florida, and for 2 years they were still catching up to what I had already done. 2 years, 2 years, just. I guess this is just what y'all consider education. I guess this is a mess, right? Like, educational standards totally different. This is way back in like the 90s. Okay, so it's the same thing when it comes to communities. It's standard, like, if there is no standard that historically everybody participates in, right, that makes it really hard for people to do weird stuff or to break away from it, because it's the standard. Just like right now, it's really hard for people to break away from all their weird shit because it's the standard. And people are like, what do you mean I can't lie? What do you mean I can't be manipulative and two-faced? That's just what it is. That's how life is. You pick yourself up by the bootstraps. You talk to a boomer, you know what I mean, who's really stuck in their ways, and you'll see what it's like, how hard it is to shift out of a mindset, because it's the collective fabric. That's all a person knows, right? It's collective. So in the West, collectively speaking, you have this a need for rigid, structured control because of the spiritual oppression that kind of exists. So naturally, over the Midnight Scholar Society, if you try to approach it with that mindset, it just throws you out of whack. So we're going to talk about how to like fix that. And then what have you already tried? Lots and lots of Christian pastors and their books, productivity gurus and their systems. More recently, I've embraced sobriety, prescribed and monitored SRR medications, and I have been with a therapist familiar with more spiritual practices for about 5 years now. That's really good. Anytime people do pair medication with therapy and, getting spiritual practices and stuff like that, that's pretty healthy way of going about things. And also good support system. What feels confusing or blocked or unclear? How do I start without going too deep and too fast and getting burned out, versus not give this community and the teachings the attention, focus, and energy it needs if I'm going to integrate it into my life? Okay. So when you think about this question, what rises? Pressure. What rises in their body? They feel pressure. Okay, that's a good thing. Where in your body do you feel this is the strongest? Chest wall and forehead. Pressure. Okay. So usually our chest and our forehead, in order to feel pressure, you're kind of leaning into something, right? So what outcome are you looking for? Gradually becoming a more integrated person. Okay, good. So first things first. Did I not hit record? Oh no, I did. Good. Okay. Oh no, I'm not getting the option to record the PDF file. That's so frustrating. And now that I say PDF file all the time, God, the TikTok term. Now I can't say I can't say PDF. That's terrible. I'm having flashbacks. Okay, so I can't show you the PDF, okay, but it is linked down below. Oh no, let me hit the record button for y'all. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. But it is linked down below, so pull it up. Okay. And everybody who is at home or in the live with me right now, you can go ahead. I hope you've opened up the file already. I like to start with number 3. I know, funny, I have number 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are informational for you, okay? But down at number 3 is when we start really being able to diagnose things. So for right now, we have lots of pressure, and control is kind of an issue here as far as when do I do stuff, how do I do, going, not wanting to get burned out. So jumping into stuff and then going, without knowing what to do, how to do, and how to integrate. So we're going to look and see what kind of signature this is. Like, what kind of pattern is this? Is this an urgency issue? Is it a collapse issue? Is it a fixation issue? Or is it avoidance issue? Right? And I kind of noticed 2 things. One, there's a little bit of urgency. So this is likely a timing issue. How do I integrate things, right? And the tools for this, integration cycles, we have them right here. There's a little bit of, I don't want to say, there's not too much fixation. There's a little bit of collapse going on. So emotional regulation. How do I regulate? So when I get into material, how do I regulate a natural pace that doesn't have me hyper focused on it, so I can get something out of it immediately and see and have and move, right? Collapse. That's it. That we're going to look at that. Fixation, we're going to leave that to the side, although there is a little bit of fixation issues in here, but I think those are resolved. when we go over regulation. And then avoidance. Okay. Um, avoidance is happening a little bit, right? Somebody was working on this stuff and then they kind of stop and they focus on stuff that's less relevant, and then they're like, I gotta go back to like figuring out stuff. So we're gonna look at these three: urgency, collapse, and avoidance. Okay, the domains that tells us in the next file over here. Oh, everybody on, my bad, y'all, TikTok, there you go. There you go. There you go. For those of you on TikTok, so you can see what we're looking at here. So we're looking at number 3, operational domain. And I'm going to scroll it up for y'all so you can see, not operational domain, signature pattern. Okay. And we're looking at urgency here, timing. We're going to look at collapse here, regulation, and then avoidance, taking action. Because when do I take action and when do I rest is the question here. Okay, so these are patterns. So the signature pattern kind of tells us either, like, you're either experiencing one of these things, one of these 4 things. This is when your system is out of regulation or you're out of alignment, right? One of these 4 things is happening. And you just need to figure out what domain is it happening in. So what is the topic at hand? And then you know what tools to reach for. Now, the way that I teach tools is holistic. So I'll show you that in a second. But when you're reaching for a tool, these tools are the courses that I have. There's so many different ways and different tools and different things you can do. You can pick whatever works for you. Okay, but there's so many different options. The point is to practice one. So I'll show you that now. Okay. Where am I? Dun, 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 dun. So let me look down here really quick. Sorry, the midnight is on. Anytime the midnight comes on, y'all, I'm being spirited away. What is it? I don't know this song. I'm not going to look for it. I don't think it's that relevant. I think it's just a vibe. So, flow loop. We're not going to look at the flow loop. We're actually just going to go down. I think we're just going to pick one. I'm going to show you guys what I do. I just pick one, okay? I'm going to show you what I do with all these questionnaires. I just pick one. Urgency. Let's start with the first one. Sometimes, like, what's the most pressing issue? Probably the pressure that's felt to do stuff, and that feels like urgency, like I have to hurry up and do it now. You don't burn yourself out because you're going slow. You burn yourself out because you're going too fast, right? So that's probably the first one we should just look at, and it's at the top of the list, so why not? Tools to look for: timing, literacy, and integration cycles. So I'm going to show you guys down here where I keep the tools. So we've got them listed into different phases. Generally, the tools, they're part of a holistic system, okay? So when you as a human being have something, let's say you drink too much in general, and your liver starts to have issues, right? Your holistic system will have issues now that your liver has issues. But when you focus on the liver and solve that root cause, all of the other things kind of come into place, right? But also, as a human being, you have different systems, and your systems work in some type of order. So you have to breathe. When you breathe, that pressurizes all of the different things in your body, your blood and oxygen, and things move to other systems. So breathing generally happens first, right? But also, if it's a problem with your liver, we don't necessarily start at breathing. Well, let's breathe and see how your lungs are doing. No, we figure out what's going on with the liver, what's not working, and then kind of refine that. And then we allow the whole system to kind of recalibrate and to do things. So we have phases here. The reason why I explain that is because the phases work the same way, okay? When phase 1 is a detection that something is wrong. Okay, so what's step 1 when an issue is to recognize that something's not right, right? Something's not right. So the tools there are slip detection, when you recognize that you've lost consciousness for a little bit. So have you ever been in a conversation and someone said something that was kind of triggering, and it made you think of something else, and then it made you think of something else, and then you really hope that the thing that this person said wasn't a sign? Because if it was, then it means that the same problem that you had last time might come up this time. And then you go, oh my God, I wasn't even listening to what they said. And you're like, oh shit. You know, they're in the middle of telling you a story. You got triggered and you went out for a little bit, and then you came back and they're at a new part of the story, and you're like, well, I'll just pay attention. Okay. And maybe what I missed isn't that important. You slipped from consciousness. Generally speaking, I tend to do that. Well, I only do this with people I'm intimate with. I'll tell my husband all the time, I'm like, I'm so sorry I dissociated while you were talking because you said this and it made me think of these other things and I got distracted. Let me write that down really quick or something like that. And then I ask him, can you repeat yourself? I'm so sorry. You know what I mean? Like, try to keep that at a low minimum because I be getting distracted all the time. Sometimes people say things and I'm like, seeing messages from the cosmos. Oh my goodness, like it's not true. Like sometimes I get triggered and it's like traumatic and I'm like, I'm sorry, I need you to pause because I'm having horrible memories right now from X, Y, and Z, right? That's necessary. But now, that being said, I don't really do that in like social situations, right? Like if I'm in a social situation talking to somebody and they're like trying to explain to me the rules of a thing and they're like showing me the paper and they're like, yeah, and then here and here, and I dissociate because I'm reading the rule and they go on to rule number 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm still reading number 3. I don't really stop and be like, I'm sorry, I was dissociated about number 3. Can you read the other ones again? I'm just like, oh, I got to read those other ones for myself because I totally dissociated trying to figure out what they meant by 3. Or I ask them, hey, so I got a little distracted here. What do you mean by this if it's important, right? But see, that's recognizing I've slipped from consciousness and then making a choice about what to do from there. So those are all different tools and stuff like that. We're not going to talk about that just yet because consciousness or slip detection, you like, yes, it's helpful to know, and yes, you'll learn things that like cover that. I'll show you in a second, that you don't need to start with phase 1 if you're not having or I know you are having collapse issues, so we will talk about slip detection and recovery, but we're going to look at urgency first. But yeah, see, phase 1, okay, there's that there. Phase 2 is stabilizing. So I slipped from consciousness. Step 2, what's the next step after you've noticed that you've slipped from consciousness? It's not to be a baddie and pull it all together. Step 2 is to stabilize yourself. You have to recover, right? So stimulus regulation, you got to regulate yourself. Okay, you slipped out, which means you're dysregulated. You got to re-regulate yourself. And then once you re-regulate yourself, then you can recover, right? And then you can reorient yourself. So we stabilize, shit spinning out. I notice shit spinning out. I stop stuff from spinning out. I regulate that. I recover from it. Holy shit, we had a spin out. Recovery generally has a little bit of reflection in there, right? Again, we don't slip from consciousness and then come back as a bad bitch. You come back misshoveled and misshapen. Maybe nobody notices because you're really good at like and graceful at being a mess, right? That's me. Nobody ever notices when I'm having a moment, and I'm like, can I have a fucking moment? And people are like, we didn't know you were having a moment. It didn't look like I was having a moment. They're like, you always look like that. What, is that a fucking compliment or an insult? That's me. I'm like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I always look like this? Once a friend told me, I had a hair on my nose. It was an eyelash. And like, he felt really uncomfortable. Like, there's, you got, like, he thought it was like, I was like, did you think this was just growing out of my nose or something? He's like, no, I was just shocked because you're so, immaculate. I was like, immaculate? It's a compliment. Yes, I am. I do show up immaculately all the time. No, but sometimes you do. Sometimes you come off as really well put together. I do recommend as a movie, Wonder Man. Wonder Man, not a movie, a show. Wonder Man on Disney. It's a Netflix show. It's a Marvel show. Not Netflix. It's a Marvel show. It really showcases an artist and autistic man. Artists are all autistic. Okay. Autism is just what happens when you live in fascism. When you live in a society that doesn't allow you to practice art, you become sick when you're an artist and you can't practice art or make a living or have a life as an artist, which is a full-on way of expressing yourself in life. Every human being is an artist, right? Art is what you make. It's how you creatively express yourself. You could build a house, that's art. You could paint a picture, that's art. They're just different types of art, right? But when you make a bunch of art, like when people build houses, when you think about it, people don't build houses well today anymore. I was just watching a video of these Mexican dudes. They were just throwing out numbers, cutting stuff. Like the way in which they did construction was insane. But this is me watching two Mexican dudes do it on a GoPro because like 10 years ago, I don't know if you guys remember, but that whole renovation thing and that whole flip houses and shit like that. It was super fucking racist back then. You guys know how like all the crazy stuff is happening to a very specific group of people, and it's cold outside. I'm trying not to say stuff because I'm on TikTok. But you know how all that's happening, and they're really focusing on like businesses and agriculture to find undocumented people. Yeah, well, they had done that with construction before that. Okay, construction. Anybody remember that? That's why the houses are built terrible, because they took all the craftsmen out of it. All the craftsmen who knew how to build the houses really fast and really well. Yeah, they were Mexican. They're really good at what they do. It's a craftsman. They were craftsmen, and they replaced them all with cheap labor and builders and companies and shit like that. So that's why the houses are all fucked up, falling apart, because they don't have craftsmen, because racism. So I say all of that to say, wait, why did I say all that? I said that for a reason. I just don't remember. But it's really important, in other words, that you understand as an artist, right? That when you live in a society that doesn't allow you for whatever reason, it is the system, the society itself, not nature, society. People are acting abnormally and in unhealthy ways to destroy themselves and you will present as autistic. Presenting as autistic looks an awful lot like Wonder Man. If you watch that show, oh my God, I swear to God, you all are going to feel seen. But I also want you to understand that everybody in that show thinks that the main character is an asshole who is lazy, who doesn't do anything, who is just wasting his fucking life until he gets his big break and proves to everybody that he's not. And by the time he gets his big break, guess what? He's learned an awful lot about himself and the world, and what it all truly meant anyways. And the entire time you're watching this show, while he's being given tools necessary like breathing and reframes and mental mind frames and stuff, spirituality is not mentioned once, and tools for navigating spirituality, which is the basis of how you make art. Spirituality is how you as a human being moves energy throughout your system to express yourself. Okay. And then how do you turn around and do it again? There is nothing mentioned about that. That's not down on the show. That speaks to the society in which the character lives in, right? And also to the society that we live in. Yes, you can be shown representation that you can overcome, but unless you know what the fuck you're overcoming, and people say it's all that external stuff. No, it's the fact that the external world got rid of all your internal like toolkits and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? So it's a great show. I do recommend that, and that's all I'm gonna talk a lot more about that on TikTok as we go into the future. But I'm gonna get off soapbox on that show. But yeah, recovery practices, right? So after you like dissociate, and dissociating is just one way, right, of kind of slipping out of consciousness. But once you have like some issue, and then you restabilize, you've got to recover and then reorient yourself. You return to consciousness as a choice. That is oftentimes the hardest thing for people to do, because your brain is fighting against you. You get what I'm saying? You are split. You have two choices. It's a crossroad. There's a JJK episode, Jujutsu Kaisen, where this main character, he's positioned with a crossroad. Now, I want to preface this by saying Jujutsu Kaisen, everybody on that show is technically fucked up. Okay, like nobody is technically good in the show. Okay, everybody's in a fucked up world trying to like do good in a fucked up world. So just imagine it's set in hell. Okay, and let that kind of inform you about everything from here. Not Father Crawley. Not Father Crawley. Father Finley. Mm-hmm, I think this song is relevant, so I'm going to mention. Let me see. What's the title of this song? Because I think this is necessary. I think I just exited out of it. My bad, y'all. Maybe it wasn't. It's probably still there. Yeah, Father Finley. That's what it's called. Father Finley. Heaven's angels tremble in his wake. Shit, I started over. To the water, Father Finley walks, hardly bothered by the 10-pound block. Round his ankles, every step he takes, heaven's angels tremble in his wake. So I just talked about, the shows, everybody's in hell in there, right? But the point that I'm making Here's of this guy at a crossroad. He technically is a superpowered being, right? And he is tasked with helping and protecting humankind from cursed spirits or really bad emotions that happen. And where these bad emotions come from, turns out they come out of people. When bad events happen, somebody throws himself in front of a subway train. Guess what's coming out of that situation? A lot of bad fucking energy. So these people come through as agents to clear out the bad energy. But what happens when you got like millions of fucking people creating bad energy all the time, and your superpower is you eat it? And it tastes like fucking vomit every time you do. It tastes vile. You know what I mean? Somebody jumps in front of a bus. You want to eat that for dinner? That's fucking insane. But that's what it feels like as an empath when you're there at the scene of the crime and you have to absorb it all while everyone else is practicing their unconscious behavior or trying to secure their very fragile sense of reality. That didn't happen. I didn't watch that. It wasn't me. Couldn't happen to me. That could never be me. No, 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 no. Oh, I don't have to be here. Good, good. I'm gonna go watch Friends on repeat for a little while until I can forget that this happened. Right? You can imagine that some people who don't get to have that option can feel resentful. So this guy, he's having a split. He can't decide whether he wants to kill all human beings so that he never has to worry about this ever again because they're weak. What's the point? Or hate the version of him that thinks that. He can't figure it out. So what does a woman tell him? She says, "You don't feel that way." He said, "I can't figure it out. I don't know how I feel." She said, "You don't feel that way." She said, "You have two options. You're being invited to feel that way. So you have to choose." She's like, "You can choose to not feel that way. You can choose to feel that way. But the thing is it's a choice. You don't actually feel that way. If you did, you wouldn't hate the way that you feel. But the fact that you have two different feelings means that it's an option. You're being given an option of two different things. If you don't like one of them, then don't eat it." Anyways, he ate it, and then he had his entire body abducted by a cursed spirit. So that didn't turn out well for him. Um, so just remember, everybody, when you have options, choose the creative one. Don't choose the obvious dumb thing. That's the low hanging fruit. But that's part of like reorienting yourself, is making the conscious choice between two worlds. Do you stay in the circle that you're in even though it feels like it makes sense, it feels like it's smart? It's just a matrix, and if you don't like it, don't choose it. Some people say, "But it's terrible." What do you mean don't choose it? You just ignore bad feelings? You're ignoring the good ones, so why not? I know a lot of people don't like hearing that. Toxic positivity. Shut the fuck up. People who scream toxic positivity, X, Y, and Z, this, that, and that, are filled with mental illness. They're frustrated with life. They're miserable. They're stuck, and they want out, but they don't think that that's an option. And I know that that probably pissed off some people that'll probably hear that at some point in time, probably like in some way, shape, or form. But I'm so sick of that because I have been surrounded by people who say that all the time, and it has 100% always ended up false. It is always true that there is a choice. It is really a choice. And either you're going to choose the negative thing or you're going to choose something else. You don't have to choose the highly toxic positive thing. But the idea that the negative thing is real and the positive thing is toxic sounds like you were sitting in a toxic situation and everything to you feels like shit. So you're just shitting on everything because you were in a shitty place. That sounds like a choice. Get what I'm saying? That's not the truth of the situation. That is the truth of the choice that somebody is choosing. And it is the hardest step. That's what I'm saying. I understand totally. Like I do that, like there are so many different things. I'm at the point in my life though that I refine things where I'm like, damn, I was really just choosing to think this, but I can choose not to. And yes, you will feel delusional. Yes, you will feel crazy, especially if you are surrounded by people who honestly are also fucking miserable. If you're surrounded by people who don't have the answers to your problems, they have the same problems or worse problems or different problems and just don't give a fuck about your problems, you cannot expect those people to understand anything that solves your problem. Get what I'm saying? And a lot of people are around people that are dumb as fuck, illiterate about themselves and their life, this, that, and the other. And sometimes you wake up and you realize that you're surrounded by these people and you also are this person. So therefore, I just need everybody to understand that if you are coming at it from a place of ignorance, you cannot assume mastery over what you were ignorant about. So if it is a negative, if you're like, "Oh my God, but it's just a negative choice," and gratitude, what am I just supposed to do? Say I'm grateful for stuff when I'm not? Maybe practice learning how to be grateful for stuff. And you can start by asking yourself why you can't be grateful for something. Because my other things, okay, you entitled piece of shit. Like, that's just the truth. Did you recognize it? Yes, I'm an entitled piece of. Then do you want to be that? Or does it just feel good to beat yourself? If you have any issues, honestly, the only people that I find really have a hard time with that one tend to have a lot of Catholic guilt, you know what I mean? Where there's a lot of self-deprecation going on. Or there's can be a lot of Protestant guilt in there too. Like, it really depends on, because, Christianity and Christian pastors were mentioned and stuff like that, which may not necessarily be the issue here, but I just want to let that know for everybody that sometimes the guilt that you were feeling and all of those things, those are conditioned thoughts that keep you in the loop. So sometimes, and if you, because this person will eventually go through stabilization, all that kind of stuff when it comes to when it comes to collapse, right? I'll mention these things. But when you're going through this state where you recognize that you've slipped, you've got to recover yourself, things like that. When you're going through that, you are literally in hell. You just have to recognize that and stop fighting it. Oftentimes, the biggest issue, and I want you all to hear me when I say this, when you don't know how to swim and you are in water and you slip, you will act like you are drowning, even if it's 3 fucking feet of water. You won't know how to get up because you're scared of water. All you have to do is surrender. Oh my God, the otter came up, didn't he? Look at that. I tell you, it happens every time. Surrender. 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 Because if you don't, you will drown. You will keep throwing yourself into the water, not knowing that all you have to do is stand up. But you can't stand up. You can't do any of that if you are trying to control. And you're trying to control what? You don't know how to swim. I know, that's why I'm freaking out. Why would you freak out? Why wouldn't you just stand up? You know you're in 3 feet of water. I can't think about that right now because I'm freaking out because I don't know how to swim. Good thing you don't need to because you're only in 3 feet of water, right? That's the thing. But when you slip, it doesn't feel that way. So the bridge that has to be gapped, and we talk about this, the bridge that just has to be gapped is it's emotional. So we have to work on stoicism in this way. It's emotional. When you lack actual surrender and you try to control your emotions the way that you feel, when you try to control how you feel, when you try to control anything, to be totally honest, you are doing the exact opposite of what you think you are doing. If you have less knowledge and you try to control something, you are doing it from a limited capacity. When you surrender to the thing, then you can learn it. So what you want to surrender to here are emotions. I'm going to get into we're just covering some stuff right now. Don't worry if you're like, "Yeah, but where do I start?" I feel like I can hear the student who's like, "Yeah, but where do I start?" I feel like I can hear it. And I mean, calm down, hold on. They're probably not thinking that. And they're like, "That's not what I was thinking." I'm just joking. Somebody was thinking it. But I was thinking it. But no. The thing here is when you let go of control, right? That's the main goal here is when you slip, you have to let go. Slipping consciousness is always because something has caught your attention and you've got a grip on it, right? So, dissociation when you're triggered, and let's say somebody's talking about something and they say something and then you lock in on that thing and you're trying really hard to be present, but you can't stop thinking about the thing or looking at the thing or wondering if the thing is thinking about you or wondering if they're going to text you or wondering if you're going to figure it out or wondering if you're going to actually solve the problem or wondering if it's all going to work out or wondering if you need to wondering if you're ever going to figure this out, if you can actually learn, if you can actually understand, if you're fixated on a thing. And when you grip that, the only ways to bring yourself back to center is to release it. And that is, I'm going to tell you, like 90% of all collapse struggle is just learning how to release. But you'll learn that. So anyways, collapse. Okay, we'll talk about urgency in a second. But collapse, when we look at these 3 things, there's really just 3 classes. So the start here, when I talk about where you start, I'm just going to tell this student very directly so that they have a really good game plan and what to do moving forward. But the place that you start is literally, and the reason why you can start anywhere is for this. I have the non material senses, okay, embracing the elements, planetary intelligence on here for sure, but also creative awakening. Okay, you're going to see these things repeat. Non-material senses, embracing the element, creative awakening. Let's see what's down here. Non-material senses, embracing the elements, creative awakening. Okay, so the only things here are embracing the elements, not the creative awakening. I have planetary intelligence. I'll get to that in a minute. And non-material senses. Non-material senses is 12 short videos. They're like 15 minutes each, where I just explain to you your non-material senses. That's it. You have 5 material senses: sight, sound, touch, taste, and hearing, right? You have 12 non-material senses, 10 plus 2. And it just reads just like the zodiac sign. Your sense of self, sense of desire, sense of thought, sense of feeling, sense of will, how you create things, when you feel compelled, right, to do something. Sense of self is like when you feel inspired. When you feel inspired, you've just sensed yourself. When you're watching somebody and you watch, oh man, when you're on TikTok and you're like, oh my God, this is so cool. Oh my God. Or, oh my God, their voice is so amazing. Or, oh my God. You're sensing yourself. You've paused. You're inspired by yourself in another form. Okay. I hear people singing, man, Fauzia, she does For Elise. It's a cover. First of all, I have such a deep, deep relationship with the song For Elise for my own particular reasons. But I love Fauzia. I found the song and I was like, damn, my first thought was, man, I could have made a cover of this song. That's brilliant. And then I thought to myself, I'm so glad she did, so I didn't have to. I could just listen to it and get the message this way instead of having to do all the work. Thanks, Fauzia. See? Gratitude. Thanks. Right? But like there's a piece of my heart that felt just a little disappointed that I hadn't thought of the idea and that it wasn't me singing a cover of this song. And I could have done that if only I had thought of that when I was 16, when I was obsessed with it and had to practice it on piano all the time. Like, geez, right? That's ego. Ego says, I wish it was me. Your sense of self says, it is. Do you hear what she's saying? And then when you listen to it, you get an actual different message that tells you about other things. That's sense of self. Sense of desire. What do you desire? When I desire to eat chocolate, I go and I get me some chocolate. You know what happens after that? Something's fucking stressful. Something always stressful happens. That's why I desire chocolate, but when I can sense the stress coming. And then so I started to learn when I desire chocolate, pay attention to what stresses me the fuck out. And can I lower that? Because I don't want to have to fucking eat chocolate or like have this desire to eat chocolate. I just so happen to pair those two things. Probably because I read in Harry Potter when I was a kid that whenever you're attacked by a Dementor, you eat chocolate, and it fucking worked. Right? It works. She's right. There's science to eating chocolate when you're being stressed out because it can help you regulate momentarily, short term, by raising your dopamine and stuff like that. So it can help. But does that mean that helped me reduce my stress? No, that just helped me cope with it. But now that I know those two things are paired, what can I do? I can work to reduce the stress by noticing when the coping mechanism comes up. I want chocolate. This thing must be stressful. I used it to lower my feelings of stress, but that doesn't make the stress go away, right? Sorry guys, fix the camera. But that didn't make the stress go away. What makes the stress go away is when you acknowledge it and actually handle that. Clean it up. Sometimes handling stress is just acknowledging that it is stressful and then making a choice afterwards to either allow the stress to exist or to move or to set a boundary where I no longer give attention to it. It's really one thing or the other. Sometimes people are like, what do you mean? So if the stressful thing is my parent, what am I supposed to do? Acknowledge that they're stressing you out right now and either choose to give attention to it or not. And depending upon the context of your situation and stuff like that, you might have to get creative. If you're like, well, I live with them, and even though I'm an adult right now, the rent's free and I'm trying to build my business and do all this stuff, so do I just put up with it? You might have to be creative. When you were 16 or 18 and your choice was to say, fuck you, and go move out and go to college, and you have a roommate so you don't have to talk to those assholes anyways, or whatever, whenever you get pissed, right? Like, if that was your solution when you were 18, and let's say you're like 33 and you decide to move back home so you could save up all your money, invest it all in a business, and build this big thing, right? Okay, but you're living with people who fucking annoy you half the time, and sometimes they talk to you like you're 13, even though you're fucking 33. This isn't fucking insane, and like, why are they always up? Instead of doing all of that, just acknowledge that they stress you out, that there are issues. Do you have to solve them? No, you can choose to give it your absence. Well, what does that mean? Move out? No, be fucking creative. When do they piss you off? When is the issue? That's when you give it your absence. It's never just an all or nothing. It's the creativity is the nuance, right? So that's what we want to do, is focus on those types of things. But you see, your sense of desire can show you. What do you desire? I desire to be done with this conversation. Then be done with it. I just can't end it because I don't want. Yes, you can. You can say, can we talk about this later? Because I'm starting to get, like, I'm overwhelmed and I just can't. Okay? Like, I need time to reflect and think so that I can bring myself to the conversation. But right now, I can't. Oh, you don't want to talk? Yeah, I don't. Well, if you don't want to talk, then I never want to. Okay, fine. If you want to be childish, then that's fine. But if you change your mind, let me know. And you just get up and you leave. I can do that. Yes, you fucking can. It just requires a little creativity, right? You just got to be creative. You just got to, like, and you can only do that, like, by being present in the moment, right? So you have to recognize what your actual desire is. And then if your desires make you an asshole to everybody around you, then I think you either need to remove yourself and find new people that don't find all of your behaviors toxic and fucked up, right? Like, that's your job, to remove yourself, isolate, and then you'll eventually populate around a bunch of people who like how you are. Because you are the way that you are, so you repel the people who don't like you, and you attract the ones who do. Because you're not surrounded by a bunch of people who are pretending or tolerating you because of whatever fucking reason. Get what I'm saying? It's like that. It's really just that. In the moment, you need to become present. So this is when we talk about, right, noticing that you've slipped and recovering so that you can become present. The Power of Now is a book that I have a few episodes on YouTube talking about it or breaking it down, and then I got distracted. So I was building out all these classes and stuff, but it's a good one to read. So then you have sense of thought. So you have like 12 of them, right? What did I listed off quite a few, but then there's magnitude is your Virgo sense. This is your ability to see the forest for the trees. You ever get stuck in the weeds? You ever get stuck in the details of some shit, and then you have to look at the big picture, and when you looked at the big picture, you felt like an idiot for looking at all the details and freaking the fuck out over like something really small that had nothing to do with the big picture, and someone had to pull you out, and you went, oh my goodness. And you're like, well, I'm really glad I didn't make that call or send off that email or yell at that person over this really tiny thing that turned out not to matter at all. But because I was so zoned in, I was so in it, right? Magnitude. Do you know where your consciousness is? Do you know that you're in something, or do you know that you're out something? Do you know you're in your interior? Do you know whether you're with people in your exterior, right? Are you transmitting something out, or are you receiving messages in? Magnitude will tell you that. Perception. I don't think I need to explain sense of perception now. Everyone seems to be aware that they are being perceived, and that they care about the perceptions of others and try to manipulate those things, and then get burnt out manipulating those things, and then they just want to be their authentic self. But then they recognize people perceive them wrong even when they're being authentic, right? Everybody knows sense of perception. You get fucked up with it all the time. Sense of presence, that's the 8th house, Scorpio. That's why he always comes like a figure. You know what I mean? God, I love a Scorpio dream. Oh man, when Pluto comes to visit, he comes fully realized. Presence. He just got that presence. You know what I mean? Everybody can feel death. That's why y'all run. You run every single time because you can feel it. You can feel it even when you don't know what it is or what you run right into it every time because you can't see it. You know what I mean? It's presence. Sense of belief. That's Sagittarius. What do you believe? Did you realize that it was conditional based on what it is that you were surrounded by and what you know. Between you are a dot on a map and there's a radius around you. That inside that radius is what you think. That's Gemini. It's your local. Outside of that radius is Sagittarius. You can go and explore other things, but that is how you expand your beliefs, by moving into other fields, right? And you don't just drop what you used to believe. You expand, you add on, and it creates complexity. And by adding on, I mean, sometimes you say, I no longer believe these things. They don't disappear. They just stop becoming part of your systematic belief, a part of your religious belief, what you practice. But you become aware of it. You do believe that it exists, and you know the people who practice it, and you know the harm that it causes, and you know all those things, right? You know that's Capricorn. You experienced. You know those things. That's why they're not your personal beliefs, but you have new ones that you've expanded, right? And some of the old ones, you don't get rid of all of them. You don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? You you take the baby out first, right? Take all the gems out of whatever is left, and then what's ever left over, then you throw that shit out. Okay, and it's just not yours. You don't stop knowing that it exists, though. And then sense of vision. That's Aquarius, your ability to see possibilities and foretell into the future. You can't tell the future as in know what it is. You just know all the possibilities that could be, and you are willing to entertain. And that's still within your realm of belief. Okay? What you believe and what you pattern out might not even be real, because you just don't know enough. You don't have enough experience to like really have vision. Vision comes with age, and also with experience and information. The more you know, the more you grow. But the more you grow, the more you can envision. But you gotta the I know this stuff. The more you know, you gotta learn information, and then you gotta apply it. Right? That's practice. We're gonna talk about that in a second. When you practice that information, it becomes stuff that you know. That's how you grow, and then your visions become more refined and better. You yield more, right? That's like when someone makes decisions and people are like, oh my God, how did you make that decision? People ask me all the time, like, it seems like I make such risky decisions. My family treated me like I was a risky person. Like I was just going out there just making crazy choices. You know what I mean? And it's because to them, the choices I made, like moving to Japan, that just like that came out of left field. No, it didn't. I've been obsessed with Ghibli since I was 13. No, but it didn't come out of nowhere. Actually, it was always been an interest. It's always been there. I just didn't share it so much. Why? Because it wasn't relevant to any fucking conversation we were having. What was I supposed to just pull that out of my ass on a Tuesday? Japan. I didn't even feel like that particularly. I was just there was an opportunity. It looked great for me. I matched it up with my own life, my own trajectory. I'd love to get some experience internationally working in a government. I get to be called a cultural ambassador. Love the fucking title. I've got a certificate and everything. Oh my God. Just seems really great. And it was an opportunity that fell in my lap. Why wouldn't I just see what happens? Pay's fine. I'm young. It's all pay. I get treated like a little princess. Sure. And I get to do something I enjoy. Great. I gotta show up to work and teach kids. Not the best, but sometimes we gotta make trade-offs. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I gotta learn to grow up a little bit. I was like, what, 24 or 22 or something like that, 22, I think. It's like I gotta learn to grow up a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, sometimes you gotta give a little to get what you want, right? So go out and do what you enjoy and see if you can do it and still enjoy yourself here. Okay, I'm willing to do that. So I do that. To somebody else, that looks like I'm just, doing like I'm making crazy choices. What is that going to do for you in the future? How does that work after your 3 years and your contract's up, maybe 3 to 5 years? How is that going to work for you? But I don't fucking know, bitch. Ask me in 3 years. Why are you asking me to make choices now? Plan out my whole fucking life. Like I'm not, like life is just, I don't know, sitting here waiting for me to plot and plan it. You guys all have plotted out your lives. And while it probably has gone some way, shape, or form into fruition for you, I'm pretty sure you also realize that you had no fucking control over that shit at all. The only thing you ever had control over was whether you said yes or no and showed up or not, right? But everything else was kind of like wild, right? So yeah, there's sense of vision, and then sense of oneness. That's Pisces. So the 12 non-material senses. Okay, that's literally what's being taught. And this is just, I'm looking in phase 1 right now. That's literally what's being taught right there. So then embracing the elements, you're going to learn a bit of alchemy here, that you have 4 bodies, a spiritual body, an emotional body, a mental body, and a physical body, and how those bodies communicate with each other, and also what they like, how they function and what they do, how those bodies show up in the elements around you all the time. You have a physical body, earth. You have an emotional body, water. Your emotional body is a water body. You know, your fascia and all your hydration and shit like that, and how things function in you. Yeah, you know how they're like, the body holds the score. We just now found out that when you experience emotional trauma, it gets stored in your body. Who just found that out? Oh, you mean after you guys abused everybody? That's when you decided. I'm sorry, I'm always shitting on the West. But it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, it took you beating this shit out of other people to realize that that stuff stays with them. What goes on in those households? I'm always like, that's crazy. It's crazy that we need science to tell us something so obvious, right? It is an obvious state. And yes, science helps us, give us language and things like that, but not in the West. In the West, it doesn't give us language. It gives jargon, okay? And the jargon creates separation between the lived experience and the intellectual understanding of the thing. So people come away having language to talk about something that they don't know. See? So embracing the elements, I'm giving you the language that you need and also tying it to practicality for you. I'm going to skip over planetary intelligence really quick, but Mars, Saturn, and the moon are the ones that you would focus on. If you were to do those right then and there. That's why I put this here. I probably should put a little like asterisk or caveat here that you don't need to do this just yet. I do recommend that you do Mastering the Cosmos before you do planetary intelligence, unless you already have a lot of astrological background. If you're like, you're really fucking new to astrology and you don't know anything about that, you can definitely take these, and I'm pretty sure that you'd be totally fine. However, if you were listening and you're like, I don't really know what you're talking about, oh, this is a lot of fucking astrology, I don't really know what you're talking about, do Mastering the Cosmos, where we go real slow and real chill. Okay, just take your time. Okay. Now that, how long have I been talking? It's been an hour. Okay, and this is the first time I'm going to tell you the answer to your question. Take your time. Just pick one thing and take your time. Let's go slow. Just go slow. Just do one thing at a time. 1 week at a time. No. Not one thing in a week. One thing, and do it the way that I filmed it. Take one class, one lecture, 1 week at a time. This week, one lecture. That's it. And just let it percolate. But how? Shh. It'll all come. Just let the stuff sink into the soil. Eventually, the plants will start growing out of it, and you'll go, oh, but the only way to get that done, I'm going to give you the same advice my husband gave me last week when I was like, do you think I actually have to listen to these fucking lectures because they're really fucking boring and I'd rather just read the book and blah, 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 blah. And he said, listen, babe, put it on 2 times speed and just listen to the boring fucking lecture. Play your mahjong or some shit while you listen. But if you don't listen to it, then you don't actually get exposure to the information at all. If you listen to it, sometimes you'll hear something and it's a gem and you'll pocket it. And the rest, who gives a fuck? But you can't say who gives a fuck if you never gave any fucks to begin with. Okay? Okay, so just turn on that little fucking lecture. Let it play. Play a little mahjong. Let your little brain. He didn't say it like that. This is me impersonating him, and it's a bad impersonation because he's actually way chill. He's just like, I just listened to the lecture. He says it in such a really. Why do I always paint you? I paint him in such an interesting way. He really said it like this. I would just listen to the lecture and play solitaire at the same time, so that way I get exposed to it, and you know, something new pops up. Then I hear that thing, and then I just call it a day. And I was like, wow, that's really smart. And I was like, I should do that. And he's like, I think so. That's how he said it, because he never tells you what to do. He just tells you what he would do. But that's what I'm getting at, is go slow. Just listen to one lecture at a time and let that shit sit. But what you're going to listen to. So, okay. So, let's look at phase 2. Wait, who can see this? Let me see. Can you guys see it over in TikTok? Yeah. Phase 2, okay, is stabilization, right? So we're still in collapse. This is the tools. Let me go up here. If we go to number 3, signature pattern, collapse, regulation. So that's slip detection and recovery practices, okay? So slip detection, we got that here, and then we have recovery practices. So stimulus regulation, that's here. Recovery practices is right here. And reorientation protocols right here. And which classes? Embracing the Element, Creative Awakening, and Planetary Intelligence, Saturn and Moon. We've got that there. And then here, Creative Awakening, Embracing the Elements, and Non-Material Senses. The non-material senses, embracing the elements, and Creative Awakening. Okay? These 3 classes are going to teach you all about collapse. The first set, non-material senses, is super short. Okay, so just take that to get that out the way. Embracing the elements, that's 4 weeks, 1 class each week. Each one, just take that to get that out the way. And also to just orient yourself in the 4 body phenomena. I've got 4 bodies. Okay, there's 4 different versions of me in one body. So fire is your spiritual body. Air is your mental body. I didn't mention those 2 things, but just so that you hear them right. And how does that fit? So your creativity shows up as fire energy. Astrologically speaking, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Non-material senses speaking, sense of self, sense of will. So I see myself, I feel compelled to, sense of belief. This is what I believe. I feel compelled to go out and discover. I feel compelled, right? So, and to expand, to express myself. Expressing myself causes me to expand myself. It causes me to change my belief systems because I'm interacting with the world in a way that changes me. That's essentially how that fire in your spirit body works, right? You see yourself, you do something, and then you expand. You change. That's your spirit body. That's fire. You feel it with Mars, Jupiter, and the sun. Okay, so anytime you're outside with the sun and the sun's hitting you, just ask yourself, what do you feel compelled to do? Things like that. Okay, so just like slow, like just that's what I'm saying. Take this stuff real slow. And as you listen to things, like you just listen to something, the 12 non material senses, by the way, is the only thing that you could take that I would say just do those in a week. Just do like 2 videos or something like that and sit with the information. Sitting with it means reflect, write about it. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about that with Creative Awakening right here. Y'all, Creative Awakening. Creative Awakening is the artist way. We do the artist way. That's a 12-week program. That's 1 class a week. That's 3 months. Go slow. I teach y'all. I'm an academic, okay? We go slow here. Our first book club took us all year. We were reading Women Who Run with Wolves. Okay? It took us all year. Why? Not because everybody's a slow fucking reader. These people are, first of all, it's because people have fucking jobs, right? Like half the people in my fucking, not half, but a large portion of my clients and students are therapists. They are artists, okay? So professional artists at a high degree. Like they work professionally in institutions for their art. Opera singers, people who work in orchestras, people who dance, people who work in the art field, visual art as a medium, people who work in content creation, all sorts of different people who work at a very high degree. This is how they eat, okay? They gave everything to this. There's nothing else. They're at a high level with it. People be knowing their names. You know what I'm saying? They make a paycheck. People are willing to pay for this. They get on them stages. Who is out there making that noise? Anyways, okay? So when I say that, I'm saying, listen, we go slow. Okay? Not because nobody likes to read. We love reading around here. We go slow because there is no way for you to take in information really quickly and have a quick turnaround. All right, Otter, slow the fuck down. I'm just kidding. But no, seriously. There's no way to go fast. You try to go fast, the universe is just going to show you that time goes slow. Okay, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And I'm only telling you this from personal experience. I am you. Okay, I was you, I should say. Not you anymore, but I was you. I was you. Oh God, I was you. I was like, I was before I even built the Midnight. The Midnight Scholar Society was my commitment to actually going in the direction of the universe for once instead of going on my schedule. Okay, and even that was a learning curve. Okay, before then, y'all, before I showed up here with the Midnight Scholar Society, I'm telling you. And I'm telling you, I am sick. I was successful. Oh my God. Oh my God. The level of control that I had and how I could achieve with it. I was successful. Nobody could stop me. Nobody could stop me. Why? Because I was never trying to control other people. Okay. I went about control in probably the healthiest way that you possibly can. Okay. Probably the healthiest way that you possibly can. My rules were you don't control other people. My rules were you are authentic, you have integrity, right? But oh my God, a bitch with the schedule, guys. My South Node is in Virgo. I am the analytic. You know what I mean? Oh God, God, God. So when I literally was sat down by my own ancestors and spirit, and they were like, you know how you love to live your life right now? You know how being in the know, being analytical is everything to you? We're throwing that out the window, and for years that'll never work for you. I was like, are you fucking serious? I don't understand. What's the problem with having a fucking routine? And I learned all the problems with having a routine thoughtlessly. And that routines are things that happen because this is who you are, not the things that you build to become who you are. The routines are who you are right now. Okay? It's who am I right now? And then work with that. Don't try to change it. Work with it. Refine it. Okay. And if it really fucks you up, get rid of that little thing and get something new and allow yourself 30 days to build the habit. You guys know that it takes about 30 days to build a habit, right? um I want you all Atomic Habits. I don't really recommend Atomic Habits like as a personal, like this is the book of the life. No, I recommend it like basic text. Okay, like yes, habits, and it's important that you know about habits. It's important that you understand about stacking habits, and I feel like a lot of you already know all of that information, and that's why you're upset because you've stacked, you've done this, you've done that, and it didn't work, right? Okay, you're just supposed to know that that's how it works. You're not supposed to touch the mechanism. You Atomic Habits is great because it teaches you how habits work. You're not supposed to touch the mechanism. Do you know how hard it is for me not to touch the mechanism? I am a habit stacker. Y'all, I don't even know how to explain to you. I just told you all in the live, right? So if you're listening to this, you want to hear the replay of the live. It was filmed 4/11 2026. Okay, and it's going to have the same general title as this video, so you can find the live on the Patreon. But I was talking about homeschooling and how I build out curriculums. You don't get to be like that and to do stuff like that and be like, I don't like schedules and structure and all that. No, you get to be the way that I am because you're very good at control. I'm telling you, by the time I was a child, I could like micromanage people, not in unhealthy ways either. I'm just saying, like, Wonder Man, again, the show has a great scene that shows this. The main character, he gets his script and he wants to change a line, so he has a meeting with the producer and the writer and the director. So he tells the director's like, well, and argues why the line is there. And he's like, I hear what you're saying. It just feels like the way that the words are right now, like we need to change the words because it's not reflective of where this character is now. And what does the director say? The director said, I think we should really rethink the whole thing. The guy goes, I really just want to change one sentence. And the chick says, well, I don't really know why we're changing it. And the director says, I think we should change the whole thing. The fourth guy in the room said, why don't you just change the line from this to this? And they all go, oh, okay, that works. Yeah. Control. Listen. I was the person that was the fourth guy in the room. I would just give people the answer so that they wouldn't go into a clusterfuck. Because do you know what a clusterfuck looks like? It looks like one person wanting to change a word but not knowing how to say that to people because they don't want to step on toes. The person not hearing that they want to change the word and that they're not recognizing that a person is an expert, that while you're also an expert, this person's correct, but you need to respect the expertise of the person who wants to change things. He also knows how writing works, and he shouldn't have to be a writer and bring all of his degrees and all of his stuff, right? To throw at you for you to go, maybe he's right. And then the director is so enamored with with the main guy that he's willing to change and rethink everything, which would completely all he wants to do is change one word. That's a clusterfuck. People who get in the way of the most simplistic things. I was the type of person, I was so good at reading an entire situation as a kid that I would walk in and do that. I would just give the answer and allow people to go, oh, yeah, yeah, because I could see it was just so simple to me. So when I tell you that level of control, having to relinquish it to say, let the clusterfuck happen. Are you fucking serious? I trained my whole life to stop clusterfucks from happening. What the fuck do you mean, let it happen? That's the thing that you got to do. You have to be able to look at whatever it is that causes you to grip control and want to have the kind of structure that you are in control of. You have to be willing to say, let the worst happen then. I'm just going to see what happens when I don't do it. Well, if you don't watch the next one, if you don't do this, and if you don't do, I'll see what happens then. I'm telling you, that was the only way that I could get through. That was my most creative outlet, was saying, well, hell, I guess we'll just have to see what happens. And do you know what I found out? A lot of good things happen when you stop trying to do everything and you just let everyone else do their part the way that they want to do it. And that's going to reveal an awful lot to you at first if you're new to this. If you're not new to this and you've been working at it and you're just struggling, things will just get really a lot better. You're just going to immediately see the positive results and you're going to go, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. And then the next time you're going to feel a little hesitant. You'll go, well, I'll just see what happens. And then you'll go, oh, wow. Oh, wow. And then you'll get more and more trust with yourself where you realize you don't have to keep having the same fucking. I'm telling you guys this because I literally would just have, I'm analytical. Okay. South node in Virgo, North node in Pisces. So essentially two opposites, right? Extreme analytical control or total and utter, leave it up to the winds. It's like sailing with just letting the wind take you places. It's cool. I know how to fish, and hopefully a storm won't take me out. I'll just let the wind drag me around, and wherever I land, that's where I'm meant to be. That's the level of fucking cool you have to have with the universe. The way that you do that, and I teach you in all these courses of how to set boundaries so that when you let go, you're in alignment rather than just ping-ponging off of all of the fears that you have. Creative Awakening will help you. It's the artist way. It comes with a textbook, so don't worry about buying it. But I do suggest that you get a copy that you like or listen to the audiobook. I get mine from the library when I was listening to it way back when we did it. And what I love about it is it does help you retrain your nervous system as an artist, where you kind of peel back the layers, but also most specifically, she gets you to journal. A lot of people don't like to write, and a lot of you need to. You need to write out all of these things that you have inside of you because you don't have someone that you can readily talk to about every little thing at every moment's notice like you do pen and paper. You have a therapist, but you can't talk to your therapist at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're having a moment. Okay. Or you left therapy and you have more things that you really want to say, but like your therapist is a person and a human being and you have to pay them. It's a bit transactional, right? But you do have to pay them for that time. And you know, like they probably don't want you double booked, triple booked because you're having a moment and you got to work through those things, but you really just need help working through those things, or you just want to talk it out to somebody. You don't even need your therapist. You just want to journal. But I don't even know what to journal. We talk about it. We talk about it 1 week at a time. 1 week at a time, you will learn something new. Okay. And I really suggest 1 week at a time, because 1 week at a time, you learn something new. And guess what you have to do for an entire fucking week? Practice it. Practice it. practice it. That's how you see the difference. You learn something 1 week at a time because you need the other 6 days to practice what you learned. Do you want to spend, do you really want to spend 7 hours, one, listening to probably about 3 to 4 hours worth of my lecture because they're long? So you're going to listen for 3 to 4 hours, and then you want to hyper focus. Do you really, really want to hyper focus for the next 3 to 4 hours on doing all the practice so that you can turn on then the next lecture the next day? Is that healthy? No. Can you focus on anything else in your life or live like a human being? Can you wash your ass? Can you eat your food? Can you go out and touch grass? Can you lay down and look at the sky for 30 minutes and do absolutely nothing? Can you get exercise in? Can you talk to family and friends? Can you take your dog out to take a piss? Can you do all of those things reasonably and feel good about your life? If you're trying to cram hours, I think it's like 32 fucking hours. The class is like 3 months, and some of those lectures are 4 hours. Get what I'm saying? And we're covering you have to read first. So you need a week to be able to read your chapter, to really sit with what Julia Cameron has to say, right? You need that week to listen to because my lectures have nothing to do with the book. They're related, obviously, but I'm telling you the mechanics and the practical application and the practical aspects, and telling you also the different scientific aspects of what she's talking about, so you can understand it holistically. And so after you read a chapter, listen to those lectures, do you think that you are ready to immediately practice? No, you need opportunity. Something's going to trigger you in that week, most likely, right? And you need the time to practice sitting with it, writing. You need the time to practice and to just allow, just to live. That's the main thing here. Is a lot of what I teach you all to do is to actually start living again, to slow down so you can live, because presence is where you live. And when you're not present, when you're dissociated and you're running and you're running and you're running, you're trying to run to the end of a race. You're done. You did all of life. Congratulations. It meant nothing because you didn't actually spend time making meaning. You spent time checking off boxes. That's when you're programmed to do that. And trust, I understand what that's like. When you're programmed to do that, it can feel like your achievements don't really mean that much, right? It can feel like it took me a long time to really sit down in my achievements. I thought I acknowledged my achievements. Guys, I really did. I thought I acknowledged stuff. I really did. I thought my husband was just being kind of like, he was being too much. He'd be like, you really don't sit and just like sit. I'd be like, yes, I do. Didn't we have a, yeah, did we have a session just now? And he'd be like, okay. And I'd be like, see, I know myself. Jeez. And then I'd come back months later and I'd be like, you know what? I realize I don't really sit in my accomplishments. And then he'd look at me. And just nod, like emphatically, like, yes, I know, I mentioned this. And it was true. Like, I remember all throughout with my publishing career, didn't really sit in it. Anytime people would want, like, I still do, but I had a really hard time accepting emotions from people. Positive emotions. I can accept negative emotions. I was like, yeah, I cry about it. You know what I mean? Negative emotions, as a teacher, negative emotions are all there is, right? Kids hate learning. Learning is hard. Learning hurts your brain. You know what I mean? Makes you tired, makes you realize that you don't know shit. Learning is shitty. All the negative emotions are here. I'm like, oh, I've got litany. You want to talk about periodic tables? I got a periodic table up here. I have a periodic table of emotions, all negative, listed and ordered, and all that for everybody. Positive emotions, deep gratitude. Ah, I'm glad. I'd be like, thank you. I'm glad it meant a lot to you. Can I leave? Be like, I don't know what you want me to do with this. Why do you want me to sit with such niceness that you have? Like, it was a lot. Okay. But it's the sitting with emotions, sitting with different emotions. That takes time. Your nervous system, you're not like, there's no way in hell that I'm going to tell you to like speed run that, right? Like a lot of my course material could take a person. It took me everybody who did it with me live, we went through for 2 years. Okay. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. 2 years. We read Women Who Run with Wolves, Braiding Sweetgrass, and the Artist Way as a collective over those 2 years. And we did all this coursework over those 2 years. Okay. And that's a really healthy pace. You can do whatever pace you want, but that's the healthiest pace. And when you sit and you take it one at a time, I'm telling you, the dividends, it compounds. Also, you learn how to actually sit, and here's the most important part, is you learn how to rest. So the next part I'm going to talk about, see, look, y'all, we're going, how long is this so far? An hour and 22 minutes. I thought I was going to be, I was like, I'm so easy, these are easy, I do them in like 20 and 30 minutes. This one is a bit more complex. I feel it. Well, no, it's not really that complex. I'm talking about it at nauseum because there's a lot to talk about here. So we talked about collapse. That's regulation. That's probably the first part. Role is generally the second part, figuring out your role in a thing. But you don't really have a fixation issue, I would say, to my good friend here. Although the fixation is on getting it done and learning really fast, this, that, and the other. If anything, I would say understand that your role is to be a student. And as a student, my question to you is, how do you treat other students? Because if you treat them really well, if you how much patience do you have with teaching people things? If you are short tempered, if you get frustrated easily, they're loud. Yeah, they are kind of loud over there. Not that loud. My music's louder. I'm just making sure. But if you have a hard time teaching people, having patience with people learning things, or having to go over stuff, or not getting things quickly, that's how you treat yourself. And you can't treat yourself like that. When you're self-learning, when you're a student, you have to also be a very gentle and kind teacher. The kind teacher says, okay, that's enough for today, and I think you did a great job. Gratitude, right? I'm really grateful for like everything, for going at the pace that I am. I'm really grateful that I'm taking the time out to just listen to this lecture. I'm grateful that I'm giving myself the time to take this. Give yourself time. Take your time back. You don't need to speed through anything. Take your time. Take your time. Let it take 10 years. Hell, take your time. What if it takes you 15 years to figure it all out? Can't you have fun during that 15 years before you figure it all out? Can't you have fun? Think about it. When you're a kid, it's about from 0 to about 35 is how long it takes you to really get momentum towards your purpose in life. 35 fucking years. A lot of people think that they do it sooner than that. No, just because people seem to bloom early and be really really visible and get lots of attention, that doesn't mean that they're on their life's purpose and that they're fulfilling it. It takes about 35 years for you to live the kind of life you need to, for your system, your whole brain to develop, and then to build the structures that you need, and to do all that to contain the energy that you are. You're a biochemical, biometric being. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're a whole thing, and that takes time to develop as in nature. You get what I'm saying? All of the human shit, that's not real. That's the dream that you live in while your body is developing. So that takes time. Give yourself time. Give yourself time. When you give yourself time again, your days become longer and you do a lot more in them. You enjoy them more, and also life goes slower, and you can actually see yourself. You become present. All of the fragmented versions of you, because you're going slow, they all start to coalesce inside of you. And then I teach you how to, like, organize all that, right? I teach you, I just explain that. That's embracing the elements is pretty big in that. But planetary intelligence is all of the voices are talking. Who's talking, and how do we navigate that? That's planetary intelligence. Okay, but when you take your time to coalesce, to call all of these, to actually acknowledge these versions, these aspects of you, then you can learn, well, who's doing the talking, and how do I talk back? How have I been talking back? Then you'll start noticing that every time you journal, things change, things happen. We've got energy and discernment, exchange and discernment, but these are role things. This is usually you and others. So when you're aligning and stuff like that, and you're trying to figure out who you are and this and that, where you're going, but that's not a huge fixation here. And but when it does become important, come back to that. We cover it just a tiny bit in embracing the elements. Who are you? What's your role? Sort of a thing. Because we talk about energy, discernment and stuff, especially I think in the air chapters, and maybe a bit in water. Okay, so timing literacy, right? So we've been talking about like slow down, time, slow down, timing, move. So phase 4 is how do you move, right? So how do you read the signals of when you're ready? Okay, so in here, we do. There's some there's some a lot can be gleaned. You'll know a lot from Creative Awakening. Okay. And then I have mastering transits and celestial timing. This is for, I honestly say that this is for people who are a little bit more naturally curious about astrology. Okay. I suggest you do all the astrology stuff because you're going to want that. Especially if you do astrology, you have any interest in it, you're going to want as much information as you can on that, as organized as possible. But it's not necessary if you're just trying to learn timing and stuff. I say learn all the systems while you have them here in front of you. Take advantage, but whatever. Planetary intelligence is huge. The non-material senses, you would have already known that. So, and that sort of stuff. You'd have already done creative awakening. You get what I'm saying? You'd have already done embracing the elements. Because here's integration cycles. Wait, is that in timing? Yes. One clear action. Wait, let me go up really quick. Sometimes I forget. One integration, yeah, timing, that's here. So one clear action and reorientation protocols. This is more of an action thing, but whatever. So let me see. The reorientation protocols is under phase 1. Okay, that's action. Returning to conscious choice, you have to make a choice. Making a choice is an action. And did you notice how you will have already covered that in the non-material senses, embracing the elements, and creative awakening? That's also a action. So that's action. How do I know when to take action, when not to take action? You'll have just those 3 classes. Those 3 classes, and you've already covered a large amount of it, right? But when you want refinement, when you want to know more about that, that's when we get into timing literacy, or one step action and timing literacy. So planetary intelligence comes into play. Mastering transits is helpful, but creative entrepreneurship is very helpful. I know not everybody wants to have a business necessary, but it is important for you to understand creative entrepreneurship, because whether you work at a 9 to 5 for someone else or you work for yourself, you are an entrepreneur. Everybody needs to get off the bandwagon where they're not running their own business. You are. Your business is yourself when you hire yourself out to others. Okay? That's been a common it's actually a very, very common topic in some spaces, is navigating the workforce as a business owner who's selling their labor, their services, their skills and stuff, rather than thinking of someone who's going to join a company and be part of a family. That's the cult nonsense that companies started peddling people when they have company towns and shit like that, and they want everybody to be a compliant slave. So it's better for you to understand creative entrepreneurship. I'm not going to tell you what to do and how to build a company. I'm going to tell you how to energetically structure yourself so that you can take advantage of, like, essentially comparative advantage, which is just, what are you naturally good at? Like, what do you do right now? And then how can you create financial flow from there? How can you nurture that so that your life becomes easy? For example, I'll give you guys an example right now. I stream, right? What do? I share information about tools and spirituality and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, so it seems like the information I was sharing needs to be really organized. I'm an educator, obviously. So all of this, my tools, what did I spend my lifetime doing? I am performance artist, educator, English literature, I'm a writer, public speaker. I have all these tools before I came here, right? So I utilized everything that I already have, what I already do. I already made videos on the internet talking about books, okay, and analyzing them. It's not difficult for me to talk about this instead. It's just a different topic, right? Okay, I'm an educator, so I made courses and classes because I know how to structure that stuff and how to teach and whatever and get information out there. But that also required me to think a little differently, because this is adults, not children, for self-learners, rather than a community or a classroom to manage, right? So that's different approach and everything. So I just stopped and thought about that for a little bit, and then boom, like it really, it only takes a little bit to, when you're good, when you already master something, it only takes a little bit of effort to kind of upgrade or to shift or to pivot just a little bit, right? Versus creator or educator to construction worker. I'm going to go build a house. I don't have a lot of that's going to be a large learning curve for me, right? Like I don't know every time I try to hang stuff up, my husband has to go back and fix it. So that's where I'm at with construction. You know what I mean? Like I just stick shit in the wall because at a certain point I'm getting tired and frustrated and I just want the shit to stick up there. He goes back in with the leveler and he fixes things, and very kindly, and he's just, he doesn't, he's really great. He doesn't say anything about he does say stuff, but not in a cruel way or in a mean way. He finds it funny, and he gets to use his tool. So there you go, win-win. You know what I mean? So, but that's my thing, right? Is like comparative advantage. What are you good at? And I know that if what you're good at maybe didn't garner you attention, positive attention before, it can in other spaces and places. And that's where we learn how to like shift the framework, get rid of the old shit, gets you some new frameworks, some new mental frameworks and ways to recognize, acknowledge, and navigate that kind of energy. So that's why creative entrepreneurship's there. And then planetary intelligence is obviously here again too. So this is helpful when it comes to timing. Mars specifically. So the big idea here is there's two energies that you have, masculine and feminine energy. That's it. Every human has masculine and feminine energy. Masculine is how you do, feminine is how you receive. Okay, so I receive from source an idea or inspiration. Maybe you're consuming media, somebody's singing. What's the song? Fades from view. This is Beauty and the Beast, okay? Oh my god, perfect example. She'll inspire me, be a part of everything I do. Right? He just said she will inspire me. I was just talking about this. Okay, so now I'm inspired by Beauty and the Beast. I'm listening to Beauty and the Beast right now, right? Oh my god, it's so good. I want to write the scene that comes to mind. So what am I going to do? I was just inspired, which technically sits in masculine energy as it's an ass. It's, sense of self. It's Aries, right? So it's fire. It's coming to me from spirit, right? This is masculine energy for sure. But what am I doing while it's happening? I'm observing. So I'm in a feminine state while I'm interacting with my masculine energy. So this is me I teach you guys this in the classes. So, if it doesn't make sense right now, it's because this is a very in-depth process. We go over it bit by bit in the classes, right? But when you're in your masculine energy, you're doing stuff. You're not thinking about anything. Just doing shit. You ever stick something in a hole just to see how far it can go in? No thought in the world about the rattlesnake that's about to come out and bite your ass, huh? Yeah, it's really, really masculine energy. Don't ask us to think. Don't ask me to think at all while I'm in masculine energy, because I am literally embodied in doing. In fact, all of my energy, insertion just turned on. This is Hans Zimmer. Masculine energy, insertion. The only thing I have focus on is literally using all of my power to line things up and be embodied, to meet the right timing, rhythm. You see dancers dance, they're not thinking. You can tell a dancer who is embodying and a dancer who's thinking about the moves and being very technical. It's disjointed. Even if it's subtle, it's disjointed. The better you are, the more you can see it. That's when we say je ne sais quoi, right? Je ne sais quoi, they're not thinking. But good technically, just not really feeling it, it's because they're thinking. They literally dissected the entire thing bit by bit. There are a lot of really intricate thinkers out there. Again, Wonder Man, the show, he was a very good thinker. He was very good at constantly being in his feminine energy, and he struggled to assert his masculine energy and to show up in presence and embody exactly who he is and announce himself. Just do. Say what you want to say. Think what you just do. Nope, he had to think about it first. And then opportunities would fly by because he's trying to think about it. He's not even in the world. He's not even in the same room with everybody because he's thinking about it, to the point where he almost ruined, stuff for himself. You get what I'm saying? So that's it, right? Are you thinking about stuff constantly? That's feminine energy. Do you know how to move out of that and do stuff? And then when you're doing stuff, sometimes you can do stuff, and being mindless in a fucking like meat brain isn't helpful when you need to be creative and think about a solution and not just hitting it until something works. Right? I'll just punch it until it works. That's not the best thing here. I punched it. Turns out there was somebody inside and now they're pissed. Yeah. Who told you to punch it? I don't know. I was just trying to do something. Oh, Jesus Christ, right? Do you know when to get out of that so that you don't turn into a meathead who just punches things, right? Do you know the flow, the infinity sign? I'm trying to loop here with my hands, it's not working. But the infinity sign, how do you switch from one polarity to the other? Because that's a dance. It's a conversation between you and your energy. So when do you take action and when do you rest? What does rest actually mean? What kind of rest do you need in the moment? You have four different bodies. How do those four different bodies rest? Because you don't always need to rest your physical body. Sometimes to rest your mind, you must move the body. Sometimes to rest the body, you must move the mind. Instead, you always must be in motion in some way, shape, or form. Even when you lay down, and I do this at least, I make sure I can't go a week without doing this. Go outside, lay down. Lay down until the trees become too real. Lay down until you notice all of the animals that are there. Lay down until the sky, the air around you becomes too thick, meaning things become a little too real. Tactile. Presence. Presence. You're in the moment. You're present. Do you know what's moving? Your spirit. Your spirit's moving. You are physically still. Your mind is still. Your emotions might be moving. But you aren't. You are watching it all. You're noticing it everywhere around you. If you do this outside, oh man, and the moon's out, full moon during the day, you can have a whole fucking like otherworld science fiction experience where you experience yourself laying on the curvature of the earth and the space comes closer to you. It's amazing. You can close the distance between you and space by just laying there, not staring at it, not trying to get anything to happen. Just lay there. Relax your body, right? I teach you all that, embracing the elements and shit like that, so you don't have to worry about like what is it that you're supposed to do. You just do those different things. You practice those different things. But the way that you practice them is by going slow. Just take in one lecture a week. Don't do multiple in a day. You're definitely going to burn yourself out, and that's way too fucking much information. Like, guys, this is a lot of dense stuff, okay? That's way too much information to try to take in quickly. Do what you will. I'm never going to tell you you can't or that it won't work. I'm sure there's a exception to a rule in some way, shape, or form, but go 1 week at a time and make it part of your schedule. When you do that and you can do that complete for a month, another month, another month, then it becomes part of your habit. And when you're done with all spiritual stuff, eventually, guess what's going to happen? Your interests are going to pick. First of all, your whole life's going to fucking change. One, and two, you're going to pick up a new interest and you already have a built in schedule for when you take time out to read, when you take time out to watch and consume. You become more conscious of what you're feeding yourself because you realize, especially, and listen, I'm going to toot my fucking horn on this one, especially when you take my courses, you really become very aware of how much bullshit you've been feeding yourself because you'll just listen to me for 2 fucking hours and your whole life is going to change and get better. But then you watch something else for 4 hours and then you felt sluggish afterwards. You felt numb. You felt weird. Yeah, you're going to start noticing the difference between stuff that nourishes you and stuff that drains you. And that's not to say I'm the only nourishing thing. No. But I will make it very much more easier for you to recognize what nourishes you and what doesn't, because you're going to notice when you walk away from something valuable, right? Like, obviously, Kirk, you came back for a reason. My little otter friend, you came back for a reason. You're just like, this is my second time coming back and I know I need to do this. Okay, yeah, I know you came back for a reason. I get it. I come back to this shit for a reason too. I thought for a while, I was like, oh my goodness, when is, well, not about Midnight Scholar Society, but like on my general fucking journey, which started maybe like 2017, 2015 is when I had my first fucking dream, but things didn't really kick into gear for me until about 2021. 1. And that's when I started saying, okay, I really need to practice astrology. Like, I really need to like learn this. It's an interest, but either it's going to be an interest and I do this like pop psychology shit where I go, this is my sun sign, my personality. And I try to get really good at reading like celebrity personalities. There's nothing wrong with that per se, but that's not academic pursuit of it. That's not actually learning it and understanding it. That's playing with it, right? So either I keep playing with it or I actually learn it. Actually learn like what the fuck this shit is. That's when it hit me. And when I tell you, I started coming back to it every day. And man, everything was weird. Everything was crazy. But I kept coming back to it because there's one thing, it's undeniable. When you start talking to the universe, it talks back to you. And you're going to look at everybody else who's telling you, no, I'm not. You're going to start realizing that they're fucking stupid. And I don't mean that as an ego thing. I mean, they're going to start saying stupid things, and you're going to start asking them, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? And you're going to watch people fucking melt in front of you, and that's when you realize, oh my God. Oh no, I cannot be somebody who doesn't nourish my brain because this is insane. The stuff that people fall for, the stuff that, your curiosity. Again, the universe, if there's one thing real about the universe, is it's nature. Nature trumps anything that any human being could ever fucking do. We are but a blip. Okay? Nature will always keep you coming back. Nature always nourishes you. That's indigenous philosophy. It's real and it's rooted in truth. Whatever is rooted in truth, when you come up against a lie, it becomes way more easier to spot the lie. But the only way is just go slow. Just go slow. Just go slow. Let me see. There was one last thing I wanted to mention. I think... integration cycles. So settle and share. So allowing experiences to settle. That's what I'm saying when I'm saying go slow, go slow, go slow. Planetary intelligence, Saturn is going to help with an awful lot of that. But guess what else is here on this PDF? Creative awakening, embracing the elements. You guys see that? Let me scroll up here. You guys see that right there? So where did we learn how to integrate and where did we learn how to let the experience settle? Those two classes by itself. Embracing the elements, 4 weeks. Creative awakening, the artist's way, is 3 months. We go slow again, you know what I'm saying. But you learn these things just by going slow. But you gotta start and you gotta complete 1 week at a time. Do not try to cram this shit in. It's too fucking much to do that. I literally, and I have the hardest time telling you all this because I am somebody who crams shit in. You know what I'm saying? Like, part of me wants to be like, and I know, like, maybe you can, maybe because I'm this way. You know what I mean? So everything I'm telling you because I've already had these conversations with myself. I've already had to experience it. I've already had to like grow out of it. I've already had to redefine my, you get the point. Been through it. I know. Oh my God, I know. Because I am the person. I think I got my first master's degree when I was like 22. No, I was younger than that. I helped somebody else get one. And that taught me that I could go really fast. There's nothing more powerful than getting a master's degree before you get an undergraduate degree. Not that I'm not taking claim for it. I just took some classes, you get what I'm saying? I was paid. I took some of those classes. Whatever they didn't want to take, I took them. You know what I mean? And I learned so much. And then I came back, and now I'm at the stage where I'm getting a master's degree in business, finance specifically. And you bet your ass I wanted to just speed through the whole fucking thing to call it a goddamn day. But I actually started applying, and I was like, you know what? Let me just go slow. And do you know what I learned immediately? That my life is actually so much easier because I stopped trying to do things fast. Sounds like the dumbest fucking realization when you put it out there like that. But when I stopped trying to get ahead of myself, when I stopped trying to make sure that I was ahead so that I wouldn't fall behind, when I stopped trying to just like get this stuff done so I could have more time later, when I stopped doing that and just went slow, I had more time overall. It's hard to say that out loud. I say that out loud. Younger me feels really stupid. Younger me feels like an idiot because like it's so obvious, right? When you actually go slow, you don't cram. When you teach yourself, and here's the logic behind it. When you teach yourself to cram, your habit is to cram everything. When you teach yourself to savor, you savor everything because it's a habit. When you teach yourself to make conscious choices in the moment, you make conscious choices in the moment instead of default savor. Instead, every single moment you are given a choice. Would you like to run through this, or do you want to take it? Do you want to go slow? And you can say, what do I feel like today? Because some days I fucking zoom, bitches. You can't catch me if you tried. I really am like the fucking, what's the little rabbit or some shit? Oh shit, I hit that twice. What's the rabbit from like Alice in Wonderland or some shit? I don't know. Whichever one runs real fucking fast. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't catch me if you fucking tried, people. You know what I mean? I'll read a page of a fucking book and have like a massive fucking download from 3 other fucking books I read where I'm like, holy shit, wait, is all this connected? And then zoom, 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 I'm connecting these things. And then I grab a different book and I'm reading it and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I thought so. And then I go back to the other book and I'm writing down my notes and then I'm doing that. And the next thing I know, I'm like, oh, it's time to do, law or some shit like that. So now I'm like, hey, I was just reading this and it really does relate to that stuff. I can't believe that I was just reading this book and now I'm covering this topic in law and these two things match perfectly. So let me just go ahead and write that essay. Oh shit, that's due next week? Oh man, I guess I'm really on top of it. I told you guys earlier, I built out curriculum for all of middle school math. I'm talking about all of middle school math in like an afternoon. There are some days you can't catch me if you fucking tried. I'm gone. It's the Aries energy in me. I have my Mars and Gemini. My brain works so fast in some ways, but it's all about timing. It's all about timing. That's not every fucking day. And if I tried that, which I did, I tried to keep going and I crashed the fuck out. My brain said, no, we're gonna rest now for the rest of the week. Bye. And I felt betrayed. Because what do you mean we're resting for the rest of the week? I want to get started because what if? And then I said, oh my God, what am I running towards? Like, the kid just started middle school. We don't need to hop real fast. I can give myself the chance to breathe. Go ahead and listen to the book. So as he reads it, I've already read it. You know what I'm saying? And like, what's a week? We only do science once a week, technically. Well, as you guys can tell, reading happens all the time, all throughout the week. So like while he's reading that book for school, technically it's science, but science as an activity only happens once a week, right? So like I didn't have to do it that day. I was trying. Boom. No. Take your time. So what I'm saying is that some days where you're going to be jam-packed with a lot of energy and you need to do stuff with it. Okay? There are days where ideas are going to drop into your fucking lap and you need to act on them. You're going to know because you want to. You really are excited to. And the time you look around and you go, oh, it just so happens I have the time right now. How lucky. Everything works out. You have everything you need in the moment that you needed to sit down and do the thing you want to do. And it feels joyful. You'll know. And then there are going to be times where you need to rest. You can't do anything. Everything falls apart if you try. And you're going to go, I'm a failure. I knew this wasn't good for me. I knew I was stupid. I knew I didn't know enough. You're going to do all that when the only thing... What'd you need to do? You needed to go do something else. Get a fucking life, you loser. That's what I always say. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have the loser part. I'm just fucking around. But, like, I'm serious. You got to go get a life. Go do some hobbies. Go do something else. Like, guys, I said that when I got on Marvel Rivals, I was streaming Marvel Rivals. Somebody said, oh my God, holy shit, I thought you just sat around and read all day. I was like, no, I have a life. I literally have 2 kids, a husband, like interest. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I write and I spend a lot of time discussing and talking about fairy tales because that's my job. But like, guys, fuck. No, that's not all I do. I go to the theater. You know what I mean? I like listen. I like going to plays. I like doing stuff. I like going out. I like shopping. I like scrolling on TikTok and watching dumb shit. I like oh man, you're always gonna catch me talking. I'm always talking to my husband, or sometimes I'm always talking to the kids. Sometimes I watch anime with the kids, sometimes we watch Degrassi. We be watching all sorts of shit, talking about stuff, talking shit on characters, like I don't know why that bitch would choose that. That's the dumbest fucking thing she could have possibly done. I know. And my kid will be like, yeah, that was really fucking stupid. I'm like, whoa, are you judging people so quickly, bro? Calm down. Judgment is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, what if she's going through all this stuff? And then he'll look at me and be like, you do realize that is hypocritical. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm older than you. I know the limits. Do you know those yet? And he'll be like, wow. And I'll be like, okay, I'm sorry. You're right. You're allowed to judge because that was fucking stupid. And then we're back on it. Yeah, that was fucking stupid. You know what I mean? I'm having a blast. Sometimes I'm talking to friends. Actually, I just messaged a friend earlier today, and I was like, you know me, I pop in with the wind and disappear just as fast. And he's like, yeah, just make sure to pop in more often. And I was like, yeah, you're right. you know, I do that though. But like that's the thing, life. Sometimes I read books. Okay, this will be the thing. I try to read and watch books and watch movies and media and stuff and not turn it into work. That's almost impossible for me. Started reading a book, and it's like if it's a book that takes place anytime in history, which means literally anytime from yesterday on, fucked. I'm like, I'm noticing a pattern here. And then, it's work related, even though it's not. But at those particular moments, I force myself to really not do the things that I would do for work. So I'm reading Brideshead Revisited. It's post World War II, and it's about a guy rethinking about he's Catholic and he's thinking about his time with an aristocratic family. And I think there's a lot of Catholic crisis involved because the empire is collapsing, and these people, their whole way of living is collapsing. And it starts out with him walking with some soldiers, and they walk past an insane asylum, and he notices that the bars on the insane asylum are much more sturdier than the like rickety wires for the soldiers, that keep them in. Meanwhile, the soldiers are obviously, having to, like, how do you stop soldiers from running from, the fear of war? But like, the wires are really easy for them to jump over. Whereas these people in insane asylum who literally don't have to go to war, that's why they're in the insane asylum, because they don't want to do all that, right? They have these really strong bars and stuff. And so already it's starting out with a very interesting dichotomy, very interesting conversation about what it means to be crazy and what it means to actually be a danger to society, right? It's not the soldiers, it's the people who don't want to participate who are a danger to society because they have, and if they're allowed to leave, then that means then that means all this is bullshit. You can't have that. You gotta put those people behind bars. But what does it say that they're crazy? What does it say to the people who have to participate in the crazy while these people don't have to because they opted out? And all of them were men, by the way. There were no women there. So that says something too, right? Like, oh man, I'm reading this and it's so juicy and I'm so interested and I'm picking up the patterns and the signs. Normally, I would be highlighting and writing things down. But because it's just a book that I picked up for funsies, I refuse to do that. So incredibly difficult. But those are the moments where you practice that kind of discipline. Discipline, we talk about that with Saturn, planetary intelligence, the difference between devotion and discipline. Devotion is the way that you get yourself to do things by acting with love. Do what you love, treat yourself with love. You don't like something, be creative, find an alternative that you do love. You can't find an alternative, it's time to rethink the whole thing, because why would you force yourself to do something you love? This is the only way to live life. No, it's fucking not. If there's somebody living in China in a hut somewhere in a desolate place that nobody ever has heard of, and they live a very happy life out in the wilderness by themselves, you don't have to live life the way that you do. Because somebody literally lives a life totally different than you, and you can't even prove that they exist because I just made it up. But no, there's somebody that lives a totally different life other than you. So that automatically proves that lives can be totally different. Right? You don't have to live in a traditional house in a city and all that kind of stuff. You can literally go to the most remotest jungle that you can ever find. Does China have jungles? They don't have jungles. They don't have jungles. They don't have jungles. No. Maybe. No. They do have a sinkhole, prehistoric stuff. You can go fall in that hole and live in there. Free will is wild. People really do allow invisible laws to keep them to keep them in, right? You're all the soldiers with the rickety wires around you. It's weak. There's nothing there to hold you in, but you hold yourself in, right? You can really just expand a little. And you know what? We don't have to go to a remote sinkhole in China and build a hut and live in there. We could just choose to be a little more creative about the situations that we're in and how we can navigate and or move out of them. That's how that works. So yeah, all that to say, take your time. I think that's it. I forget what I was mentioning before I was talking about that. Oh, this is integration. But yeah, overall, right? This is settling and share. How do you share what you're doing so that you can really integrate it and become it and embody it in a way and stuff like that? Again, creative awakening and embracing the elements. I cover all of that, and planetary intelligence, Saturn right here. And then down here, I have integrative spine. So, when we talk about integrating things in your life, planetary intelligence is the way to go about that. Yes, but you don't want to don't start there. Start with the other stuff if you were feeling overwhelmed starting there. Okay, everybody comes to the Midnight Scholar Society at a totally different place. I have a lot of astrologists here too, a lot of people who are deep in astrology, right? Like even in the chat just now we had people who were talking all about astrology, right? So like going straight into like planetary intelligence might not be so overwhelming for someone who really knows an awful lot already about these archetypes and stuff. Mastering the Cosmos is definitely the place to go if you are new and or you want a new way to think about astrology, because I teach it from a mythological perspective rather than disembodied symbology, right? So I'm legit on Rivals right now. Yeah! Oh man, I should go play. What was that? I don't know. Something fell. Anyways, so that's what I want to say there is think about and consider. Let me fix these keep falling off, and the camera is so close. I feel like when the sleeves are off and I'm like up this close, I feel a little naked. You know what I mean? Because I will 100% pocket heal your squirrel girl. Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna play after class. I have schoolwork to do. I have like too much to do. I put it all off. Might still even put it off till tomorrow. But yeah, no, I'm not playing just yet. I want to though. They'll freak sometimes. Oh, let me finish before I finish talking. So let me finish this up. So yes, overall, what I'm going to say to this student is just to go slow. That's all. That's all. You're right on time. You know what I mean? Like the urgency that you feel, that's the thing that you got to work on. And urgency, anytime you feel it, I talk about it an awful lot in most of the classes. But when you feel that need that you got to kick, you got to go, that's a sign to get still, that you need to rest. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Go rest. And I'm telling you this from experience. I still practice this to this day. In fact, just this morning, I don't know what it was. I was woke up. Oh man, my dreams were kind of wild. I've been dealing with a lot of wild energy recently. A lot of shifts and changes going on, so it happens. But my husband, he put his hand on me. He's like, "Yeah, I just feel like you've got like there's a lot coming off of you right now. Like there's a lot of energy moving around you." And I was like, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't notice anything. And then I got up, I went to go sit outside, and my youngest went to go get the youngest some shoes. My oldest, he's not feeling so well. So he was in the room, playing on his game. And so I was just outside by myself for the first time the day. And as soon as I got out there and I sat down by myself and I sat down, this is a position where you can't get up. Oh, come on. Continue recording. Jesus Christ. What do you mean am I still there? Of course I'm still there. I'm hitting the button. Oh, there we go. Sorry, y'all. Play back your recording and trim the mistakes. We don't need that. I just need you to keep going. Oh man, y'all. Sometimes I can't stand technology. Okay, there we go. I hope that was a weird glitch. Okay. So anyways, the first time that I had to sit down by myself today, okay, I immediately felt exactly what he was talking about, because the moment I sat down, I just wanted to get the fuck up and start moving. No, for no reason. When you need to get up and you're doing stuff for no reason, you're just trying to think of something to do, you're just trying to think of, that's a sign that you need to slow down and sit with yourself, because you've got to ground your energy. Your energy is up in your head. You've got to pull it into your body. That's the most uncomfortable fucking thing to do when your habits are to be up here in your head. When you're up in your head, the only way to get in your body is to breathe. So, I'll give you a little breathing tip. 2 hours, my goodness, this is a lecture in itself, isn't it? I'll give you a little breathing tip, okay? is what you do whenever you feel that way so that you can ground. You breathe in through your nose, do it for at least 4 to 5 counts. I generally go for about 6 to 8. You're going to breathe in through your nose and you're going to breathe through your diaphragm, meaning your stomach extends. You're breathing not from your chest, not like that. You're breathing in through your diaphragm. So I'm going to show you. Okay, diaphragm. Well, I guess you guys technically can't see my stomach. This is crazy. Let me see. Can I stand up? Hold on. Let me see. Well, I can't see what I'm doing. Here we go. Where is the camera? Here we go. I'm gonna see. Can I squat down? Oh, there's. I was like, is that my legs? You guys, it's bad. I can't tell. Okay, so stomach. So the diaphragm when you're breathing. This is literally where the stomach comes out and in, out and in. You know what I'm saying? Breathing out, in. Now, technically, I'm being very exaggerative right now, right? Like this hurts at this point. Let me stop. Okay, so when you breathe in or you breathe down, when you're breathing out, you're exhaling. You want your breath to go down your body. Think of it as going down this way. I know your breath is technically going out this way, but think about it as going down this way towards your feet. And you want your exhale to be longer than your inhale. Okay? Make it at least 2 seconds longer. You breathe in for 4 counts. 4, that's all I can do. Okay, then breathe out for 5 to 6 counts. In for 6 counts, breathe out for 7 to 8 counts. Try to get to 10. You get what I'm saying? What you're trying to do is get to a point where you're not only creating an in and an out, a whole cycle around here, right? You're trying to get to a point where you're cycling. Well, it's more like a cycle this way, your body cycle up and down, where you're pressurizing and getting your energy and your blood, all of that stuff moving properly, right? You're trying to do that, reset your whole system, but also at the same time, you're creating stillness when you go out longer than you go in. Okay, you're creating a level of stillness. And that stillness is when your brain detaches and your consciousness starts to become something that's there. And you become aware of this consciousness. You're like, huh, what's that? That's a thought. But I don't have to be the thought. That's an impulse. The impulse says, I should get up and go do this. But I don't have to be the impulse. You just let it bypass. Just let it bypass. And how long are you going to do this? 30 minutes. You're going to let it bypass for 30 minutes. Whatever time you have. Okay? If you're like, I only have 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. There you go. If you're like, okay, well, I have more than 10 minutes. You know, I actually have like all day to myself. Great. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. You're going to do it for 30 minutes. That's it. And for that 30 minutes, I want you to shut the fuck up and just let 30 minutes exist. Put a timer on and don't think about the time until it goes off. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the... I'm just kidding. But no, truly. Once, you know, and like, I'm telling you this because I have to be reminded of this all the time. Whenever I'm having a day, okay? And I say this to my husband. My husband says this to me. Just like set a time that you're going to do a thing. Okay? And then don't think about it. Don't allow yourself to ruminate, to plan, to feel, to nothing until that time. So if you have something that you need to do, say, I'm going to do it at 6 o'clock. There you go. When 6 o'clock happens, go do the thing. No ifs, ands, or buts. Just go do the thing. That's going to help your procrastination. It's going to help all sorts of stuff. It's a nice reset. You have to have a conversation with somebody at 6 and it's about, you know, it's pretty serious and you're feeling nervous about it. You're not allowed to think about that conversation until 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, you can think about it. Well, what about preparing for it? What is there to prepare for? The conversation hasn't even happened. What could you possibly prepare for? You're trying to prepare for what somebody else is going to say. You don't know what they're going to say. You might think you do, and sure, you might be right, but you can just show up and take what it is that they have to say in the moment. Well, I like to feel prepared. You like to feel in control of the inevitable. But eventually, that need to be in control of the inevitable means that you are going to, whatever you inevitably want to happen, truly the way you feel, the feeling that you hold on to will inevitably happen. That's what it is. It's never your thoughts, it's the feeling. If your feeling is true dread and disappointment and you want control over the inevitable is dread and disappointment because you're holding on to dread and disappointment. That's the inevitable, not whatever it means. You're like, no, what I really want is for this to work out and this, that, and the other. Then why are you holding on to dread and disappointment? Well, I can't help that. That's just my fear because you're holding on to it. Well, how do you let go of something like that? Well, first of all, many of the classes I do, that the ones that we talked about already, it goes over that, right? But the biggest thing is you have to just decide, do you really have control? Or are you just going to grasp for it so much that you exhaust yourself, the situation, the environment, and other people around you that they finally give you what you want? Because that's how that usually happens. You don't experience that from your perspective, but from other people's perspective, that's how they oftentimes can experience that. The way that you experience feeling exhausted and just giving somebody what they want, like you give up. Or you just do it yourself, or you see what I'm saying, like all those different reactions that you have. Are you finally giving up and giving someone what they want because the energy that they're holding on to doesn't allow you to truly show up as yourself because they're holding on to something that's taking up space so you can't show up? And if you even try to show up, they're going to misread you. They're not going to understand you. They're going to miscategorize you. They're going to nod their head yes, 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 and then 2 seconds later when it's time to make a decision, they all say no because, well, they got spooked by something, right? These are all things that people do. These are all things that people do when they are whenever you hold on to energy and you or say somebody else, right? And you can't, like, it takes up space. It has to be a part of the experience. So you have to choose. Do you want it to be part of the experience? If the answer is no, then you just have to let it go. What does that mean? It means you have to believe something else. Well, how do you believe something else? How do you believe that it's all going to go to hell? Well, I experienced that before. Have you never experienced anything going right in your life? No. Okay. What did we get last time, right? What was at the bottom of the deck? The kangaroo. Gratitude. That's not true. You're alive, aren't you? Something went well. One person nutted and somebody else took it, and that went well because here you are. There you go. Gratitude. I hate being so crass, but sometimes I am because it gets the point across, right? And oftentimes the reason why I'm crass is I had to grow up around a lot of people that needed a lot of convincing that they were being stupid. You know what I'm saying? So I'm crass for a reason. And it's because people oftentimes will argue with you if you are reasonable. So you have to shout stupid shit in their face for them to go, oh my God. And then in that moment where they go, oh my God, it's just enough. It's just a little bit for reason to come in. And they go, actually, that is true. I do that too. It's a good trick. So in those moments, use crashness. Be crash. In the moment that you feel like not being grateful, and I'm telling you all this because I do it with myself. Or anytime I'm being unreasonable, and it can be so hard, it can feel so compelling to be unreasonable with yourself. So compelling. Oh, you really want to sit in misery. You really want to sit in feeling ugly or stupid or wrong or whatever. Practice being grateful and crash. Is there nothing for you to be grateful for? No. Well, you're alive. And what good is that? It means that when somebody nutted in somebody else, it worked. Isn't that beautiful? Well, that doesn't make me feel great. I didn't know that you needed to feel great while practicing gratitude. Fuck, am I being entitled? There you go. See? Sometimes your reasoning and your logic, you just need a little bit to give yourself the space to think a little bit more creatively, to hear more voices than the ones that you've been habitually repeating, right? You just need a little bit of a it's oh man, hold on. Mercury and Gemini. Oh no, Uranus and Gemini. There we go. You just need a little bit of a breeze, a breakthrough. I was talking about that earlier, right? Uranus going into Gemini, it's not about the big disruptions. It's about the tiny puffs of wind that collapse the whole fucking thing. Not the big storm that pounded, 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 and pounded, and the structure still stands. It's shaking, but it's standing. It's that the little breath knocks it all down. Sometimes that's all you need. It's just a little breath so you can knock all that shit out of your head, knock it all down, or at least just remind yourself that they're just thoughts and they're just emotions. And while you are experiencing them, and they could mean things, that doesn't mean that you know what they mean or why you're experiencing it right now. And you don't need to know right now. Maybe it'll become visible to you soon, but right now it's not, and that's okay. But I feel bad. It's okay. That's fine. People feel bad sometimes. It's okay. What? Yeah. And you won't feel bad in a little bit. But either way, one day you will feel less bad all the time and more good most times. And also, when you feel bad and good, you'll know why. And you'll be able to put language to that. And it won't be, I feel bad, I feel good. It'll be, geez, I need to go sit with myself. Something must be going on, like must be messages for me or something. Because nothing's going right today. So whatever. I'm just going to go journal and see what the fuck is going on. I have so many different other lectures on here, but the secret garden is one of them. And essentially, and this is, I'm briefly going to say this and then I'll end the FAQ. But I just want you guys to understand this. Sometimes when you have an interior, you need to actually build it out. Put a tree house in that bitch. I don't know, put a castle, put a house. Whatever the fuck you need, so that when you go inward, you have a place to go when you go in. I tell you to go in. What does that mean? For me, I already know where I'm at, brah. You know what I'm saying? People talk about living rent free. Nobody lives first of all, nobody lives rent free in this head except for me. And don't I live lavishly? Oh man. Talk about the princess of the castle. The queen of the keep. The empress of all. You know what I'm saying? In here, when I go inward, and here, when I go inward into my heart and I talk to my own energy and my own soul, I actually have a room to crash in. You know what I mean? I go in there, I have some familiar stuff, some familiar faces or places. It's not always so tactile and heavy, okay? Yes, I have a massive imagination, but it's not so tactile all the time. But it's just enough to anchor me out of the outside world into my inside world. Even if you just have a name of a place, you know how houses have names? Give something inside of you a name so that you can immediately center your consciousness into it, and then boom, there you go. You are now inward when previously you were outward, external. And remember, external doesn't always mean you're present, right? The external can also mean that you're in your head, and mental concepts. Those are also external to you. You're also in emotions. That's external to you. Emotions aren't necessarily internal until they're yours, right? You have to internalize them. But if there's some fucked up emotion, you don't want to just immediately internalize that before you go inside. That's like letting a monster in your house before you go in. Come on. I don't know who this is and it makes me uneasy. Go ahead, go on in. I'll follow you later. Just wreak havoc inside my castle, Send the ladies screaming through the halls because they don't know what the fuck is in what I let in. I'll come in afterwards and just clean up the mess. No, we don't internalize emotions before we go in and go, what the fuck is going bump in the night out there? Anybody know what that was? Get what I'm saying? So, yeah. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the questionnaire section. So, thank you for listening. The title of this is going to be The Otter, okay? And something else as well. It'll be up tomorrow at least. I always upload these by the end of the week. So, thank you for listening. And this one's pretty long, so this is going to be the only one tonight. Okay, so I finished that one. Let me look in the chat really quick. Done. I just got a job doing inbound sales at Spectrum, and it's the first time in my life I feel like I'm making a choice that will facilitate the challenges I want in my life instead of making money doing what's hard. Yes. Yes. You see what I'm saying? Whenever you go into these places and spaces, especially like they are there to give you an experience that you can take away, and it's like a block, okay? You go in and you just add experiences to your box, okay? And then you come out of that place with all these experiences that you take somewhere else. And these boxes, they compound, they become complex. And eventually you've got a really unique, complex set of skills that you are utilizing anywhere you go. And you can always negotiate for how that can be utilized for others in a way that benefits you. I'm telling you, the way of thinking, it's very helpful, especially for living in a global society, because when you can navigate locally, as a sovereign entity by yourself, you can also do that globally, and you become international by nature. Yep, I never savored a meal in college. Oh my goodness, yeah. Say, like, I tell my kid all the time, sit down and eat. And then I stand up and eat, and then yeah. So, savor, people. I practice, need to practice too. To be honest, all this year, the fire horse discourse was getting to me emotionally before it started, and there is nothing happening. Most of the feminine Pisces Cancerian energy with me, crying and sitting in silence. So I'm taking my time. Nothing needs to happen, to be honest, even if I love trying my hardest. Sometimes the forecast doesn't match up. Oh my goodness. Also, nothing happening is the happening. I'm telling you, first of all, you don't want to be hit with the fucking energy that's hitting people right now, okay? I'm just going to be totally honest with you. Why the fuck is this happening to me? Why is this happening to me? They're like, oh, it's already been, wait, what? Movie recording has been stopped automatically. Stop doing stuff. I'm not even trying. I don't even need you to record things. You know this. You know this, DSLR. Anyways, sorry. Still work in progress. But anyways, trust. Things are happening, and things are happening for you. Things are lined up for you. But like, if you're not thrown into chaos, that is a positive. Okay? Like, I am an Aries. So, well, for rising sign, get what I'm saying? So it's going, I am an embodiment of it, but I'm always an embodiment of it. You know what I mean? It's so, for me, it just feels like I'm me times two, which can be intense. You know what I mean? But that's because it's my energy. This is my fire horse. I'm the fire horse. You know what I mean? I'm the horse. So it's my energy. You know what I'm saying? You chariot, you ride the horse. Actually, you're not even riding, you're in the chariot. The horse is taking, right? So you're enjoying the ride. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. Don't look for chaos. I was getting so emotional before it happened. Yeah, I bet. Because we weren't in the energy yet. We were in all the Piscean emotional shit. So of course you were crying and sitting in silence. That's Pisces. We were leaving Pisces on top of that. We were leaving your energy. Right? All that extra energy was moving on, right? So of course you were releasing all of that, but you also have a good way to release. Like, never, you know what? Always count your blessings when nothing happens, when a transit happens, because it means that you're in alignment. You just don't notice, okay? You either have to be real sensitive to notice shit that's happening, and that can get in the way, right? Y'all ever be extra sensitive while other people are being loud? Your sensitivity in that moment's getting in the way of you being able to ignore how loud other people are being, right? You ever try to concentrate and read something, and then your thoughts come up and you're like, where was I? That happens to me all the time. It's noisy in here. You know what I mean? Being super fucking sensitive is not all it's cracked up to be. One. So two, if nothing's popping off for you, it's because alignment. Alignment. The days where I'm just like living, and I don't know, I'm just living. You know what I mean? Sometimes I can feel a little sensitive and something pops, this, that, and the other. But then I have my weeks where I'm just living. I don't know. You know, I'm like, energy update. I don't know. You guys hear me all the time where I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. And then I tell you a whole energy update because I'm like, let me tune in. Hold on. You know? And then boom. Now I know. Oh, geez, all these things, but I'm not living it. In other words, I should say this. It's not coming through me in a disruptive way. I'm in alignment with what I'm doing, and things are just flowing, and nothing requires me to be like alert or to be touching things, or requires me to even do anything besides what I'm naturally doing. So I'm just naturally living until something says, knock, knock, it's time for an expansion over here. And I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds nice and fun. And then they show me all the fun stuff that comes with it. And I go, ooh, yes. And I'll take this and this and this. And then they go, okay, great. And then the energy, and then, you know, whoever the fuck I was talking to leaves. And I go, oh, that's really nice. And then the next morning I wake up and shit's flying out of this way and going this way. And for some reason I can't get my energy to stay still. And what the hell? Turns out I've ordered demons. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I'm saying. Like, now the energies acting up and all weird. Oh, well, of course, I'm having transition. You got to shift. So you were in alignment with yourself, and then now you're out of alignment. Sometimes people think out of alignment is such a bad thing. No, not especially if you're growing, right? You're always going to be moving out of alignment to some degree. So you just realign yourself. You realign yourself to whatever you're doing, and sometimes that requires effort. So that's when effort is applied, when you have to realign or you have to take action, right? We have to make a choice. That was in the protocols, right? Reorientation protocols. You have to make a choice. Let me scroll so you guys can actually see that on TikTok. Yeah, sorry, Patreon. I know. I'm so done. Anyways, let me see. Reorientation protocols. Sometimes you have to make a choice, right? And that choice, here we go. That choice is action. This is an action thing. You're making an action, okay? It just so happens in the flow of things, this is the phase, but this is an action that's being taken. And when you take that action, that's applied effort, it removes you into a new alignment. And from there, you do nothing again because things are just going. Imagine, you guys, I want you to understand you are mechanics. You can't just be going around in your machine constantly fucking fixing shit. When are you going to fly the fucking machine? When are you going to fly the plane? Please let the spaceship fly. Let it fly. Let it do its own thing. And when something goes wee woo, then you can go, oh no, something's going odd here. You can go t t t t t t t, and then you fix your fucking little things, and then you go fuck around in the spaceship and have fun. You know what I mean? Go in the anti-gravity room and float around. That's what I mean when I say go have a life. Go have fun. Go float around. Go paint a picture upside down. I was gonna say something, but then I was like, ooh, because anti-gravity. I don't want you to accidentally spit in your face. You're like, what the fuck was she thinking to begin with? Don't ask. Like go make love. Go do something that's like titillating. I don't know, like go watch a movie. Go have a smoothie. Anytime I have to tell people what to do, can you tell that I get so tired and irritated? Children. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Go sweep. Go clean your house. You know what I mean? Go make. Now I'm acting like a mom. Go wash your motherfucking sheets. How about that? How about you go wash your blankets? Huh? How about you go do the dishes? Huh? How about you go sweep the floors? Go clean your fucking bathroom toilet bowl. How about that? How about that? How about you do that? Like that's the thing. Is like go do other things. Go live your life, right? But once you make a choice, then it's set in motion. You don't have to do anything else. People, well, what do you mean? Well, what's supposed to happen? I don't know. Of course you don't fucking know. You just made a choice. It's new. When the cycle's done, you'll have made a choice. Something will ping you, come towards you because you made a choice and it's something new. And you go, oh, geez, is this related to the choice I made? And then it's a new invitation to do something. You take the invitation, you have an experience. The experience concludes. You reflect on the experience and you go, oh, my goodness. It pays to be patient. I made one choice and this thing happened. How cool. And then rinse and repeat. That's what happens. Now, in the beginning, you're going to be like, oh, I don't trust myself. And so you'll do little tiny things. And then one day, you'll be a little less frigid. You'll trust yourself a little bit more. You'll be so tired of not doing it that you'll make a bigger choice. That bigger choice will have bigger impact. You'll go, oh my fucking God. Am I a witch? And we'll all say yes, emphatically. That's why you're here. And then you'll make another choice, and then you'll be less frigid, even less frigid, and you'll realize that you just have to make choices and let life happen and have fun in the meantime. And if it's not fun, stop doing it and go do something else. And especially if you're not enjoying the people that you're around. And yes, sometimes that's complicated. Yes, sometimes you have emotions about that. That's because you're human. If you were an asshole prick who didn't like people, then you wouldn't have problems fucking shit up and then moving on or walking away from people. But because you were a person who is probably pretty fucking decent and has emotions and likes to like be copacetic with others, I'm at the mini mart. Let me stop. Because you're a copacetic human being, right? You like to have like synergetic experiences with people. Having a non-synergetic experience and also having to kill a connection and knowing what that means for other people, especially if you benefit others, right? Probably brings you a bit of grief. That's natural and normal. That's okay. That's natural and normal. You know what I mean? That's pretty normal. You're gonna have that experience. You'll move away from those people. You'll go, oh, geez, that's really sad. I don't know if I want to do this again because that hurt a lot. And then, after a little while, you're gonna totally forget those people. You're gonna forget what they look like most of the time and their names, and you'll already be like knee deep in another relationship with other people. That is human. It's human. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. You meet people, you fall in love, you like people, you express that, whether it's platonic or romantic love, right? And then you move apart and stuff like that. Some people you stay with for long periods of time. Like, me and my husband, we've been like friends. We're best friends. That's why we're related. That's why we're married. Because otherwise we would not be. You know what I mean? But because we're best friends, obviously. But if he wasn't my best friend, I wouldn't have interest in him. But he's my best friend because I have interest in him. See how that makes sense? So naturally, I like to spend time with him, and also, I'm I'm a sucker for it romantically. You know what I mean? So it ticks all the boxes. There you go. Grow together. It's nice. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. It's like sometimes you grow with people and it's like that, but usually those people you're really close, and if it's a healthy relationship, you're best friends and you're in a deeper relationship, right? You're best friends and you're related like relatives. You're best friends and you're in a romantic relationship. You're best friends and you're just platonically best friends. You are also business partners. Like it's the best friends. It's the I really enjoy being friends with you part. That's important, right? That's what you're trying to move towards. And sometimes you have that for really long periods of time. Sometimes you have that for short periods of time. I told you guys, I just was messaged a friend that I haven't really, I like, honestly, I'm one of those, I'm autistic. If out of sight, out of mind. If we're not around each other all the time, I'm probably not going to contact you all the time because I literally have to stop what I'm doing to contact you. And then I have to make a reason for contacting you to keep my attention on you rather than go back to what I was doing. And I am also really fluid. I love being in a one long conversation. Okay. I will message you twice a year. And I swear to God, I'll do it like no time passed. And that can sometimes be really jarring for people. I don't care because that's just how I am. You know what I mean? So, like that, somebody I haven't talked to in what, I mean, I've talked to him on and off all throughout the years, but like I haven't seen this guy like since I was in Japan. You know what I mean? We're both working at the same place and stuff like that. And every now and again, I message because, something comes up and I'm like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, like, we're cool. You get what I'm saying? People are in your life for a long time. Sometimes you don't talk to them. It doesn't have to be terrible just because somebody's not in your life. You're not talking. You can do it amicably where you don't talk to somebody for like years for a really long time and then you do. And the relationship is still for the most part the same. Like you don't have to be up each other's ass, things like that. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like it can be very copacetic and very healthy. But sometimes those are learning experiences and it can be rough. Okay, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people who've been around the block who are probably like, yep. And as you get older, you know better and you do better, and it's easier. You stop you stop defining yourself by the relationships you are or not in. But that's a growth thing, right? Like you have to have those experiences. The thing that I'm saying is, don't be afraid of those experiences. Okay, y'all, I gotta go because it's like 10 o'clock. I have to. Oh my God, I forgot I have homework. Oh Jesus Christ! No, I'm just kidding. It's not that bad. If it were, I'd have done my homework already, but I did most of it. I just have to turn some stuff in and read some things, call it a day. So he said, oh my God, go. I know. I do this all the time. I love this. I do want to say that to you all. I'm so grateful because this is literally what I do for a living. I'm so grateful and I love being here. Like anytime I have to cancel or move class, you guys have to see it. I'm always like, I have to remind myself that like it's feasible. It's not the end of the fucking world if we have class on a Saturday instead of a Thursday that week. You know what I mean? But for me on the inside, I feel like this. What song is playing? Follow my love through. Oh, back through the same secret door. Okay, maybe this song isn't exactly how I feel, but it's Evanescence. Okay, you know how she'd be like, oh, something inside of me, and I'm yearning, and I love, like that's how I feel about what I do. I feel real like deeply romantic about my work. I absolutely love showing up, talking. I love the energy that I get to sit in. I love having all of the spirits around me and just like laughing at half the shit that they've got going on behind the door. I love all the synchronicities. All life lives on as if we've ever loved it. What are these lyrics? And I will remember how to fly. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I can't sing that. Sorry, it's too high. Okay. Unlock the heavens. Yeah, whatever. You guys can listen to it. It's called Secret Door, Evanescence. Me and her, voice-wise, we are not a match. You know what I'm saying? I am much more of an alto, and she's always up there and a register that my voice can only do when it's warmed up nice and ready. And right now it's all cracky. I've been talking this whole time. Okay, so What are they saying? That's it. Yeah, I really love being here, so it's hard. So, and also, once I start going, it's hard to shut me up. It's like the spirit channel's on, and that's infinite. I could just go for days and for hours and not even eat and still be totally sustained and totally happy until I turn it off, and then I'm like, I drop like a little raisin, and I'm like, oh my god, I shouldn't talk for that long. And I'm like, but I love it. I love what I do. I love what I do. And then, rinse and repeat. I have to go lay down and be like, oh, Jesus, practice what you preach, bitch. This is crazy. You can't be all dehydrated. You got to be able to do this in a way that's healthy for you. Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay. But anyways, yeah, so I love what I do. It's hard to leave once I'm here because I really do. I enjoy it. So thanks for showing up. Thanks for being part of it and everything. We're grateful. Oh, thanks. I love it. I am the coolest. I'm just kidding. No, I am. I don't have the kid. Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding. I relate so hard. Channeling is like what I can't. What channeling is like that. I can't do spell work if I'm hungry because I crash land. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh man. Oh man. Usually, like once I'm done, I go straight to food. I eat and then I sit on the couch and then I look at my husband and I'm like, I think I'm done for the night. I think I don't know, I just need some time to decompress. And then he goes, yeah, let me put on Survivor. Survivor is my trauma show. I watched that after I gave birth to my second child. I watched all like 30 seasons. It's a lot of months. Okay? Just in the first few months, breastfeeding and watching Survivor and like being awake sometimes and then sleeping and new episodes are on. And and my oldest is doing something different. Maybe the lighting is different. My husband is like, oh hey, there you are. Are you hungry? I think so. I think I can eat now. Is the baby awake? It's the months thing. Yeah, Survivor. Oh man. Oh my god. Yeah, those first couple of months. Yeah, they really are like season. Yeah, they really are like, yeah. Everything's terrible. The only good thing is there's no bugs. Nobody's, well, the baby's kind of like a bug, feeding and latching on to you. And you're shriveling away slowly. No sleep. Okay. That was a trauma trip. Yeah. But, it's not so bad. I still like Survivor, though. Yeah, the first 30 is crazy. And I'd only watched Survivor on and off, for most of it. So like I hadn't seen most of them. Man, that was so much fun. I just sat and I would just turn them on and just have it on the TV because it was something that could be on the background. It was captivating enough, but I could also not pay attention and let it go because it's very difficult for me to let shit go. I will pause. And then something's on pause for like 6 hours that day and I never get to finish it and I'm like, fuck. And then I'm like, well, geez, and there's nothing, nothing to pull my attention. Anyways, you get the point. Survivor was a great post-pregnancy show. It was great because, it was fun. And, yeah. Aw. The best thing about being post-pregnant is all the, like, just coziness that happens. But don't have children just to have a cozy time. That's crazy. I was just feeling nostalgic. Okay, I gotta go, guys. Bye. Everybody. Have a great time next week. What are we doing? We're just doing the same thing next week. And then the week after that, I think might be book club. Maybe it's 2 weeks after that. It's 2 weeks after that is book club. So I will be seeing you all next week, Thursday. There's gonna be another chapter of Metal and Magic coming out. Probably I might try to get that out tomorrow if I can focus. I've been doing a lot, so we'll see. If not, you'll start seeing some chapters next week, and I might be doing like 2 or 3 at a time simply because I'm super excited for where we're going with it. Anyways, I'm trying to keep it cool and not be all spilling the beans because I'm excited. But yeah, that's it. Everyone have a great night, and I hope everything is great for the weekend. Make sure you stay well rested. Drink ginger tea if you have any inflammation. Take care of your liver, and just ride the wave. Okay, ride the wave, and get back on the horse if you fall off. Okay, bye.